This will also be shown Ibid, p. 177, RAS Shamra 183 inches more detail in the chapter in which problems of stratigraphic archaeology are explored. Sepulchral chambers. The question which now arises is, are there not other finds besides the ceramics which support or challenge the generally accepted view that the upper layer of the Ras Shamra excavations belongs to the period from the 15th to the 14th centuries? Does the testimony of architecture and of written documents support the conventional chronology, or do they strengthen the view maintained here that this stratum and the past it buried are of the period from the 10th to the 9th or 8th centuries? The chambers of the necropolis, unlike the buildings of the Acropolis, are preserved intact. In a typical tomb, well-arranged stone steps lead to a sepulchral chamber with arched ceiling. Similar vaults have been found in Cyprus. The excavator of Ras Shamra wrote of them, those in Cyprus are considerably later and continue down to the 8th and 7th centuries. According to the Swedish excavators, one might therefore consider these Cypriot tombs to be late copies of the chambered tombs at Ras Shamra. One fine example is the burial vault of Trachonis on the east coast of the Carpos Peninsula, exactly facing Ras Shamra. However, until earlier tombs of this type have been found in Cyprus, direct affiliation cannot be claimed. Some 500 years lie between the Trachonis tomb and those of Ras Shamra. Two the vaults on Cyprus across the strait and in Ras Shamra are of identical construction. They must have been built in the same age. The distortion of chronology makes it necessary to maintain that 500 years elapsed before the Cypriots started copying the Ras Shamra vaults, which by then would have been covered with earth and concealed from fair human eye. Or it must be said that despite E. Drested and others, the Swedish Cyprus expedition, 1927–1931 Stockholm, 1934–37, I. 405. 3 Scliaefer, the cuneiform texts of Ras Shamra Ugarit, London, 1939, p. 29. 184 Ages in chaos. The obvious similarity of the peculiar vaults on both sides of the strait. No affiliation had occurred because of the 500 years difference in time. In addition to the form of the sepulchre and its vault, a characteristic feature of the tombs of Ras Shamra's necropolis is a device which served for the offering of libations. It is an aperture with a pipe in it through which fluid food was delivered to the dead to sustain the soul on its journey to the other world. It is obviously a very forced explanation to say that the population of Cyprus allowed half a millennium to elapse before they began to copy the tombs of the necropolis of Has Shamra Minat el-Baida. Indeed, this explanation is utterly untenable, not only because of much archaeological material demonstrating that the influence came from Cyprus to the mainland and not the other way round, but especially because of the pottery found in the graves. The following statement was published after the first year of excavation at Has Shamra. The influence which appears to dominate, if not at Ras Shamra itself, then, at least, at the nearby necropolis of Minat el-Baida, is that of the island of Cyprus. The graves of Minat el-Baida are of Cyprian shape and construction, and the vases of painted baked clay off which the funeral equipment largely consists, are very clearly and almost all Cyprian. 8 Greek elements in the writings of Ras Shamra. Ras Shamra was not merely a maritime city that traded in arms of Cyprian copper and in wine, oil, and perfume. Jars, flagons, and flacons were found there by the hundreds. It was also a city of learning. There was a school for scribes and a library. In the school title, future scribes were taught to read and to write at least 4 languages. Tablets of clay were found in the dust under the crashed walls of a building, destroyed by human hand or by the unleashed forces of Charles Virahode. Less inscriptions. Canaan forms de Hasharadia, Syria, Revue Tfart Oriental et Archaeologie, X 1929, 308. Has Shamra 185 Nature. The entire collection is written in cuneiform, in 4 different languages. 2 of the languages were easily read: Sumerian, the Latin or the dead language of the scholars, and Akkadian, the tongue of business and politics in the Babylonian world. Business letters in Akkadian, commercial receipts, and orders were read. 2 tablets very similar to those of the El Amarna collection were also found. 1 and with them the connection of Has Shamra with Egypt at the end of the 18th dynasty was firmly established. Some large tablets are lexicons, bilingual and even trilingual. On some of the tablets there is a copyright mark. It is a statement that these tablets were made at the order of Nicomed, king of Ugarit. Nicomedes is an Old Greek name. 3. The similarity between the name Nicomedes, regarded as originally an Ionian name, and the name of the Ugaritian king Nicomed, is so obvious that, after deciphering the name of the king, 2 scholars, 3 working independently, related it to the Greek name. Other scholars, however, rejected this equation of the name of the king Nicomed, who also wrote his name Nicomedes and Nicomedes with Nicomedes of the Greeks, asking how an Ionian name could have been in use in the 14th century before this era. Those who made the Identificati were unable to defend their position against the mathematics of conventional chronology. Ugarit was a maritime commercial city. Its population was composed of various ethnic groups. One document found there describes the expulsion of King Nicomed and all the foreign groups in the city. Among them were people of Alasia, Cyprus, explained to be Hurrites, and Men. The last name was identified by the AL and the ruins of the library of Rashomar Ugarit the Sem Legendae Aristomanes, who led the people of Messene in their battles against the Spartans in the years -684 and -683, was a son of Nicomedes according to other sources, of Epiros Phrozn, Leslonians Rashomar, Archive Orientale, IV 1932, 177. Aristotle mentions an Athenian archon of that name who flourished in -483. The name is also found later among the Spartans. In the 3rd century Nicomedes I, long of Bithynia on the eastern shore of the Bosphorus, built a new capital for himself, Nicomedia. 8 Hrozn in Edom. See Rosny, an inscription de Rashamia Elongcharites/Archie Orientale, 4th 1932, 129, 178. Schaeffer, Cuneiform Texts, p. 33. 186 Ages in Chaos decipherers as Jamanu, which is well known from the Assyrian inscriptions, and means Lonians 5. This interpretation of Man was disputed for no other reason than that in the 14th century a reference to Lonians would have been impossible. In the same inscription, at a point where the names of the expelled are repeated, the name Didyma appears. The decipherers took it to be the name of the city of Didyma in Ionia. 6. This city was renowned for its cult of Apollo Didymius. Again, the name of the deity Didymius DDMS was inscribed on another Rashomar tablet. The decipherers, 7 turning neither left nor right, translated it Apollon Didymius. 7 Now antiquities have been brought from the site of Didyma, originating from the 8th century. 8 But in the 15th or 14th century neither Lonians nor the shrine of Apollo Didymus could have been mentioned. Chronology could not square with the Ionian names of Nicomed, or the name of the Ionian city of Didyma, or the Greek cult of the god of that city, or the very name Lonians in the Rashomar texts, but all these were there, and no explanation was put forth in place of the rejected theory about an Ionian colony from the city of Didyma near Millet in Ionia, that came to Ugarit and was expelled together with the king of Ionian origin. Nick 9 It could only be stated that there was not a grain of probability in such a reading of texts belonging to the middle of the 2nd millennium. Among the tablets found in Rashomar there is a catalogue of ships. It is an enumeration, for lexicographic purposes, of the E. Don, Premier Traduction des Textes Phoenicians de Rashomar, Revue Biblique, XL 1931, 38. Also Rosny, Thessalonians and Rashomar, Archive Orientum, IV 1932, 176. Don, Revue Biblique, XL 1931. Rosny, Leslonians and Rashomar, Archive Orientale, 4th 1932. La DDMYS Legenialist Tunamquith Sus La Form DDM, Represent and Divinit Dans Text 17, 6. Dus Wyverians Volontiers La Didimgen. La Vilcerate Seta Didyma et La Duceluida Didifum, Apouon. Darm, Revue Biblique, XL 1931. See also Roser, Leslonians Rashomar, Archive Orientale, 4th 1932, 176. 8 In the British Museum, brought from Didyma Didynean by C.T. Newton. La Colonie again de Ugarit semble d'un avoyer al 6 copas esp 6 tioment par les lonians originaires d'Adad-Adani presdumtic. NKMD per tri consider 6 comme le roi des lonians quisiem parent de Ugarit ol dollar rosny, les lonians aras Shamra, Archival-Orientini, 4th 1932. Has Shamra 187 various forms and uses of military and commercial vessels. Cargo ships, passenger ships, racing boats, fishing smacks, ferries, war vessels, and troop transports are listed. In the second book of the Iliad there is a similar, famous catalogue of ships. This portion of the Iliad was regarded as a later interpolation, but when a scholar pointed out the similarity between the catalogues of Ras Shamra and the Iliad, the commentary to this portion of the Iliad was revised and one of opposite import substituted. The catalogue, as certain scholars now agree, would not be a later interpolation, but has a long history behind it. As the Ras Shamra texts show, they were drawing up such catalogues in the port of Ugarit many centuries before the date of the Homeric list/11. The Iliad is commonly supposed to have been put into writing in the 7th century. As for the time of its origin, the views of scholars from antiquity on differ widely, placing it anywhere from the 12th to the 7th century. By placing King Nickned at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 14th centuries, the only conclusion possible from comparing the two naval gazettes was that hundreds of years before the very earliest date for the Iliad there existed a catalogue of ships which served as a model to the epic poet Hebrew elements. 2 cities and 2 epochs compared. The third language of the Has Shamra tablets in cuneiform Sumerian and Akkadian being the first 2 did not long retain its secret. The large tablets were apparently written in an alphabetic script. Their cuneiform could not be an ideographic or syllabic script, for a syllabic script like Akkadian uses hundreds of different signs, but alphabetic script only a few. And in this third script there were only 30 different characters. An example of the simplification of the cuneiform script was 30th Castor, a Phoenician naval gazette. New Light on Homer's Catalogue of Ships, Quarterly Statement of the Palestine Exploration Fund, April 1938. N. Schaeffer, Cuneiform Texts, p. 40. 188 Ages in Chaos. Already known to the scholars, the Persians in the 6th century had used cuneiform for an alphabet of 36 characters. 1. The bright idea came simultaneously to more than one scholar. 2. That it might be ancient Hebrew written in cuneiform. An attempt to substitute Hebrew letters for cuneiform signs was successful, and before the scholarly world were tablets in a legible language. Some of the texts were even re-edited by modern scholars in Hebrew characters. 8. Reading was facilitate with strokes placed after each word by the scribes of Ras Shamra Ugarit. The Cyprian script of the 6th century has the same characteristic stroke after each word, and this similarity was stressed, but it was asserted that, before this peculiarity returned, more than 600 years had passed. 4. Again 600 years. As in the case of the sepulchral chambers, it required 600 years of latency before the Cypriotes started to imitate their neighbors only 60 miles away. With an eagerness comparable only to the avaricious excitement of discoverers of a hidden treasure, scholars kindled their lamps and read the messages in ancient Hebrew. They thought they knew, even before they began to read, that the tablets were some 600 years older than the oldest known Hebrew inscription. The discovery was startling. Hundreds of years before the Israelites entered Canaan, the Canaanites not only used Hebrew 5 but wrote it in an alphabetic script. 6. Alphabetic writing in the 15th century era allowed less inscriptions. Ctin and Fons, Syria, X 1929, 305. H. Bauer and E. Doan, independently, in 1930. H. L. Ginsberg, KTTVEI Ugarit, Jerusalem, 1936. CFE Taiwan $10 Fate Bean Canoe Q Les Chypriotes Aunt, and Parter C Fun Epic Asses Bas Il Est Dry, Levi C Clef 6 Cridler Longo Moyen Tfune Sordi Syllabaire Comprenant Soix Santi Signs, Dans Lesquels Les Mots Se Payers, Comme Ft Ras Shamra, Partin Trade Vertical, Adont on a Predsment Churches Jadis Torf van Dans Venture Acadien. L'alphabet de Ras Shamra doit il Dunster consider comme le prototype dos site Liber Chypriote? I put sens d'operator étrange gvni écriture sur simplife 8 pu, a la longue, se compliquer à nouveau. Vera Lode, Les inscriptions con 6 hyphens, Syria, X 1929, 309. This was already inferred from Semitic words met in the Elamarna letters. Some of the cuneiform texts in Old Hebrew, found in Ras Shamra, bear reference to the south of Palestine Canaan Nedj, and for Hig reason Proto-Phoenician and Canaanite are applied ad libitum to the tongue. Eas Shamra 189 before the present era was a revelation for polyographers and scholars in the history of human culture. Since these documents date from the 14th or 15th century, the Ras Shamra alphabet is among the first alphabets to be composed, and actually is the earliest yet known. 7. The Hebrew cuneiform alphabet of Ras Shamra is not a primitive pioneer effort. It has features that indicate it was already in an advanced stage. The Ras Shamra alphabet is already so advanced that it implies the existence of a still earlier alphabet yet to be found. 8. What the Aborigines of Canaan wrote down was even more unexpected. In the mirror in which, in conformity with biblical references to the Canaanites, it was expected that the face of a wicked generation and of a low spiritual culture would be seen, the face of a dignified people was reflected. In the book of Leviticus and the other books of the Scriptures, iniquity and vice were attributed to the Canaanites, the country was defiled by them. This appeared to be a biased attitude of Israelite historians. As it is, the Ras Shamra texts reveal a literature of a high moral tone, tempered with order and justice. By means of these documents we now see that the early Israelites differed in no way from the Canaanites. The Hebrew texts of Ras Shamra are mostly poems describing the exploits and battles of the gods and the adventures and wars of heroes. The pantheon of Ras Shamra 10 was composed of a number of gods. Baal was one of them, but the supreme deity was El. 11. The land of the Canaanites is sometimes called the whole land of El, and the supremacy of this deity no one can change that which El has fixed, known by the same name in the Bible as the Lord of the Israelites, is regarded as a clear indication of a monotheistic tendency in the Canaanite religion. 12. However, besides El being T. Schafer, cuneiform texts, p. 35. Ibid, p. 36. Ibid, p. 59. Attempts were made to find parallelism between the gods of the Ras Shajakoa texts and temples and the gods of the theological word of Sanchoniatin, a early Phoenician writer, quoted by Eusebius. You are desod, lest découvre testa eas Shamra Ugarit atankton testa men Paris, 1937, p. 59. Schafer, cuneiform texts, p. 60. 190 ages in chaos. Not the soul but the chief god, he is described in the Ras Shamra texts in Homeric terms strange to the Old Testament. El laughs with his whole heart and snaps his fingers. Besides the name El, which is predominant in the poems, especially in the poem of Kara dealing with exploits in Nedj, the name Yehu is also encountered in the Ras Shamra texts. 13. A few rare expressions or names found on Ras Shamra tablets are found also on monuments of the 7th century before the present era. 14. A very unusual expression on one of the Ras Shamra tablets, Astarte, name of Baal, appears in the epitaph of Ashmunazar, the Phoenician king of Sidon of the 5th century. 15. The mythological pictures of the Ras Shamra poems often employ the same wording as the so-called mythological images of the Scriptures. Leviathan is a crooked serpent, Isaiah 27:1. It has several heads, Psalms 74:14. Loden of the poems also is a swift and crooked serpent and has 7 heads. There is, in one of the poems, an expression put into the mouth of El which sounds like a reference to the great feat of tearing asunder the sea of Jamsuf. And the verb, to tear asunder / used there and in Psalms 136:13 is the same gzr. The conclusion drawn from the similarity was this: long before the Exodus and the passage through the Red Sea, the Canaanites of Palestine knew this myth. 16. Instance in the name Eljw Jack, the Ras Shamra tablets, Edinburgh, 1935, a word of uncertain meaning, mphrt community or family, which is found on 2 of the Ras Shamra tablets, occurs on the stele of Ilhamilk, king of Tbilisi. -650. Strange to say, The name Yahlamok also appears on one of Die Ras Shamra tablets /CFM Dunand, Nouvelle inscription Ph Nissian Archaic, Revue Biblique, XXXIX 1930, 321f. The same stele contains the phrase, Baal Shamim and Baal Gavati Biblos. The words Baal Shamim are also used in the treaty between Esarhaddon and the king of Tyre 7th century Abid, p. 331. Jack, the Ras Shamra tablets, p. 9. Dusod, Les Découvertes, p. 61, BTE en avant la retictu passage de la mer rouge par les Israélites, le faudor ou les mites du sud de la Palestine con nation and agendu la dualité represent comet and fate surger, de entre leaflets, le grand isthme désertique, qtise par la mer rouge de la Méditerranée, ik parrot, des lors, vraisemblable que cet agent est le prototype du concernant le passage de la mer rouge par les Israélites. Has Shamra 191. The language of the poems of Ras Shamra is, in etymology and syntax, surprisingly akin 7*17 to the language, etymology, and syntax of the scriptures, and the characteristic dual and plural forms, both masculine and feminine, are cited as examples. The meter of the poems, the division into feet of 3 syllables or 3 words, and the balancing of the theme parallelism are also found in the scriptures. 18. These rules are precisely those of Hebrew poetry, and even the language from some of our Ras Shamra texts is entirely biblical. 19. It was therefore concluded that Hebrew and Phoenician alike derived from the Canaanite, which could be called an early Hebrew dialect. 20. There are striking similarities in the vocabulary, many words and even locutions being identical. 21. In the Ras Shamra texts and in the Old Testament here and there is found a turn of speech known from the Psalms, as, for instance, one watered my coats with tears. The style resembles most of the poetic books of the Old Testament, and especially the book of Isaiah. 22. We see that the Phoenicians of the 14th century before our era used rhythm and poetical forms that have all their development in the Song of Songs. There are even some composite terms which are identical in both languages, such as the expression Beth Hever, ties of association / which occurs on one of the tablets and also in the book of Proverbs / 28 inches short. There are innumerable parallels with the Old Testament in vocabulary and poetic style. 24. And an intimate relationship existing between the Ras Shamra tablets and the literature of the Old Testament. 25. The religious cult, as reflected by poems and other texts of Ras Jack, the Ras Shamra tablets, p. 10. M. Schaeffer, Cuneiform Texts, pages 58, quoting Dusod, Syria, Revue Tart Oriental et d'Archéologie, XVI 1935, 198. Thesod, Les Découvertes, pages 50. J. A. Montgomery and Z. S. Harris, The Ras Shamra Mythological Texts Philadelphia, 1935, p. 16. Jack, The Ras Shamra Tablets, p. 10. 38. Dusod, Les Découvertes, pp. 105-6. Albright, Archaeology and the Religion of Israel, p. 38. Schaeffer, Cuneiform Texts, p. 77. 192 ages in Ras Shamra, also bore a certain resemblance to the cult of the Israelites. There was a Rav Kohanim, a high priest. Abzas with engraved dedications to Rav Kohanim were unearthed. The offering called Matan Tarn, known from the service in the Temple of Jerusalem, is mentioned in the Ras Shamra texts. Circumcision was also practiced at Ras Shamra, judging from a stone phalli found in this Phoenician city. 26. The Jewish law forbidding the people to boil a calf in the milk of its mother was directed against a definite custom in a culinary dish. This dish was enjoyed at Ras Shamra, as its writings reveal. From all this the following conclusion was drawn: the traditions, culture and religion of the Israelites are bound up inextricably with the early Canaanites. The compilers of the Old Testament were fully aware of this, hence their obsession to break with such a past and to conceal their indebtedness to it. 2t Even in minute details the life in Ras Shamra of the 15th century and the life in Jerusalem some 600 or 700 years later were strikingly similar. Isaiah, on a visit to the gravely sick king, Hezekiah, ordered a debula, a remedy made of figs, to be applied to the inflamed wound. Debula is registered in the Pharmacopoeia of Ras Shamra's medical men and is found mentioned in a veterinary treatise. The deduction was therefore made, the prophet made use of a very old-fashioned remedy, known previously to the veterinary surgeons at Ugarit in the 15th and 14th centuries/28. This case of correspondence between the medical tablets of Ras Shamra and the scriptures is not unique. In the same veterinary treatise we also find some technical words corresponding exactly with similar expressions in the Bible, which further emphasize this contact between the Ras Shamra texts and the Old Testament. 29. And the generalization concerning medicine was, they the exactly corresponding technical words establish a very striking ibid, p. 47. Ag lbid, p. 41. M. B. Gordon Annals of Medical History, 4th 1942, 406-8 makes a point of the fact that debula in Ugarit was used internally, not externally. Schaeffer, Cuneiform Texts, p. 41. Ras Shamra 193. Similarity in the medical knowledge of the Canaanites or Proto-Phoenicians, and that of the times of the kings of Judah. 30. The weights and measures of Ras Shamra were also those known from the scriptures. In the Sumero-Babylonian system a talent was divided into 3,600 shekels, but in the scriptures Exodus 38, 25-27 the talent is composed of only 3,000 shekels. Was this an erroneous statement? In the Ras Shamra texts, too, the talent is divided into 3,000 shekels. 81 jewels of gold to adorn the maidens of Ras Shamra are mentioned in the texts and were unearthed. 82 Now in the texts 3 kinds of gold pendants are mentioned by the name of Astarte/sun/ and moon/ The word used for a sun pendant is shapash. Shapash is identified with the word Shebis 9 mentioned in Isaiah 3-18. 33 The same prophet alludes to crescents or pendants in the form of the moon. So at Ras Shamra find not only mention of these pendants in the Canaanite texts but also the ornaments themselves that Yahweh, in the passage cited in Isaiah, will take away one day from the hardy daughters of Zion. 84 The ornaments named in the curse of the prophet emerged out of the earth. Because the daughters of Zion are hardy, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet, therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. In the day the Lord will take away the bravery of their Achazim anklets and Shibissim sons and Shdoran and crescents, the chains, and the bracelets and the earrings, the rings, and the mantles, and the wimples, and the crisping peons, the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground. Isaiah 3, 16-26. In the hour of sorrow and mourning dust was thrown over the ibid. It is at Ras Shamra that one first meets with a system of weights Ktr used by the Israelites and described in a certain passage of Exodus. Ibid, p. 27. Ibid, plate XXXII, fig. 1. Charles Vera Lode, Un poem Phoenician de Ras Shamra, La Douane ni Campagne de Foix and Ras Shamra, pp. 209-10. Texts, p. 62. 194 Ages in Chaos Head, in ancient Ugarit and in Jerusalem alike, as the texts of the tablets and the scrolls of the Old Testament testify. All these revivals of style and meter, of religious myths and cult, of old customs, of weights and measures, medical science, apparel, and jewelry, emphasized and re-emphasized by modern scholars, would definitely point to the coexistence of Ugarit with the Jerusalem of the 8th or 9th century were it not for one obstacle. This was the fact that the Ugarit texts and objects were considered to be contemporaneous with the Egyptian and Mycenaean worlds of the 15th and 14th centuries. Bible criticism and the documents of Ras Shamra. For the past 70 years the doctrines of Bible criticism have been taught from most cathedrals of modern exegesis and are at last being preached from many pulpits. Two of the fundamental concepts have been, 1. Before the time of the kings or before 1000 there were no written documents among the Israelites, and 2. Most passages of the scriptures are of a later origin than the scriptures themselves suggest or rabbinical tradition ascribes to them. Since 1930, when the tablets of Ras Shamra were deciphered, they have been regarded as proof one that already in the 15th century Hebrew was written in a highly perfected alphabetic script that had a long period of development behind it, and two that many biblical traditions and legends were alive, and biblical style, poetic form, and ways of expression were in use some 600 years before the biblical books were composed, even according to rabbinical tradition. The confusion became great. One for 3 generations famous scholars, to whose lectures students traveled from afar, writers for encyclopedias, and authors of commentaries, all were moved to decrease the age of the Old Testament and even to assume a post-evangelical editing of various parts of the Old Testament. The Saiyan Revolution computa texgsc des temps pr6 mo $x des sod. Ras Shamra 195 whole argument was supported by linguistic considerations and by a general theory of the natural development of religious thought. It could be shown expertly that one or another expression in Psalms or in Proverbs could not have been employed in the days of David or Solomon in the 10th century, but was a product of the 6th to 3rd centuries. Now, in the Ras Shamra tablets of the 15th or 14th century, the same expressions were found. A verdict of later origin had been given on many portions of the prophets. Many passages were supposed to have been composed and interpolated during the Hellenistic period, which followed the conquest of Palestine by Alexander the Great in 332, and many sentences were supposed to have borne allusions to the events of the Maccabean War against the Seleucids, almost 600 years after Isaiah. Now the same ideas and similar expressions were found on Ras Shamra tablets of a period 600 or 700 years before the time of the earlier prophets. With the present documents, the history of the Hebrew language and of Syrian culture is pushed back toward the middle of the second pre-Christian millennium / to all proofs of late origin and all deductions based thereon become null and void before the evidence of the clay tablets. 8. Bible criticism went to great pains to deny to Judaism of the pre-exilic period many of its achievements. By advancing the data formulation of many social, moral, and religious imperatives of the Old Testament to the post-exilic period, Bible criticism had them originate in the Babylonian exile, referring some to the Seleucid period and to the influence of Greek thought. The new view, predominant since the excavations at Ras Shamra, also regards many social, religious, and cultural elements of the scriptures as copies, but of Canaanite originals. One, since they were already in existence some 600 years before the time the Bible claims for them, they could not be of Jewish origin. The Montgomery and Harris, Mythological Texts, p. 1. Rue Singapore $, Graph at Wellhausen on the Putemaker the Reviser Leurs Conclusions, NC Equito chez la Basse 6 Poke at l'Appendi Valor des Anciennes Traditions Israelites des Od, les Découvertes, p. 115. Schaeffer, Cuneiform Texts, p. 59. 196 Ages in Chaos. Canaanites paved the way to Jewish concepts in religion. Their poetry had a high moral standard. Their language, alphabet, style, and rhythm were inherited by the Jews. The ethos of social justice and the pathos of prophecy were Canaanitic hundreds of years before they became Israelite. 5. These and similar deductions were dictated by the age attributed to the tablets of Ras Shamra. In face of the striking parallels between the language, style, poetical forms, technical expressions, moral ideas, religious thought, temple ordinances, social institutions, treasury of legends and traditions, medical knowledge, apparel, and jewelry as reflected in the Ras Shamra tablets and in the pages of the scriptures, the logical conclusion would have been that the tablets and the books of the scriptures containing these parallels are of the same age. But such a deduction was not thought of, owing to the obstacles of chronology already explained. The revision of chronology requires the leveling of the time of Ras Shamra level I from the surface to the time of the kings of Judea until Jehoshaphat. The presence of parallels in the life of Palestine and of a contemporary Syrian town, where the languages of neighboring peoples were learned, appears to be only natural. If this reconstruction of world history by a correction of 500 to 600 years puts a strain on the customary notions of history, how, then, can one scientific conscience bridge a gap of double dimension and reconcile the results of the industrious efforts of Bible criticism with the archaeological finds of Ras Shamra? The span is 12 centuries. Troglodytes or Carians? The fourth language written in cuneiform on the tablets of the Ras Shamra library is called Kar. Words in Sumerian were accompanied by explanations in Kar. It appears to have been the local language, the language of the government and of a large part of the population. Despite the help of the bilingual syllabic dictionaries on Recon after QC les profentes on magnific vement veloptis attendans pius, us northeast tan pa creek 66 ehisod, les jkuvertes, p. 118. Ras Shamra 197 used by the scribes of Ras Shamra, the reading of Kar is not final. Had the words in Kar been explained in Sumerian, the task of the philologists would have been easier. But the translation and explanation of Sumerian words in Kar did not give all the necessary clues to the decipherers. Before the excavations of Ras Shamra, frequent mention of Thr had already been encountered in various archaeological documents. Akkadian texts speak of Turi, and in Egyptian documents a part of Syria is often called Kuru. It had long been held that these Assyrian and Egyptian designations referred to the Horites or troglodytes of the early chapters of the Scriptures. With the discovery of the Tel el Amarna archives in Egypt, it was found that one of the letters of the archives was written, apart from the introduction, in an unknown tongue. This letter, written by Tushrata, king of Mitanni, dealt in its 600 lines with some matters interpreted with the help of other letters, and the language was deciphered. At first it was called Mitannian, but later changed to Siberian. Then in the state archives of Bagaskari in eastern Anatolia letters were found in a similar tongue, and its name was given as Kri. The people who spoke this language were called Khr. Scholars read the word differently Kar and Kur, but finally they decided on Kur as the acceptable name, and accordingly the people are called Hurrians or Horites. Despite the fact that the language of this people was found to have been put into writing, the identification of the Hurrians with the biblical Horites or troglodytes was maintained by a number of scholars. A definite vestige of the association of the Hurrians with Palestine has been discovered. On tablets from Tel Tanakh, in the valley of Jezreel, human names were found. Instead, History of Palestine and Syria, p. 140, C. Kuru is doubtless to be connected in name with the Horites, who in biblical times were remembered only as having been exterminated by the Edomites. It is also possible that there is some connection with the Hurrians. ACEA. Spicer, Mesopotamian Origins, Philadelphia, 1930, pages 133. Also his Introduction to Hurrian New Haven, 1941, p. 3. 198 Ages in Chaos. With every new discovery it became increasingly obvious that the Hurrians exercised great influence on the civilization of the Near East. It was even stated that with the arrival of the Hurrians in this part of the world a new era in civilization had dawned. 3 inches since they became the leading power, and the story of their enormous expanse, from Armenia down to southern Palestine, and from the shores of the Mediterranean up to the borders of Persia, constitutes one of the most amazing chapters in the ancient history of the Near East. For the language of this people has been studied by linguists in an endeavor to unriddle it. 5. But the historians know nothing of their history. Hunian seemed therefore to be a tongue without a people. Those who spoke it were not Semitic, but neither were they Indo-Iranian. 6. Then the writings in alphabetic Kar of Ras Shamra came to light. Translations from other languages into Kar proved that at least a part of the population used Kar as their daily speech. Who, then, were these Kar that impressed their name on Syria, their tongue on Asia Minor and on Mitanni, occupied a fortress in Palestine, were everywhere and nowhere in particular, were neither Semitic nor Indo-Iranian? It became apparent not only that Kar was expressible in writing, but that the Scribes who wrote in Kar were versed in a number of other languages as well, and wore themselves out in lexicographic studies. Several rooms in the library of Nikmt contain only dictionaries and lexicons. 7. Consequently the idea that the Kar were cave dwellers or troglodytes, the biblical Horites, appears wholly untenable. Most probably the human people is but a creation of modern linguists. If we bring the scene 500 to 600 years closer to our time, we begin to wonder whether the Kar of the inscriptions 8 Spicer, Mesopotamia Origins, p. 152. Ibik L. p. 120. C. Spicer, Introduction to Human. Spicer, Mesopotamian Origins, p. 131. T. Stafer, Cuneiform Texts, p. 37. Ras Shamra 199. Are not the Carians often mentioned in classic literature? In Egyptian the Mediterranean Sea was called the Sea of Caru. Was it the Sea of Troglodytes or the Sea of the Carians? The Carians lived on the shore of the eastern Mediterranean and had settlements in many other parts of the world. They have left their traces in geographical names containing the syllable car or cart or carrot. 8 inches very early times that of the semi-legendary King Minos of Crete and his fleet. Herodotus says that at this time they were islanders and served as crews on the ships of Minos. Minos had subdued much territory to himself and was victorious in war and thus made the Carians too at that time to be very far the most regarded of all nations. Then a long time afterwards, the Carians were driven from the islands by Dorians and Ionians and so came to the mainland. And the mainland meant here is the southwestern corner of Asia Minor, where Halicarnassus, the native town of Herodotus, was situated. Thucydides ascribed to King Minos the expulsion of the Carians. Minos is the earliest of all those known to us by tradition who acquired a navy. He became lord of the Cyclades Islands and first colonizer of most of them, driving out the Carians and establishing his own sons in them as governors. 11. The Carians are described by Thucydides as dispersed on many islands and engaging with the Phoenicians in piracy. Still more addicted to piracy were the islanders. These included Carians as well as Phoenicians, for Carians inhabited most of the islands. 7. The close relations existing between the Carians and the Phoenicians are further attested to by the names of towns like Phoenix and Phoenicus in Caria. 12. Knowledge of the whereabouts of Carian colonies outside South 8. The south of Canaan, called in the book of Joshua Netkireti, was, according to the opinion of various scholars, at an early age occupied by immigrants from Crete. 9. Herodotus trans. A.D. Godley, 1921-24, I. 171. 10. Ibid. Thucydides trans. C. Foster Smith. London and New York, 1919, I. Iv. Georg Meyer, Die Carrier Göttingen, 1885, p. 3. 200 Ages in Chaos. West Asia Minor and the trails of Carian wandering was early lost to history. In the 1st century Strabo 13 wrote, "The emigrations of the Carians are not likewise matters of offhand knowledge to everybody." 14. Cyprus was apparently included in most of the islands and the Carians survived there till a late date. Herodotus v. 111 mentions the Carian shield-bearer on Cyprus in the early Persian days. It does not require much ingenuity to come to the conclusion that the Car of Hashamra were Carians. The Carians settled not only in Cyprus but also on the shore of the mainland opposite, and similar graves in eastern Cyprus and in Ras Shamra are evidence of this. The peculiarity of the Carian graves was stressed by the early historian Thucydides, who wrote that Carians had inhabited most of the islands, as may be inferred from the fact that, when Thebes was purified by the Athenians in this war 426, and the graves of all who had ever died on the island were removed, over half were discovered to be Carians, being recognized by the fashion of the armor found buried with them, and by the mode of burial, which is that still in use among them. 15 Modern archaeologists again point out the peculiar features of the graves of Ras Shamra and of eastern Cyprus. Inasmuch as the Carians were inhabitants of northern Syria early in the 1st millennium before this era, it is only reasonable to look for a mention of them in the scriptures. In the 8th century Athaliah, daughter of Ahab and daughter-in-law of King Jehoshaphat of Jerusalem, the queen mother who usurped the throne when her son Ahaziah was lulled by Jehu on the road to Megiddo, had a bodyguard composed of Cari. This bodyguard later participated in the revolt against Athaliah, when Jehoiada, the priest, made a covenant with the rulers over hundreds, with the Cari. Strabo, The Geography, I. 3, 21. Extensive studies were made, in which the name Car was tracked down all over the world in order to find traces of Carian and Phoenician navigation. See Baron D. Eckstein, Revue Archéologue, XIV 1857, XV 1858, and Brass sur de Berberg, S'il existe des sources de l'histoire primitive du Mexique dans les monuments Egyptiens Paris, 1864. Names such as Karkar or Karkemish, written also Gargamish, and the word Aram, names of cities, like Kar Shalmaneser, may be mentioned in this connection. Thucydides Dras Shamba 201 and the runners II Kings 11-4, 19:1g, and brought before them Jehush, the boy who was secretly saved when Athaliah killed the royal family. It is more than probable that the Creti of the Creti and Plet-Cherethites and Pelethites, bodyguard of David II Samuel 8-18, led by his marshal Benaiah, were the same Cari. In one place in the Scriptures, II Samuel 20-23, it is said that Benaiah was in command of Cari or Ker and Plet. The Philistines, since days of old, have been considered the Creti Pleti. The word Tplet is generally regarded as a shortened form of Philistines, and without sufficient ground they have been presumed to be the same people as the Creti, and thus originated the theory that the Philistines came from Crete. 17 Pleti cannot be identical with Creti or Cari, because whenever they are mentioned the two names are always connected by and. 18 The origin of the Creti in Crete, heard even in the name, is also attested to by the version of the 70, who translated Creti by Cretans. The Carians came from Crete. The Creti also came from Crete and were identical with the Cari. It is obvious that Carians and Carian Creti were the same. The Carians, royal bodyguard in the Jerusalem of Queen Athaliah, were employed in the same capacity in Egypt of the 7th century, after they had arrived third together with the Lonians, driven by a gale. 19 The Carians occupied this position until King James Version has the captains and the guard. 17 The Philistines came from the island of Caphtor, Deuteronomy 2-23. Amos 9-7. Jeremiah 47-4. Jeremiah speaks of the Philistines, the remnants of the country of Caphtor. By identifying the Philistines with Creti and Pleti, Caphtor was identified as Crete. It will be more in accord with historical evidence if we understand Caphtor to be Cyprus. If Caphtor was not Cyprus, then no name for Cyprus and no mention of the island would be found in the Scriptures, and that would be unlikely because Cyprus is very close to Syria. The islands of Kishim, Jeremiah 2-10. Ezekiel 27-6, usually identified as Cyprus, signified all the islands and coastlands of the West, Macedonia, and even Italy. Cf. Article Cyprus in the Jewish Encyclopedia. Ls. The word Pleti was given still another explanation. The Targum translated Ugarit as bowman, and Pleti as slingers from the word palet, to cast or cast out. The same verb could be regarded as meaning those who were cast seven out by the sea, or remnants of people escaped from some place on the sea, and palet is the sea throughout. Herodotus, N. 152. 202 Ages in chaos by seas conquered Egypt. 20 They also formed the bodyguard of the MNGS of Lydia in the 6th century. In this connection it is interesting to correlate Herodotus' statement I. 171 ff. that the Carians invented and produced arms and were imitated by the Greeks with the fact that in no other site in Syria or Palestine was found such a large quantity of arms as in Hashamra 21, and with the Targum's translation of Creti as bowmen. At the end of the 7th century and the beginning of the 6th, Zephaniah 2-5 and Ezekiel 25-16, prophesied the end to come to the maritime shore of Kerit. When shortly thereafter Nebuchadnezzar subdued Tyre, the Phoenicians and the Carians fled to Carthage, and after that this colony grew to a metropolis. The Carian language with the Ras Shamra tablets before the linguists, it would seem that the scholarly world is at last closer to the solution of the question, what was the language of the Carians? Than was Strabo, who discussed it 19 centuries ago. 1 Homer, and his enumeration of the allies of Troy, included the barbarously speaking Carians. Apollodorus understood these words as an allusion to the fact that the Carians spoke, not Greek, but some strange language. 2 Strabo concluded from Homer's reference that the Carians spoke Greek but pronounced it like barbarians. Strabo probably had in mind the Carians of Asia Minor, about whom Herodotus wrote that, with the settlement of the Carians there, the speech of the Quanians, the previous inhabitants, lies grown like to the Carians, or the Carians to theirs. 8 That the Carians used a speech not understandable to the Greeks. Ibid. H. 154. Adad, les d6 couvertes, p. 20. Strabo, The Geography, XIV, E. 27 ff. Ibic L. With reference to Apollodorus, Athenian grammarian. Herodotus, 1, 172, Ras Shamia 203 is obvious from a story of Herodotus when he narrates how a Carian came to a temple to hear the oracle. The Thebans stood amazed to hear the oracle use a language other than Greek. The stranger said that the words of the oracle were Carian, and he wrote them down. The Carians used Greek too. Herodotus tells us that the Egyptians learned Greek from the Carians and Lonians who came to Egypt in the days of Psammetichus in the 7th century. A scattering of Carian words is found in the classic authors. Also a few Carian personal names are preserved. 5 inches Egypt, on various monuments, together with Greek autographs were found, autographs not in Greek. They were written in Greek letters with the addition of a number of different characters so as to conform to the phonetics of the tongue. The conclusion was drawn that these were the names Carian mercenaries signed next to those of their Ionian comrades in arms. 6. The time was the 7th century. A number of epitaphs, some bilingual in Carian and in Egyptian, were also discovered, but as the texts were apparently not exact translations from one language into the other, attempts to decipher the Carian have remained quite indecisive. The hypothesis that the language was Indo-German was disputed and rejected. 7. Neither is it Semitic. The same diagnosis that it is neither Indo-German nor Semitic is made for the human Kar language of Mesopotamia. In both cases the characters of the Karn of the Carian inscriptions are foreign to the language. In the one case they are borrowed from cuneiform, in the other from the Greek alphabet. It is of interest that a Mitanni element was discerned in Carian 8. The Carian has not yet been read. In the summer of 1935 numerous Carian inscript Ibid, VHI, 135. CAH. Sais. The Carian Language and Inscriptions, Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, 9th 1886, 123-54. W. Brandenstein, Krischsprache/Pauli Wizawa, Realenschadopity der Klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, Supplement 6 1935, 140-46. F. Bork, Die Sprache der Kar/Archiv für Orientforschung, VU 1931-32. Lepsius noticed these signatures and drew this conclusion. The hypothesis of the Iranian origin of Carian was put forth by P. de Lagarde. C. P. Kretzmer, Ihre and die Geschichte der griechischen Sprachgattungen, 1896, pp. 376 ff. Neben dem Alamoiden Kernestein Karischen ein starker Einschlag aus dem Mitanni deutlich zu erkennen. F. Bork, Die Sprache der Kar, Archiv für Orientforschung, VH 1931, 23. 204 ages in Chaostins were discovered near Mylasa in Caria by Benvenisti, but they have not yet been published. For reasons explained previously, it seems that it will be profitable to investigate the Kar of Ras Shamra, proceeding on the basis that it is the Carian language but in other characters, and to decipher Carian inscriptions with the help of the tablets of Ras Shamra. The theory that the Ras Shamra tablets contain references to Lonians should not have been rejected. Lonians might have been mentioned in them, for it was not the 14th but the 9th century. It seems to me also permissible to conjecture that the word read as Ugarit 9 is the Carian Ionian name of Uagaras. Kings of that name ruled on Cyprus, and the reign of one Uagaras in the 5th century before this era and of another early in the 4th century are known from Greek and Latin authors. The war of the second Uagaras against the Persians is mentioned in a later chapter of the present work. The influence of Cyprus on Ras Shamra was emphasized by the excavators. It is thought that in an early period this site on the Syrian shore might have been a colony of Cyprian rulers. This observation corroborates the surmise that an early Long of Cyprus, a descendant of Carians who were driven to the east by the Lonians, built a city on the Syrian shore opposite the island of Cyprus on the ruins of a previous city and called it by his own name, Uagaras. The name of the king Nicomedes, also written Nicomedes, Nikla, is the Lonian Carian name Nicomedes. A similar name, Nicodamus, may have been a form more agreeable to a Semitic ear. 10. The city of Didyma, whence came the Lonians to Ugarit, was in Ionia, but its name is Carian. 11 tablets of the 9th century before the present era could contain this name, but not tablets of the 15th century. It is curious, indeed, that the scholar who insisted that Lonians are referred to in the Ras Shamra texts nevertheless conservatively Egrt. Chrozn, Les Lonians and Ras Shamra, Archiv Orientale, 4th 1932, 175. Compare Vera Lode, Syria, Revue Fart Oriental et Archaeologie, XII, 351 and 557. M. Nicodemus of Salamis on Cyprus Minid coins Ca. -460 to -450. Sir George F. Hill, Catalogue of the Greek Coins of Cyprus, London, 1904, pages 52. See the article Didyma by Birchner and Pauli Wizawa, Real Encyclopedia. Ras Shamra 205 maintained that the Car of Ras Shamra, mentioned together with the Lonians, were the Horites troglodytes of the Bible. 12 Carians and Lonians, not only in the Ras Shamra text, but in many texts of Greek authors, are mentioned together. Despite the fact that at an early date the Carians were driven from Crete and the Cyclades by the Greeks Lonians, the two people intermingled, and the story of their first appearance together on the Egyptian shore shows that they became partners in their enterprises. In the classic literature the Carians usually appear either with the Lonians or with the Phoenicians. If one day an Orphium should be found in the dust of Ras Shamra, it will be a lucky day for the excavators, but no miracle. According to Homer, the Carians participated in the defense of Troy. They might have had their own reminiscences and their own poems in which they sang the battles of Ilion. It is known that on Cyprus poems were composed dealing with the same subject as the Iliad, 13, but, except for 25 short fragments, nothing remains of them. Were these poems originally written in Carian? The early relations between the Carians and Crete and between Crete and Cyprus should be remembered now that the Carlan gauge of Ras Shamra is being read. Then a new attempt should be made to interpret the still unread characters of the Cyprian inscriptions, the linear script of Crete, and dipictorial script of that island, and thus to lift the veil that conceals the past of Crete and of the Minoan culture, the maritime adventures of the Carians in the second millennium, perhaps even the story of Atlantis. Amenhotep II Syria-Palestine of the period we are discussing was a region coveted by the pharaohs and striving for independence. Les inscriptions cherites de Ras Shamra démontrent un joyeux de plus la grande influence du peuple Chirito-Horite sur la Syrie et la Palestine. Ce fait ni saurait nous surprendre, des que nous connaissons l'archéologie par les Chirites en Syrie et en Palestine laf en du troisième et dans la première moitié du second millénaire. Rosef, Archiv Orient FLNIV 1932, 137. See also Spicer, Mesopotamian Origins, p. 133. Herodotus, 2nd, 117. 206 Ages in Chaos. When the long and successful reign of Thutmose III came to its end, Amenhotep II, his royal name is usually read Okpamut, took the scepter. To the Asiatic provinces the death of Thutmose III was a signal for insurrection and the casting off of the Egyptian yoke. Amenhotep II marched at the head of a vast army of chariots, horsemen, and foot warriors to suppress the rebellion in Syria and Palestine. His Majesty went against Rutena Palestine in his first victorious campaign, in order to extend his frontier. His Majesty came to Shamash Edam and devastated it. His Majesty came to Ugarit and subdued all his adversaries. When on the way to Syria, Amenhotep II displayed his ability to use the bow in a demonstration before the local princes in order to impress and intimidate them. He returned to Memphis with a few hundred nobles as war prisoners and a booty of some 100 horses and chariots or war carriages. On his return to Egypt he hanged some of the prisoners to the mast of his ship on the Nile with their heads down. In his 9th year he repeated his expedition to Palestine, his goal being Aphek in Lower Galilee. He plundered 2 villages west of Soko/ and after pillaging other unimportant localities, he returned to Memphis with more prisoners. His harassing visits made him a common enemy of the kingdoms of Palestine and Syria. When he came again to Palestine, the main, and seemingly the only, battle was fought at a place called Yrst. Various solutions have been proposed for the identification of this locality. 2 However, It is an important fact that according to Amenhotep's annals he reached the place one day after his army left the Egyptian border. 3. Thus the place of the battle could have been only in southern Palestine. M.L. Embradawi, Die Neue Historische Stele Amenhotep II, Annales du Service des Antiquités d'Egypte, XLAI Cairo, 1943, 1-23. RUGSCH read the name Aaronatrati and identified it with Orontes. Breasted and others accepted this view. F. W. von Bissing objected. Die Statistische Tafel von Karnak Leipzig, 1897, p. 34. Petri reduxeth and surmised it to be Harishit on the Kishan History of Egypt, 2nd, 155. J. A. Wilson, however, verified the reading YRST on the Karnak fragment. 8. Amenhotep II started his campaign, according to the Memphis Stele, on the first month of the third season, day 25. He reached YRST on the first month of the third season, day 26. Karnak variant, or only one day later. See Egyptian historical texts by J. A. Wilson in Ancient Near Eastern Texts, p. 245 and note 8 on the same page. Has Shamrat 207. Amenhotep called himself victorious, and it is accepted that this campaign was a victorious one. But was it really? What was the booty in the Battle of YRST? List of that which His Majesty captured on this day: his horses 2, chariots 1, a coat of mail, 2 bows, a quiver full of arrows, a corslet, and 4 some object the reading of which is no longer possible. But whatever may have been that last object, the complete spoils were pitiful indeed. If all the king of Egypt could count after his victorious battle were 1 chariot, 2 horses, 2 bows, and 1 quiver full of arrows, it was a defeat. 8. After a victory an army usually marches deeper into the enemy's territory. But the lines directly following the enumeration of the spoils say that, passing southward toward Egypt, His Majesty proceeded by horse. 6. Immediately after the battle, the king turned toward Egypt. When a king returns from a successful campaign of restoring order in the provinces, the cities located on his triumphal route home do not choose that moment for revolt. Vassal cities rebel on seeing their oppressor in flight, and this is just what happened, for the war annals relate that Asiatics of a city on the way to Egypt plotted to make a plan for casting out the infantry of His Majesty J7 during the remainder of his reign. For some decades, Amenhotep I did not return to Palestine, and there is no mention of any yearly tribute from there. To ascertain whether his expedition was a defeat, his subjective evaluation of the campaign must be compared with the scriptural record. Breasted, Records, Vol. N. Sec 785. Been a recent publication. Sidney Smith arrived independently at the same conclusion, that the expedition of Amenhotep II was a disastrous defeat. Occasional publications of the British School of Archaeology in Ankara, London, 1949, Vol. I. Breasted, Records, Vol. N. Sec 786. Ibid, Sec 787. That he lost Syria Palestina may also be deduced from the fact that his successor, Thutmose IV, called himself conqueror of Syria. 208 Ages in chaos. The son of Rehoboam, Abijah, king of Judah, succeeded in winning a decisive battle against Jeroboam, king of Israel. II Chronicles 13. This must mean that Egyptian domination was already declining. After the short reign of Abijah, Asa, his son, followed him. In his days the land was quiet 10 years. He built fortified cities in Judah, constructed walls and towers, gates and bars. He said to Judah, "We have sought the Lord our God, and He hath given us rest on every side." II Chronicles 14-7. So they built and prospered. The destruction of the images of the pagan gods was in itself a rebellion. II Chronicles 14-5, for among them first place surely belonged to the Egyptian gods, as the land since Shishak Thutmose III had been subject to the Egyptian crown. By fortifying the cities of Judah and recruiting his warriors, Asa clearly rejected Egyptian rule. N Chronicles 14-8. And Asa had an army of men that bare targets and spears, out of Judah 300,000. And out of Benjamin, that bare shields and drew bows, 240,000, all these were mighty men of valor. The cities were fortified, the army stood ready. N Chronicles 14, 9-10 And there came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with a host of 1,000, and 300 chariots, and came unto Mesha. Then Asa went out against him, and they set the battle in array in the valley of Zephathah at Mesha. Asa prayed to God for help. And Chronicles 14:12-13 So the Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asa, and before Judah. And the Ethiopians fled. And Asa and the people that were with him pursued them unto Gerar. And the Ethiopians were overthrown, that they could not recover themselves. For they were destroyed before the Lord, and before his host. And they carried away very much spoil. Zerah the Ethiopian, who led an army of Ethiopians and Libyans II Chronicles 16:8 from the southern and western borders of Egypt like the army of the Pharaoh Shishak, could be none other Ras Shamba 209 than a Pharaoh. The way from Ethiopia to Palestine is along the valley of the Nile, and an Ethiopian army, in order to reach Palestine, would have had to conquer Egypt first. Moreover, the presence of Libyan soldiers in the army leaves little doubt that the king was the Pharaoh of Egypt. In the opinion of the exegetes Graf, ERBT the story of the Chronicles must have a historical basis in an Egyptian or an Arabian invasion. The description of the Battle of Mersha or Marisha 9 reveals why the Pharaoh turned his back speedily on Palestine and his face toward Egypt, why from the field of this battle his army carried away 1 bow and 2 horses, and why the population of the cities, presumably in Edomite southern Palestine, plotted against his garrisons. It is a token of defeat when an Egyptian king recounts his own personal valor and fierceness on the battlefield, fighting himself against the soldiers of the enemy. It means that, when everyone had fled, His Majesty fought alone. In bombastic phrases, which do not refer to any special encounter, the inscription glorifies the ruler who battled alone. Behold, he was like a fierce-eyed lion. He was pursued only to Gerar. So he still had the satisfaction of taking with him on his return to Egypt a few chiefs of some villages, whom he burned alive in Egypt. His Mesha Stele records this holocaust. Amenhotep II was not a great man, but he was a large one. He was proud of his physical strength and boasted that no one could draw his bow. A large bow inscribed with his name was found a few decades ago in his sepulchre. There is not one who can draw his bow among his army, among the hill country sheiks or among the princes of Rutena Palestine because his strength is somewhat greater than that of any king who has ever existed, says the Elephantine Stele. 10-9 inches Micah 1-14 The place is called Marishath Gath. The first syllable of Miresha or Miresha may possibly mean the water of, 7 as in Meriba or Miram. The Egyptians, transcribing Marishat, could write Mu-Araset, or the water of Araset. Amenhotep II crossed the arm of Waterford of Arsetka Petri, History of Egypt, 2nd, 15. Breasted, Records, Vol. 792. 210 Ages in Chaos It is its story which furnished Herodotus with the legend that Cambyses was unable to draw the bow of the king of Ethiopia. 11 A modern scholar saw a common origin in this story, which survived in legendary form in Herodotus Book 3, 21 ff. and in the historical boast written on the Stele of Elephantine by Amenhotep II, who lived many centuries earlier. The story of Herodotus has an Ethiopian king as the bragging bender of the bow of Amenhotep II. Was Amenhotep II an Ethiopian on the Egyptian throne? In the veins of the Theban dynasty there was Ethiopian blood. 12 Was the royal wife of Thutmose III a full-blooded Ethiopian, and did she bear him a dark-skinned son? Or was Amenhotep II not the son of Thutmose III at all? He called himself son of Thutmose, but this claim need not have been literally true. He called his mother Hatshepsut. 18 Is it possible that before ascending the throne of Egypt he was a viceroy in Ethiopia? 14 Conventional chronology identifying Zerah with Osirkan of the Libyan dynasty encounters difficulty in the biblical reference to Zerah as an Ethiopian. It was a glorious accomplishment to carry away so decisive a victory from the battlefield, when the foe was not a petty Arabian prince as some exegetes have thought, 15 or a pharaoh of the Inomenius 22nd dynasty as other exegetes have assumed, but Amenhotep II, the great pharaoh, a successor to Thutmose III, the greatest of all the pharaohs. It was a victory as sweeping as the defeat of the Hyksos Amalekites by Saul, but, As you shall see, its effect on the subsequent period was not of equal importance. Breasted, A History of Egypt, New York, 1912, p. 826. Cf. Foucault in the Bulletin d'Institut Egyptien, 5 SNE, H. 1917, 268-69. Amenhotep I, an earlier king of the 18th dynasty, is pictured with a blade face. I. Rosellet, I Monumenti du Egitto e Delta Nubia Pisa, 1832-44, Breasted, Records, Vol. H. Sec 803. C. Gauthier, Le Livre des Rois Tf Egypt, II, 287. Alt is a curious circumstance that in the Abyssinian sacred tradition Kebra-Nagast Menelik, king of Ethiopia and son of the Queen of the South, guest of Solomon, returned to Palestine to rob its temple. After succeeding in stealing the Holy Ark by a ruse, he fled to Ethiopia, pursued by Solomon, his father, to the borders of Egypt. Two historical elements are mingled in this legend. The sack of the temple was the work of Shishak-Thutmose III, the successor of Queen Sheba Hatshepsut. The Onuho fled from Palestine, pursued by the king of Jerusalem, was Zerah-Amenhotep II, the successor of Shishak-Thutmose El, who assumed a Kush in Arabia besides the Kush Ethiopia in Africa. Has Shamra 211. Politically, the victory was not sufficiently exploited, but this fact does not detract from its military value. Egypt, at the very zenith of its imperial might, was beaten by Asa, king of Judah, and this was not a victory over an Egyptian garrison or a detachment dispatched to collect tribute, but over the multitude of the Egyptian, Ethiopian and Libyan hosts. At the head ofwhom stood the emperor Pharaoh himself. With the rot of the Egyptian army in the south of Palestine, all of Syria-Palestine naturally was freed of the Egyptian yoke. The Pharaoh had previously laid Ugarit waste and threatened all the kingdoms in this area. It is conceivable that the king of Judah had some help from the north, and the sympathy of the Syrian maritime peoples must certainly have been with Asa. The inscriptions of Amenhotep II reveal his ambition to dominate, in addition to the land of the Nile, the lands of the Jordan, Orontes, and Euphrates, which had rebelled after the death of Thutmose III. The great victory at Marshall carried a message of freedom to all these peoples. The repercussions of the battle should have been heard in many countries and for many generations. But only once again does the Book of Chronicles pay tribute to this victory, and this in the words of the seer Hanani, were not the Ethiopians and the Libyans a huge host, with very many chariots and horsemen? II Chronicles 16-8. It is also said that the population of the northern tribes went over to Judah because of the high esteem thf country enjoyed after it had successfully repelled the Pharaoh and his army. II Chronicles 15-9. Is no more material concerning the victory of Asa over Amenhotep II preserved? Such a great triumph should have had a greater echo. If of this echo, a Phoenician poem sings of that victory over the host of Amenhotep II. The poem of Karat among the epics unearthed at Ras Shamra, one contains some historical material. The poem of Karat, the archaeologists call it, the name of its hero has a historical setting. It was first translated 212 ages in chaos and interpreted by Charles Verilode. Later a very different meaning was given to the text. Verilode read in the text of the danger threatening the country of Karat, king of Sidon. The invasion of Najd south of Palestine by the army of Terah aroused Karat's fears. He wept in the seclusion of his chamber. In his great distress he was encouraged by a voice heard in a dream, and he went to meet the danger and joined the army of the defenders. The names of Asher and Zebulun, two tribes, appear according to Verilode, in the poem. It is not clear from the poem whether the role of the tribe of Zebulun was that of an enemy or a friend. Asher is mentioned repeatedly in a refrain, and the poem gives a vivid feeling of armed tribesmen hurrying to join the main army opposing Terah. Asher, 2 and 2 are gone, Asher, 3 and 3 are gone, shut the houses, march together. Volunteers join the thousands of Hassis. Men of Hassis went by thousands, and by myriads, as a flood ir. They marched to meet the army of Terah. And Terah came into Najd with a great force of 300 times 10,000 RBT, which would mean, if the translation is correct, 3 million men. Then the poem tells that the huge invading army, having been defeated, was in full retreat. Who was Terah? Asked Verilode. In Genesis the father of Abraham is called Terah. The theory was advanced to and found followers in France that patriarchal migrations and wars are described in the Phoenician poem of Ugarit. It was found to be a very illuminating addition to the legends about the sojourn and wandering of the patriarchs in Nejd. Southern Palestine is found in Genesis. The patriarch Abraham came to Nejd. So did Terah of the poem. In the scriptures it is said that Terah, Abraham's father, migrated from Ur of the Chaldees on the lower flow of the Euphrates to Haran in the northwest, and ended his days there. Genesis 11-32. Charles Verilode, Law L6 Gen de Carat, Roy des Sidonians Paris, 1936. Sermon News Teens Antique DJD Syria, Revue TFART Oriental et d'Archéologie, XIV, 149. Ce nom de trh est évidemment la mern qu'utilisé per Abraham Ibid, p. 25. Ras Chambre 213. A correction was introduced with the help of the poem, and it was agreed that Terah did not die in Haran but prepared the conquest of Canaan from the south and also accomplished it in part, and that Abraham capitulated when he met difficulties and left Canaan to seek refuge in Egypt. 3. Abraham and his 2 brothers, sons of the scriptural Terah, are not mentioned in the poem, and it was conjectured that this was because of the leading role played by Terah and the inconspicuous role of Abraham, the latter becoming an anonym in the multitude of the Terahites, and if title is very different from the scriptural legend, still the combination Nejd, the scene, and Terah, the invader seem to be a convincing parallel to Nejd, the scene, and Abraham, son of Terah, the invader. Consequently, the conclusion was drawn by Verilode that Terahites invaded the south of Canaan, meeting resistance on the part of the population, although in the scriptures nothing is said about Abraham's war with the Canaanite.es, and in fact the peacefulness of his sojourn there is stressed. An unexplained unconformity is the huge number of soldiers in the host of Terah. 300 times 10,000 is very different from the number of persons in Abraham's household, servants included. The occurrence of the names Asher and Zebulun also presented a difficulty. Asher and Zebulun were sons of Israel of the scriptures. These tribes were descendants of Abraham, son of Terah. How could Terah have battled with children of Asher and Zebulun, his descendants of many generations? To meet this situation it was said that originally the names of Asher and Zebulun belonged to Canaans inhabited by Canaanites. At a later date these places were conquered by the tribes of Israel, who did not give their names to, but received their names from, the Canaans. For another translation and interpretation of the poem of Ugarit was 9, F. Pouvles Heliro, Terah invade fate Qpr per la conquête occupation de Canaan, et son fils Abraham invade fate l'anime que 6 battre enterprise, puisque, devant less difficult, il avait dû abandonner la partie et s'était refugié en Egypte. Ibid, p. 32. Izini shagat pa iddi du des 12 tribes Asher et Zebulun, meta du de ces Cantons Canacm 6 ens dont les 12 tribes prendront, un jour, le nom Ibid, p. 18. 214 ages in chaos presented. It rejects Terah, Asher, Zebulun, as proper names, finding for them the meanings, bridegroom Terah, after, behind utter, Sickman Zebulun. It also denies the predominant martial theme of the poem, regarding it as a love romance. Thus are explained away the names of tribes not to be expected in Ugaritic times. Numerous other changes and corrections were offered. It seems to us, however, that Verilode's translation was not far from the truth. Terah of the poem was, indeed, not the father of the patriarch, but the names of the tribes and the martial plot appear to be consistent with history. It is, in fact, undisputed that Ugarit and the entire Phoenician coast were threatened by Amenhotep II in the period with which we are concerned. Free from the limitations imposed by an incorrect estimate of the age of Tiras Shamra tablets, we pose this question: is an unsuccessful invasion of southern Palestine by a large host known to us from the scriptures? Such an invasion occurred in the days of Asa, king of Judah, and it was headed by Zerah the Ethiopian. In the second book of Chronicles the invading army under Zerah is called the very large multitude, thousand, or a million. and Chronicles 14-9. And there came out against them Zerah the Ethiopian with a host of 1,000,000. We have already recognized Zerah the Ethiopian as King Amenhotep II, and compared the scriptural and the Egyptian material. We shall compare a few data from the Phoenician poem and from Thai inscriptions of Amenhotep II and from the scriptures. If we again find parallels, obviously we shall strengthen the identification of Zerah as Amenhotep II in the Phoenician poem. The army of Terah is described in these words: a great force of 300 times 10,000 RBF with harps heps of copper, with daggers SNN of bronze. BHL. Ginsburg, in Ancient Near Eastern Texts, ed. Pritchard, pp. 142f. Instead of Asher, 2 and 2 are gone, he translated, after 2, to march. Ras Shambra 215. It was noted that the poem used for copper scimitars the Egyptian word heps, 6, and for the daggers of bronze, the Egyptian word SNN. In the tomb of Amenken, 7, King Amenhotep II is portrayed inspecting gifts to be distributed among his officers. These are swords described with the words 360 bronze HPS heps, and next to these swords are pictured 140 daggers. Inasmuch as the Egyptian name is given to the weapons in the Phoenician poem, their Egyptian origin would not be an arbitrary conclusion. The weapons are designated in the Phoenician poem by the word used on the Egyptian monument depicting Pharaoh Amenhotep II with weapons for his army. Accordingly, the forces of Terah were armed with weapons identical with those with which Amenhotep armed his soldiers. Examples of harp scimitars have been found in Gezer in southern Palestine. 8. The extant fragments of the poem describe the armies rushing to the battle. We see Carrot marching across fields on which he finds arms thrown away by the fleeing soldiers of a beaten army. He comes to a spring tinged with blood. 9. He marches toward the cities of Edom with the intention of sharing in the loot. According to the scriptures, after the battle of Mersha Morsheth-Gath the Judean victors looted the cities of the south. The people pursued them unto Gerar. And they smote all the cities round about Gerar, and they spoiled all the cities. For there was exceedingly much spoil in them. II Chronicles 14:13-14. In the poem The March to the South to loot the cities after the victory is told in these words by the poet to Carrot. Go a day and 2 days, a third one and a fourth one, a fifth one and a sixth one, and on the 7th day you will meet Sapasites. Tak, the Ras Shamra tablets, p. 38. 3 millions with copper scimitars or harps, for which the Egyptian word heps is used, and bronze daggers. Jax is also the translation of these 2 lines from the poem. Breasted, Records, Vol. Sec 802. Ca. Laws, Israel, London, 1932, p. 84. MQ or MMLATDM. Ginsburg refers DM to the following sentence and gives it the meaning: Lop 216 ages in chaos, and you shall come to Edom Ribim and to Edom Sararat. The poem is in the rhythm of the marching step of the hero and his men. Then he met the Sapasites and went to Edom Rabbit and to Edom Sararat. The king of Edom begged Carrot, don't combat Edom Rabbit nor Edom Sararat, depart, king of Sidon, O Carrot, from my parvis. 10. And Carrot asked from him his daughter instead of booty. She is beautiful as Astarte. We are intrigued to know whether Carrot brought the daughter of the king of the Edomite city to Sidon as his consort, and a subsequently found fragment of the poem tells us that he did so. But we are more anxious to know who were the Sapasites before the walls of the cities of Edom, and what the name Sararat designates, and whether we are on the road we set ourselves to follow. What does people of Sapas mean? A partial answer is at hand. Sapas is the sun, and the Sapasites got their name from it. Sapas of Canaan was analogous to Shamash, son of the Assyrians and Babylonians. 11. The people who are repeatedly named as opposing Carrot before the walls of the Edomite city were Sapas or Shamash men. Cities in Edom are doomed to be looted, according to the poem in the 2nd book of Chronicles, which also suggested that this fate was imposed on them because they apparently supported Zerah and his Ethiopian and Libyan host. We are therefore interested to know from what base Amenhotep II conducted his campaign against Palestine. Translated from Vera Lode, Laltgen to Carrot. NLBID. Pages 14. Ras Shamra 217. Amenhotep II's record of his campaign in Palestine, Syria begins verbatim. His Majesty was in the city of Shamash Edam. His Majesty furnished an example of bravery there. The city of Shamash Edam is nowhere mentioned in extant Egyptian documents except in the registers of Thutmose III and in this monumental inscription of Amenhotep II. Is it a coincidence that, in the Phoenician poem about the invasion of Terah and his multitude, the name of the city is Edam and the people are called Sapas or Shamash? We have identified Terah of the poem as Zerah of the Scriptures. We have identified Zerah of the Scriptures as Amenhotep II. Now we find the same city with the same people as the military base of Terah of the poem and of Amenhotep II of the hieroglyphic annals. Of the word Sarir or Sarirat plural in the poem of Carat we have an explanation in the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Scriptures. An addition to I Kings 12-24 gives some details concerning Jeroboam. His mother, called Zeruiah in I Kings 11-26, is referred to there as Sarira. When he was appointed by Solomon to be over the northern part of the kingdom he built a town in Mount Ephraim and named it Sarira. When, after death of Solomon, Jeroboam returned from his exile in Egypt he came into the land of Sarira. The tribe of Ephraim assembled there and, according to the Septuagint, Jeroboam fortified Sarira. Sarira was the name of a fortress built first about -920 and possibly of every fortress built following the plan of Jeroboam's fortress, which he called by the name of his mother. In the days of Carat, one generation later, the name Edom Sarirat plural of Sarira is used. Half a millennium before Jeroboam, Sarirat is an anachronism. What was the role of Carat in the elite army? In 2 Samuel 8-18 it is written that Creti and Pleti Cherethites and Pelethites were bodyguards of David. These were mercenaries in the service of the king of Jerusalem. Some 60 years later, in time of need, Asa called on the Sidonians for help. They themselves were alarmed by the invasion approaching from the south, as the first scene of the Carat poem vividly describes. 218 ages in chaos, the defeat of the invading army under Terah, the weapons scattered over the fields, the wells stained red with blood, and the cities of Edom trembling before the victorious warriors are vivid pictures which fit the biblical story of the victory over Zerah and over the Edomite city supporting him. Analysis of the historical background of the Carat poem reveals that Vera Lod's translation was rejected without sufficient reason. It is a description of a war and a rout. The mention of the tribes of Asher and Zebulun in this setting is natural and does not call for a philological theory that gives other meanings to these names. These two tribes of the tribes of Israel were the closest neighbors of Sidon. Together with the Sidonians they left their homes and hastened to Mareshah to take part in the battle or to exploit Asa's victory. An allusion to this cooperation of the northern tribes is found in the second book of Chronicles 15-9, following the description of Asa's victory. They fell to him Asa out of Israel in abundance, when they saw that the Lord his God was with him. Comparing the record of the second book of Chronicles and the annals of Amenhotep II, who followed Thutmose III, we found that according to both sources a great army came from the borders of Egypt and invaded Palestine. That it reached the place Meresheth Gath or Mu'araset, in Egyptian, 1 or 2 days' distance from the border Nakhd Mizraim. And that it was turned back by defenders of the land. And that the domination of Egypt over Palestine ceased and was re-established only by the successor of Amenhotep II. Comparing the annals of Amenhotep II with the poem of Carat, we find in both sources that the Phoenician coast was threatened. Ugarit is especially mentioned by Amenhotep II. That the invaders were armed with heps, or copper scimitars. And that Shamash Edam played an important role in the campaign, being occupied first by Amenhotep II, then by Carat and his allies, who defeated the invader. Comparing now Chronicles and the poem of Carat, we find that, according to the scriptural text, the army invading Nineveh was composed of 300 chariots and 1,000 of soldiers, and the defending army had 300,000 men of Ras Shamra 219 Judea. According to the poem, the invading army had 300 times 10,000 men. At the head of the army was Zerah, or in the Vera Lod translation Terah. The cities in Nineveh were looted. Edom Sarirat is mentioned, and has an explanation in the translation of the 70. Northern tribes of Israel joined the army of the south in looting the cities of Nineveh. we would not attempt to derive an argument for the present reconstruction of history and to build our conclusions on Velikovsky's interpretation of the Karat poem, since this translation is a matter of controversy. On the other hand, we may offer a partial vindication of Velikovsky, and we find support for him in the historical setting as revealed by our reconstruction. Some 20 years after the defeat at Mesha, Thutmose IV, successor to Amenhotep II, re-established Egyptian hegemony over Syria and Palestine. There are no records of the campaign, but he bears the appellation conqueror of Syria. 12 Thutmose IV met very little resistance, if any. The pressure of the Assyrians from the north made it desirable for the Syrians to submit to Egypt. 13 The end of Ugarit the excavator of Ras Shamra found that the city had been destroyed by violence and had not been rebuilt. Buildings were demolished. The library was burned and its walls fell on the tablets and crushed many of them. The last long whose name is mentioned, Thutmose IV, is twice called conqueror of Syria on the Stele Louvre c. 202. P. Pirit, Requail inscriptions in States du Musfa Egyptian du Louvre, II Party Paris, 1878, p. 35. Cf. Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, XXVII 1941, 18. As was demonstrated in a previous chapter, Shishak is the scriptural name of Thutmose. Since the tablets of Ras Shamra belong to the period of the Amenhoteps and Thutmoses, we should expect to find in them, besides the biblical name of Zerah, that of Shishak. It was, in fact, among the first of the deciphered words, and it caused considerable surprise. Lemo swsk cerebral, unnam proper nina raprocker puteter of Egyptian sasank, Hebrew sasak, at sasak. Darm, Review Biblique, XL 1931, 55. The translator did not dare to draw the correct conclusion, for what was this pharaoh of the 9th or 10th century doing in the middle of the 2nd millennium? 220 ages in chaos on the documents that survived the fire is nicknamed. There was also found a proclamation which states that the city was captured and nicknamed and all the foreigners were expelled. On the level of the structure destroyed by fire, a seal impression of Amenhotep I was found, as well as 2 letters of the type of the El Amarna collection. Judged by these findings, Ugarit came to its end in the later days of Amenhotep III or in the early days of Akhenaten, a time known as the El Amarna period. In a letter written by Abi-Meleki, king of Tyre, and found in the state archives of Akhenaten El Amarna, this vassal king informed the pharaoh of what had happened to Ugarit, and fire has consumed Ugarit, the city of the king. Half of it is consumed, and its other half is not. And the people of the army of Hadi are not there. One half of Ugarit was burned, the other half was razed, and the invaders, soldiers of Hadi, retreated after they had wrought this destruction. Mention of the destruction brought upon Ugarit and actual evidence of demolition by a violent hand convinced the investigators of Ras Shamra that the city ceased to exist in the very days to which the letter of Abi-Meleki referred. In the El Amarna letters the city of Ugarit was referred to by name and her devastation was recorded, but the name of the king of Ugarit was not given. It could be established only inferentially. It is known that Nick lived during the El Amarna period. His name, on the latest tablets of the Ras Shamra library, and the 2 tablets of the El Amarna type, bore evidence that the catastrophe of fire and destruction, as described by the king of Tyre and as found by the excavators, occurred in the days of Nickmed, in the period of El Amarna 8. The proclamation found in Ras Shamra is directly related to the El Amarna tablets, letter 151. Vira flowed, Supalaliuma et Niqmadc Chagarit, Review Hittite at v. 1940, 173 f. C. Unique, Albright, Archaeology and the Religion of Israel, p. 38. C. Schaeffer, Les Wheels Dominant El Bida et la Ras Shamra, La Nouvelle Campagne Syria, XIX 1938, 196, concerning the time when Ugarit was destroyed. Ras Shamra 221 Upheaval in the life of the city. Some invading king decreed that Dijamanlonians, the people of Didyme, the Carians, the Cypriotes, all foreigners, together with the king Nickmed were to be expelled from Ugarit, all Fazuho pillage you, all those who oppress you, all those who ruin you. for it appears that the proclamation was addressed to the Phoenician section of the city's population. It was written in ancient Hebrew with cuneiform characters. The opening portion of the proclamation is missing. This is regrettable 6 because it might have revealed the name of the king who expelled Nicked. Who was the king who conquered Ugarit, burned it, expelled its population, and caused King Nicked to flee? He will be identified in chapter 8 was Nicked, his city burned, his fleet dispersed, a forerunner of the coming migration to Africa, where about the middle of the 9th century Phoenician refugees founded Carthage, or Adad-Addu, 6 inches present-day Tunisia. Or did he direct his sails to Hellas, with which Ugarit traded in Mycenaean ware? Ugarit was also a market for the Ionians, who had their own colony there. They fled with Nicked. I believe Nicked was not lost in the history of that century, so rich in events. I intend to trace his place of refuge later on. Retarded echoes 3 of the main conclusions of this chapter are: 1. The timetables of Crete Minoan ages and of early Greece Mycenaean ages are displaced by the same stretch of time by which Egyptian dates are out of step with the revised chronology. 2. Biblical criticism that ascribed the origin of many biblical texts to late centuries and to foreign influences is as erroneous on this issue as Hurrians and Horites and Ras Shamra, Archival-Orientally, 4th 1932, 171. Darm, Review B. and Lick, XL 1931, 37-39. 7. Est regrettable que le commencement de inscription n'est pas à conserve. On peut supposer que les premières lignes df inscription contenaient des détails sur l'acteur principal des événements tapants. Hurrians, Horites and Ras Shamra, Archival-Orientally, 4th 1932, 176. Carat, the city, and Carat, the personal name, have different spellings. 222 Ages in Chaos, the reversal of it that assumes a borrowing of many biblical texts and institutions from the Canaanites of the 14th century. 3. The Hurrian languages but Carian. There existed no Hurrian nation. We learned also that Amenhotep II is the Scriptural era, and that he lost the domination of Palestine and Syria in the battle at Mesha. That the Carat poem actually refers to the harassing of Ugarit by Amenhotep II. And that Ugarit was laid waste in the 9th century. The excavators and interpreters found themselves compelled to draw a number of inferences about the historical reappearance of one or another earlier cultural achievement. The sepulchral chambers of Ugarit influenced the architecture of sepulchral chambers on Cyprus, but not until more than half a millennium had elapsed. The naval catalogue of Ugarit reappeared in the epic creations of Homer after an interlude of several centuries. Jewels identical with those of Ugarit were worn by maidens of Jerusalem 600 or 700 years after the destruction of Ugarit. The poetic style and meter, the legal ordinances and sacerdotal practices, even the system of weights, re-emerged after an equally long period. Dividing strokes between written words were introduced into the script of Cyprus some 700 years after the script of Ras Shamra with the same characteristics had fallen into oblivion. In Western Asia Minor, where Homer lived, in the Jerusalem of the prophets, on Cyprus, all around Ugarit, the echo of its culture, its language, and its art returned only after a long period of latency. Retarded echoes are never heard in Egypt. And how could it be otherwise? For the chronology of Ugarit Ras Shamra is constructed to synchronize with the chronology of Egypt. Chapter 6 The Elamarna letters and when they were written AFEW small villages are scattered in the valley by the bank of the Nile where once stood Akhenaton, the place where Aton rises. The site bears a name artificially composed by modern archaeologists, Tel Elamarna. Ruins of temples, palaces, tombs, private dwellings, and workshops of craftsmen have been cleared of the desert sand that buried them for thousands of years. In 1887 state archives were unearthed at Tel Elamarna. A fellow woman digging in her yard turned up some clay tablets with cuneiform signs. The story runs that she sold her find for the equivalent of 2 shillings. Samples sent to the Louvre Museum were pronounced forgeries, but soon the scientific world recognized their genuineness. During the ensuing years a hunt for the clay slabs was undertaken by many archaeologists on behalf of public and private collections. Meanwhile, The tablets had been scattered by unlicensed diggers and dealers in antiquities. Many were damaged, some broken into pieces by unskilled excavation, in the course of transportation, and, it is says, by partition among the clandestine excavators. Up to the present over 360 tablets have been recovered. With the exception of a few single tablets found in Palestine and in Syria, which obviously belong to the same collection, the entire lot is thought to have been found in or near the place recognized as the State Archives of Akhenaten. Only a few tablets contain fragments of epic poems. All the others are letters exchanged between two successive longs of Egypt and their correspondents, the free kings of territories in the Middle East and 24 ages in Chaos Cyprus and various vassal kings and princes or officers in Syria and Palestine. The kings in the north were not subject to the kings of Egypt, and they wrote to my brother and signed themselves thy brother. The kings in Canaan and Syria, however, were under the scepter of the Nile dynasty and wrote to me king, my lord, and signed themselves thy servant. There are also letters addressed to certain dignitaries of the Egyptian court. Letters written by the pharaohs or in their names were obviously copies stored in the archives in order to preserve a record. The language of the tablets, with few exceptions, is Assyro-Babylonian Akkadian, with many words in Assyrian dialect similar to Hebrew. The city of Akhenaten was built by the schismatic king Amenhotep IV, who abolished the cult of Amun of Thebes and introduced the cult of Aton, interpreted as the Solax disk, and who changed his name to Akhenaten. But shortly after his reign the capital city of Akhenaten was abandoned, his religion was stamped as heresy, and his images were mutilated. His son-in-law, the young pharaoh Tutankhamun, reigned briefly in the old capital, Thebes. Then the dynasty became extinct. Akhenaten had a short history of only about 25 years before it was deserted by its inhabitants. The time of the letters can be established with some precision. They were addressed to Namuriya Nayib Muariya, Imuriya, who was Amenhotep III, and to Neferiya Na-Apuriya, Namuriya, who was Amenhotep IV Akhenaten. The letters sent to Amenhotep III were presumably brought to Akhenaten from the archives at Thebes. Long rows of shelves are filled with books and treatises dealing with these letters, which until recently were the most ancient exchange of state letters preserved. The Science of History, it is LR. The translations into German are by Hugo Winkler and by J. A. Knutson. The work of the last-named Scandinavian scientist is of classical value for the study of the Tel El Amarna tablets. The translation into English is B.S.A.B. Mercer 1939. 12 letters found since the publication by Knutson are included in Mercer's English edition. The letters are similarly numbered in Knutson's and Mercer's editions. In this chapter quotations from the letters are taken from the English version of Mercer, the Tel El Amarna Tablets, Toronto, 1939. However, the translations have been checked in Knutson's version. The El Amarna Letters 225 thought is in possession of historical testimony on a period previous to the entrance of the Israelites into Canaan. One of the main objects of investigation was to identify places and peoples named in the letters. In the tablets written by the vassal king of Jerusalem to the pharaoh, repeated mention is made of the Habiru, who threatened the land from east of the Jordan. In letters written from other places, there is no reference to Habiru, but an invasion of Sagas. Sagas is also read ideographically. Habatu and translated cutthroats, pillagers is mentioned over and over again. With the help of various letters it has been established that Habiru and Sagas Habatu were identical. In letters from Syria the approach of the king of Hatti to the slopes of the mountains of Lebanon was reported with terror. The impression received is that these invasions of Habiru from the east and of the king of Hatti from the north menaced Egyptian domination of Syria, a domination which, it was learned, actually ceased shortly after the reign of Akhenaten. In their letters the vassals incessantly ask for help against the invaders and often also against one another. King Akhenaten, the first monotheist in world history /2, did not care for his empire. He was immersed in his dream of a religion of love. Little or no help was sent. The mastery of the Far East over Syria and Canaan was broken, and the control of Egypt over her Asiatic tributary provinces was swept away. The name King of Hatti is generally understood as King of the Hittites. In a later period, that of Seti I and Ramses II of the 19th dynasty, there were great wars between the kings of Hatti and the pharaohs. In a chapter dealing with that period, the history of the forgotten empire of the Hittites will be analyzed. The king of Hatti of the Elamarna period is supposed to have been one of the kings of that forgotten empire. The name Habiru, mentioned in the letters of the king of Jerusalem, became an important issue and gave rise to the following conjecture: these invaders could have been the Hebrews under Joshua drawing near to the borders of Canaan. The Habiru, too, emerged from the desert and approached the land from the other side of Breasted, Weigel, Freud. 226 Ages in Chaos. The Jordan. Arriving at the Promised Land during the time of Amenhotep II and Akhenaten, they were supposed to have left Egypt sometime in the days of Thutmose III or Amenhotep II. This does not seem to be a well-founded construction, because these monarchs were conquerors and despots, too strong to allow the Israelites to put off the yoke of bondage. Other scholars refuse to identify the Israelites with the Habiru because the Hebrews were thought still to have been in Egypt at the time of Akhenaten, and the sole opportunity they would have had to leave would have been during a period of anarchy, when the once powerful dynasty was dying down, or during the interregnum following the extinction of that dynasty. These would have been the only times suitable for the rebellion of the slaves and their departure. In that view, the Habiru came in one of the waves of nomads eager to settle in the land of Canaan. Other waves must have followed, one of them being the Israelites under Joshua ben Nun. In the introductory chapter of this book I dwelt on the various theories relative to the time of the Exodus. There it was explained that a large group of scholars cannot compromise even on an Exodus at the end of the 18th dynasty, but have chosen Ramses II of the 19th dynasty to be the pharaoh of the Exodus, holding the Exodus to be an insignificant event in the history of Egypt. Or they select Ramses to be the pharaoh of oppression and his son Merneptah the pharaoh of the Exodus. As the Elamarna tablets, in the opinion of these scholars, preceded the Exodus, the Habiru could not possibly have been the Israelites. Another link was sought to connect the narrative of the Scriptures with the details unfolded in the letters. A parallel to Joseph was found in the Egyptian courtier of Semitic name and obviously Semitic origin, Dudu, whose memory is preserved not only as the addressee of a few Elamarna letters but also as the owner of a rich sepulchre in Akhenaten. King Akhenaten, desirous of making a special gift to his favorites, presented each with a tomb built during the lifetime of the recipient and engraved with scenes. Mercer, The Tet Elamarna Tablets, pages 510 ff. Barton, Archaeology and the Bible, p. 368. H. Rink, in Zeitschrift für Ägyptische Sprache, LVI 1920, 69-71. Albright, Cuneiform Material for Egyptian Prosopography, Journal of Near Eastern Studies, v. 1946, 22, n. 62, The Elamarna Letters 227 from the life of the king and his family, the owner of the tomb but usually not his family being portrayed as a small figure receiving honors from the king. In the tomb of Dudu there are also figures of Semites rejoicing at Dudu's rewards. A letter written to this Dudu will be quoted later on. Still another resemblance to Joseph was found in the person of Lanhama, for who, according to the references in the Elamarna letters, was an Egyptian chief in charge of the granaries of the state, where grain was bought by the Canaanite princes. There was a famine in the land, and it is an unceasing cry for grain that to hear from the letters of the king of Gubla and Sumer Samora. One further conjecture may be recorded. The visit of Isaac and Rebekah or of Abraham and Sarah to Egypt 5 was linked to some references to a handmaid of the goddess of the city of Gubla and her husband, who were in Egypt. The king of Gubla and Sumer supported the couple in their desire to return to Canaan, if he did not actually ask for their extradition. But the theory identifying the Habiru and the Hebrews was not abandoned. It seemed that otherwise the histories of these two peoples of antiquity, the Egyptians and the Hebrews, who inhabited neighboring countries, would show no connecting link in the course of many hundreds of years of their early history. The other possible link, the Mesha Stele, with which I shall deal later, was also interpreted both in support of and against the Habiru-Hebrew theory. The equation Habiru-Hebrews is still accepted by a large number of scholars. At the time when the Elamarna letters were written, the Israelite nomads of the desert were knocking at the gates of the land which they had come to conquer. Did this opinion contradict the scheme according to which the Israelites were still in bondage under Ramses II? If so, then the conception had to be formulated anew, and the migration of the Hebrews was then supposed to approach Marquardt, Chronologisch Untersuchungen, pp. 35 ff, and Jeremias, Das Alttestament im Licht and S. Alten Orient 2nd Act. Leipzig, 1906, pp. 390 ff. 50 Weber in Ta Nutzon, Die Alarmarna Tafel Leipzig, 1915, p. 1172. 228 Ages in Chaos seated in consecutive stages. Reconciling theories were put forth dividing the Exodus into several successive departures, the Rachel clan and the Leah clan leaving at different times. When the former reached Canaan, the latter was still being oppressed in Egypt and followed later. Another theory had the Josephites coming from Egypt and the Jacobites directly from Mesopotamia. Still another variation had the Jacobites coming from Egypt and the Abrahamites from the north. A further difficulty presented by the equation Habiru Hebrews arose from the fact that no person in the book of Joshua could be identified in the Elamarna letters. When the Israelites entered Canaan, Adonizedek was king of Jerusalem, Hom king of Hebron, Piram king of Jarmuth, Japhia king of Lachish, and Deborah king of Eglon. Joshua 10-3. Among the letters there are a number written by kings of some of these places but not by these kings. Much more important is the fact that there is little similarity in the events described in both sources. The episode of the siege of Jericho, the most remarkable occurrence in the first period of the conquest, is missing in the letters, and Jericho is not mentioned at all. The silence is strange, if the Habiru were the Hebrews under Joshua. No contemporaneous event can be traced in the letters. The pharaohs of the 19th dynasty, Seti and Ramses II, left memorial monuments in Egypt and in Palestine regarding their passage through Palestine as conquerors of the land lost by the pharaohs of the Elamarna period or by their successors. In the books of Joshua and Judges, covering over 400 years, nothing suggests the hegemony of Egypt or her interference in the affairs of Canaan. For all these reasons it seemed too bold to place the story of the conquest by the Hebrews so far back in time. The discussion is still in progress. Some of those who could not accept the theory that the Hebrews had already entered Canaan at the time of Amenhotep III and Akhenaten identified the Habiru as the Apiru, the workers in the Egyptian quarries on the Sinai Peninsula, on their seasonal journey from there to their homes in Lebanon. Others identified them as migrants from the Babylonian district of Apiru. How could the Hebrews have reached Canaan before they left the Elamakna letters 229 Egypt? Or how could they have left their bondage in Egypt before it was weakened? According to Ptolemy chronological scheme, the letters of Elamarna, sent and received by Amenhotep III and Akhenaten, were written, not in 1410 to 1370 as is generally accepted, but in 870 to 840, at the time of King Jehoshaphat in Jerusalem. 6. If this theory is correct, among the tablets of the Elamarna collection we should expect to find letters written by the royal scribes, skilled in cuneiform, in the name of the Israelite kings of Jerusalem and of Samaria. The most prolific writer of letters among Dai princes and chiefs was the king of Sumer Samaria. About 60 letters of his are preserved, 54 of them addressed to the king of Egypt. The Pharaoh even wrote to him, "Thou writest to our enemy more than all the regents." The 360 letters, linking the political past of the great and small nations of the Near East at an important period of remote antiquity, were objects of prolonged study in the interest of Egyptian, Babylonian, Hittite, Syrian, and Canaanite histories. The statement made above as to the time of the letter should not be accepted merely because it fits into a scheme built on other evidences of preceding or following periods. It should be demonstrated with respect to the letters themselves. Besides the scriptures and the Elamarna tablets, two other sources relate to the time of King Jehoshaphat, the stele of King Mesha of Moab and the inscriptions of the Assyrian king, Shalmaneser III. These relics, too, and not the Bible alone, must correspond to the contents of the Elamarna letters, if it is true that Egyptian history must be revised and moved forward more than half a thousand years. Jerusalem, Samaria, and Jezreel. The letters of Elamarna provide us with the names of princes and governors in Syria and Palestine and with the names of cities, and the readers of this chapter are advised to read beforehand I Kings 16-22, H Kings 1-10, and TT Chronicles 16-22. 30 Ages in Chaos. Walled places. Up to now not one of the personal names has been identified, and only several of the geographical names have been traced. I shall identify some important geographical locations and also a series of personal names. Jerusalem of the Elamarna letters could not be misunderstood. There was no difficulty in recognizing it as Jerusalem. The difficulty arose only with respect to the passages in the Scriptures, one according to which the pre-Israelite city was called Salem or Jebus, and not Jerusalem. It was decided that the Elamarna letters exposed the error of these statements. If, however, the Elamarna letters were written in the Israelite period, the above conflict does not exist. Sumer, also Sumer and Gubla, are the most frequently named cities in the Elamarna letters, each being mentioned more than 100 times. Other cities are not mentioned even 10 or 15 times. No king's or prince's name is given for this city Sumer, next to Gubla the most frequently referred to. Despite the distress that came upon her, no letter from there is to be found in the entire Elamarna correspondence. It is obvious from the content of the letters that Sumer was the most important place in Syria-Palestine and apparently also the seat of the deputy administering the region. It was a fortress. A king's palace was there, and the frequent mention of this palace in the letters to the pharaoh gives the impression that it was a well-known building. Sumer or Sumera was Samaria Simron, in Hebrew. It could not be presumed that Sumer was Samaria because it was in the reign of Omri, father of Ahab, that this city was built, and in the period preceding the conquest of Joshua, of course, it had not existed. I Kings 16:24. And he Omri bought the hill Samaria of Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and built on the hill, and called the name of the city which he built, after the name of Shemer, owner of the hill, Samaria. AC Genesis 14-18. Joshua 15-8. 18-28. Judges 19:10-11. I Chronicles 11:4-5. Weber and Newton, Die Elamarna Tafelm, p. 1135. Letter 81. The Elamarna letters 281 since vowels were a late interpolation in the Hebrew Bible, inserted by the Masortes carriers of the tradition over 1,000 years after the Old Testament had been completed. The name Semer can also be read Sumer. Samaria was surrounded by a strong wall, and remnants of it have been unearthed. The city had a magnificent royal palace, and the ruins of it are seen today. The identity of Sumer, and Samaria will be shown in detail in the following pages, which describe the history of the period. Together with Sumer, Gubla is named repeatedly. Evidence has been found in the letters that Gubla was considered heir to Sumer when the city was temporarily occupied by the Syrians. The king of Gubla wrote to the pharaoh in Egypt, letter 85, what was formerly given into Sumera, should now be given into Gubla. There is scarcely a letter of the king of Gubla in which his uneasiness about Sumer does not find expression. He mentioned the name of Sumer or Sumera about 85 times in his letters, besides the numerous times that the city is referred to as King's City or My City. It was assumed that Gubla is Byblos, Kpny in Egyptian, but Gul in Phoenician and Hebrew / the Phoenician city north of Beirut. However, there must have been more than one Gul border in the region of Syria-Palestine. For instance, there is a reference in the Scriptures to Gul in the south of Palestine. 5. It was also asked why the city of Gul-Byblos was changed to Gubla in the Elamarna letters. A few times the Long of Gubla mentioned in his letters the city of Batruna, and it is identified as the ancient Batris. 6. However, Menander, a Greek author, quoted by Josephus, 7 says of Ithabalos Joshua 13-5, Ezekiel 27-9, Psalms 83-7, cf. I Kings 5-18. The Hebrew text. Cr Dasod, Syria, Revue Tart Oriental et Archaeology, IV 1923, 300. Don, Revue Biblique 1908, 509 f. Weber, in Newton, Die Elamarna Tafelm, p. 1165. Against Apian, I. 116. Jewish Antiquities, 8th, 1. 232 Ages in Chaos. Ethbal, the king of Tyre in the 9th century, that it was he who founded the city Botries in Phoenicia. Having been built by the father-in-law of King Ahab, the city Botries could be mentioned in the Elamarna tablets only if the founding of the city preceded the Elamarna age, which complies with the present reconstruction. If Sumer is Samaria, then it is apparent that Gubla is the original name of Jezreel, the other capital in Israel. Omri built Samaria and its palace. Ahab, his son, built his palace in Jezreel, adjacent to the vineyard of Naboth. There Queen Jezebel, the wife of Ahab, later met a violent death. Jezebel Isbel, in the memory of the people the most hated person of the period of the kings, was a daughter of the Sidonian king Ethbal, Kings 16-31. She brought the evil of the heathen into the land, killed the prophets of Yahweh, and persecuted Elijah the Tishbite. Hundreds of prophets of Baal eat at Jezebel's table, Kings 18-19. The king under her influence went and served Baal, and worshipped him, Kings 16-31. Josephus Flavius says that Jezebel built a temple to the deity, whom they call Belus. The king of Gubla wrote in almost all his letters, "May Belit Baalis of Gubla give power." Belit of these letters seems to have been the deity Baaltis, or Belias, whose cult was brought from Phoenicia. 9 Gubla thus appears to have been the original name of the royal resident city you know from the scriptures as Jezreel. King Ahab must have had many wives, for he left 70 sons in Samaria, I Kings 10-1. But the daughter of the Sidonian king was Ahab's chief wife. She exercised charm and influence over him, and he built for her the new residence with her active participation, as the story of Naboth relates. It was not to be expected that Ahab, the apostate, would name the new residence in honor of the persecuted deity, the God of Israel. The Lord will so. It is possible that the name of the new residence was derived from the name of the Phoenician city, dear to the Phoenician princess, now Queen of Israel. It may be surmised, too, that the residence was named in honor of this wife. Josephus, Jewish Antiquities, VHI, 3011, 1. Philo of Byblos, Fragments, 2, 25. The Elamarna Letters 233 Jebel, or Gubla in cuneiform transcription, Isbel Jezebel in the biblical transcription. 10 In the scriptures there is a direct indication that Jezreel was previously called by the name of Queen Jezebel. When her life ended ignominiously, dogs tore her flesh, and the carcass of Jezebel was as dung upon the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, about which they should not say, "This is Jezebel." I Kings St 11. The meaning of the sentence is that the name of the place should be blotted out with the death of the queen, by whose name it had been called. After that the city was given the name of the valley Jezreel. 12 We shall proceed on the assumption that Sumer and Gubla were Samaria and Jezreel in Israel. The two cities were the two capitals of one state. The king of Gubla was worried about his other capital, alternately lost and recovered in incessant wars with the Syrians. When Sumer fell, Gubla became its heir. We thus have the answer to the question why no king of Sumer is mentioned in the Elamarna letters. Although the city is named so often, its king had his residence in Gubla. Possibly some of the letters which bear the usual blessing, "May Belit of Gubla give power," were written from Sumer Samaria. Having raised the curtain on the scene of the main action of the Elamarna period, we must identify the persons on the stage. Key 5 Kings. The longs of the ancient Orient usually bore many names. The letters of Elamarna were addressed to the pharaoh Lemuria, and it is possible that the name Jezebel Isbel is a later form of Zebel. Addition of the I lends to the name an ignominious character of denial or curse, as in the name Ishabad I Samuel 3-21. The King James translation is, "So that they shall not say, this is Jezebel." The site of the resident city of Jezreel has not been established. Its traditional site in the east of the valley disclosed no antiquities. It is probable, rather, that Jezreel is to be looked for in the west of the valley. Ahab, taking a daughter of the Sidonian king to wife, might have been anxious also to have a share in the maritime trade of the Phoenicians. Elijah ran without stopping from Carmel to Jezreel, Kings 18-46. 284 ages in chaos-tid Pharaoh Neferia. Lemuria was Amenhotep III, and Neferia, Amenhotep IV Aldinaton. Egyptian kings regularly had as many as 5 names, one not from the Elamarna letters but from other Egyptian documents. It is known that Lemuria was the throne name of Amenhotep III and Neferia the throne name of Akhenaten. In the letters there is no mention of the names Amenhotep or Akhenaten. The Longs of Jerusalem, as well as the kings of Samaria and Damascus, also had more than one name. 5 different names for Solomon are preserved. 2 King Hezekiah of Jerusalem had 9 names. 8 In view of this practice, there is only a limited chance of finding in the Elamarna letters the names of the kings of Palestine as we know them from the Scriptures. But if the kings had many names, this does not mean that we are free in our choice of substitutes. No doors to indiscriminate identification are opened. The life and wars of the Syrian and Palestinian kings of this period are described with many details in the Scriptures and in the letters. All these details will be placed source against source. At this point in the discussion, show me identification of Abdi-Addu with Jehoshaphat, Rib-Adi with Ahab, and Ben-Hadad with Abdi-Ashur seem arbitrary. I shall be pleased, in the hall of history, crowded with throngs of men from many centuries, I point straightway to certain figures bearing names entirely different from those of the persons we are looking for. They are even said to belong to an age separated by 6 centuries from the time of the persons we are seeking. Even before I have investigated the persons thus without apparent justification singled out, I shall insist on the identification. The searching rod in my hand is the rod of time measurement. I reduce by 6 centuries the age of Thebes and Elamarna, and I find King Jehoshaphat in Jerusalem, Ahab in Samaria, Ben-Hadad in Damascus. If my rod of time measurement does not mislead me, a throne name, a personal name, and epithets, some of them could have been changed during the lifetime of a monarch. Sources are brought together by Ginsburg, Legends, vi. 277, Tractate Sanhedrin 94, a. Jerome on Isaiah 20:1 and 36:1. Ginsburg, Legends, vi. 370. The Elamarna letters 235. They are the kings who reigned in Jerusalem, Samaria, and Damascus in the Elamarna period. The Elamarna letters were written in the days of Amenhotep III and his son Akhenaten, some 70-odd years after Thutmose III had conquered Palestine and sacked the Temple of Kadesh. Having established the contemporaneity of Solomon and Hatshepsut Queen of Sheba, of Rehoboam and Thutmose III Shishak, and of Asa and Amenhotep II Zerah, we are compelled to conclude that the Jerusalem correspondent of Amenhotep III and Akhenaten was King Jehoshaphat. We are no longer free, either to have been wrong up to this point, or the contents of the Elamarna letters will correspond to the scriptural information about the time of Jehoshaphat. We must be sure of this even before we open for the first time the Elamarna tablets. 5 kings, 2 successive kings of Damascus, 1 of Israel, 1 of Judah, and 1 of Moab were the main characters on the stage of the political life of the Egyptian provinces of Syria and Palestine at the time under study. For 2 of them the scriptures retain similar names. Hazael, the king of Damascus, is called Aziru, Azira, or Azara in the Elamarna letters. The king of Moab, Mesha, is called, as we shall see, Mesh in the letters. The name of the king of Jerusalem of the Elamarna letters is read Abdi-Addu. However, the same characters, if regarded as ideographic, permit another reading. At first it was proposed to read it Ebtav the good servant in Hebrew 4 and then Pudi-Heba. 5 others read it Radhapa or Arthahepa. 6 From this fact to see that names written in cuneiform may be read in many ways, and the reading Abdi-Addu is only one surmise among a number of others. 7 It would appear that the original reading Ebtav is preferable. By H. Winkler. Cah Sayce, Records of the Past New Series, 6 vols. London, 1889-93. By A. Gustavs, Die Personennamen in den Tunnefilm Konteltanek Leipzig, 1928, p. 10. By Durai. Heba is presumably the human form of the name of a Hittite deity, Hepa. C.F.B. Meisler, Untersuchungen zur alten Geschichte und Ethnographie Syriens und Parsinas, Agießen, 1930, 37. 7. A name containing the part Heba is known among the officers of King David, Eliab Eli-Heba in H. Samuel 23-32. 236. Ages in chaos. The name of the king of Jerusalem, Jehoshaphat, may not even have been one of his several original names. It could have been a name given him by his people to commemorate his deeds. It means Yahweh is the judge or one who judges in the name of Yahweh. This long sent Levites throughout the cities of Judah with a book of the law of Yahweh to teach the people. II Chronicles 17-9, and a high court for the judgment of Yahweh was established in Jerusalem. II Chronicles 19, 8-10. And Chronicles 19, 5-6. And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Judah, city by city. And said to the judges, Take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for man, but for Yahweh, who is with you in the judgment. He also built a new palace of justice in Jerusalem. II Chronicles 20-5. A king whose endeavor was dedicated to this work might receive in the memory of a nation the agnomen Jehoshaphat. The Talmudic tradition asserts, for instance, that Solomon Peace was a post-mortem name of the king, son of David. The name Rib-Edi, written in ideograms, means the elder brother among the sons of the father, the first part of the name signifying the elder brother or the elder son, and the second part father. It is construed like the Hebrew name Ahab, the first part of which means brother Ah, the second part father Ab. In the correspondence with Egypt, the king of Amuru land was called Abdi-Addu, spelled also Abdu-Astarte, Adra-Astarte. It may be gathered from the letters of the king of Sumer 8 that the seat of the kings of Amuru land, Abdi-Addu and Ejzeru, was in Damascus. Thus Amuru land of the letters is Aram Syria of the scriptural text. That Amuru land means Syria we learn also from an inscription of Shalmaneser III 9. According to Nicholas of Damascus, a historian of the 1st century before the present era, Ben-Hadad was a generic name for the kings of Damascus. 10. Many biblical scholars are also of the opinion that the name Ben-Hadad was a general designation for the kings of letter 107. D.D. Luckenbull, Ancient Records of Assyria, Chicago, 1926-27, I. Sec. 601. The Amorites were a tribe of Syria and Canaan. Josephus, Jewish Antiquities, 6th, 5. The Elamarna Letters 237. Damascus, 11. And historians assume that the king of Damascus, who was Ahab's opponent, was actually called Baridri. He was the leader of a coalition against Shalmaneser III, as you know from an inscription of that Assyrian king. How the name came to be translated Ben-Hadad in the scriptures is uncertain. 12. We shall discover the real Baridri in the Elamarna letters in the person of the commandant of Megiddo. It was the custom to name kings in conformity with the religious worship practiced in their domains. The worship of Astarte and Asheroth in the time of Ben-Hadad is mentioned in the scriptures. 13. The name Abct Astarte was in use in the 9th century. Josephus Flavius, quoting a no longer extant work of Menander of Ephesus, gives a royal list of the Phoenician kings. Hiram, the contemporary of Solomon, had a grandson by the name of Abct Astarte, who at the age of 39 was killed by 4 sons of his nurse. 1. This story may be an echo of the assassination of Ben-Hadad I Kings 8. The scriptural version of the name Hazael, I and R being interchangeable characters, differs from the name in the tablets Azru or Ezra in the aspirate sound H. LS scholars who derived every Hebrew from Habiru should find no difficulty in deriving Hazael from Ezru. Josephus Flavius called Hazael by the name Azaelos. The kings of Jerusalem and of Samaria were hereditary princes. In the Elamarna letters they call themselves Tehidisari, princes or regents. From the context of the letters it is clear that each of them see Jack, Samaria in Ahab's time, pages 119, note 3. Compare Jeremiah 49-27 and Amos 1-4. Jack, Samaria in Ahab's time. See Meyer, Geschichte des Altertwns, N, pt 2 2nd ed. 1931, p. 274, note 2. Pages 332, note 1. Asheroth is usually translated groves, as in I Kings 18-19 the prophets of the groves. On Asherah and Astarte, see Ammon F. Richter, Kypros, The Bible and Homer London, 1893, pp. 141 Fe. Against Apian, I. 122. We have other examples in the scriptures as well as in the letters, where H or KH was often freely added or deleted. Hadaram of the second book of Chronicles II Chronicles 10-18, is called Adaram in the first book of Kings 12-18. Another example is Adkd and Hadad, two transcriptions of the same name like Kings LL, 14ff. Amunira, king of Beirut, in some letters, is Hamuniri of other letters. The sound H in the biblical name Hazael happens to occur in Akkadian as Hazaalu, but the spelling Azaalu, if it occurred, would be quite in accordance with the facts observable in other cases. Professor I. J. Gelb, written communication of May 15, 1951. 238 ages in chaos sat on the throne of his father. The regent king of Samaria recalled to the Pharaoh the time when his father was helped by the Pharaoh's father. And the king of Jerusalem wrote, letter 286, Behold, neither me father nor me mother has put me in this place. The mighty hand of the king has led him into the house of me father. This means that the Pharaoh of Egypt was wont to choose from among the royal princes one to succeed his father, the vassal king. Governors were attached to the regents, the vassal kings, as representatives of the Egyptian crown. One was for northern Syria, with a seat probably at Damascus. Another governor had his seat in Samaria Sumer. We shall meet both of them not only in the letters but also in the scriptures, and we shall recognize them there. In Jerusalem there was no permanent deputy. In one of his letters the king of Jerusalem asked that the deputy of the king, whose seat was in Gaza, be sent to visit Jerusalem. 10 Occasionally a deputy officer did visit Jerusalem. 17 These consular visits by invitation in the absence of a permanent representative of the Egyptian crown suggest that the king of Jerusalem was a vassal with greater independence than the other kings and chiefs. Although the kings of Jerusalem and Samaria were themselves vassals, they had their own tributaries. The king of Jerusalem received homage and tribute in silver and cattle from the kings of Arabia and from the Philistines II Chronicles 17-11. The king of Moab, Mesha, was tributary to Samaria II Kings 3-4. In the Elamarna letters we shall often meet the rebel Mesh. His name is mentioned so frequently that it was thought to be a grammatical form indicating a group. We shall readily see that Amzigag Mesh, in the singular, was the rebel Mesh, the rebellious king of Moab, and the Meled Gaz Mesh were the people of the rebel Mesh or the Moabites. Unlike the kings, other persons on the historical scene generally had but one name. The names of the Egyptian military governors letter 287. Letter 289. The Elamarna letters 239 and those of the army chiefs in Judah, as well as several other names, are similar in the Elamarna letters and in the Bible. The similarity or identity of the names is corroborated by the identity of the functions of their bearers, as presented in the scriptures and in the letters. Not only can the personages in Judah, Israel, Moab, and Syria be traced in the books of Kings and Chronicles and in the letters of Elamarna. The names of the rulers of the tiny kingdoms in Syria also may be compared in the Elamarna letters and in the inscriptions of Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, who lived in the time of Jehoshaphat and Ahab. Both sources, the Elamarna letters and the inscriptions of the Assyrian king, are written in the same characters, cuneiform. Later in this discourse on the Elamarna letters the participants in the war of resistance against the invader from the north will be identified. The letters of Jehoshaphat's captains. King Jehoshaphat had 5 captains at the head of his army. And Chronicles 17:14-19, and these are the numbers of them according in obeisance to the house of their fathers, of Judah, the captains of thousands. Adnah the chief, and with him mighty men of valor 300,000. And next to him was Jehoiakim the captain, and with him 280,000. And next to him was Amaziah the son of Zichri, who willingly offered himself unto the Lord. And with him 200,000 mighty men of valor. And of Benjamin, Eliada a mighty man of valor, and with him armed men with bow and shield 200,000. And next to him was Jehozabad, and with him 180,000 ready prepared for the war. These waited on the king, besides those whom the long put Ira the fenced cities throughout all Judah. The phrase, in obeisance to the houses of their fathers, 7 is of essential value. It points to the existence of a feudal system at that time, in which rank in the army was hereditary, passing from father 240 ages in chaos to son. We shall find in the next generation the names of the captains Ishmael, the son of Jehohanan, and Elishaphat, the son of Zachary, when the number of men under each of the 5 chiefs might mean that in their feudal districts there were 1, 2, or 300,000 men fit for conscription. However, another explanation is possible, and it is presented in one of the following sections. The Elamarna letters offer rich material on the feudal system in Judah at that time. We identify letters written by 3 of the 5 military chiefs of Jehoshaphat. Their position as military chiefs is the same in the letters as in the Book of Chronicles. Their names are easily recognizable. A slight variation in one of the names has a connotation that will lead us to reflection on the development of religion in Judah and on the reform that took place shortly after the death of Jehoshaphat. Adad-Adani, also spelled Adad-Adani of the Elamarna letters, is called in the scriptures Adad-Addu, but the inscription of Shamash Edam, who became the Assyrian king after Shalmaneser in 825, contains a reference to a gift he received from Adad-Adani, prince of Gaza Azadi. 8. The son of Zuru of the Elamarna letters is called the son of Zachary in the Bible. 4. La-Hosea of the Elamarna letters is La-Hosea Jehoshaphat in the scriptures. These officers were really important chiefs of the army, as the pharaoh corresponded directly with them. Yet in their letters the expressions of obeisance disclosed their more subordinate role and differed from those in the letters of the king in Jerusalem. In keeping with his position as chief among the captains, Adad-Adani carried on an extensive correspondence with the pharaoh, and 4 of his letters, written at length, are preserved. From them H. Chronicles 23:1. In the form Adna, the divine name Abdi-Addu of Dan is mutilated. This mutilation was probably the work of the holy penman, who would not admit that a man close to the pious Jehoshaphat had borne the name of Adad-Adani. Luckenbull, Records of Assyria, I. 6 722. Mesha Stele Elamarna Tablets, pages 375, note relates Azadi to Gaza Atha in Hebrew. II Chronicles 17-16. The Elamarna letters 241. We learn the complicated system in which a chief was bound directly to the pharaoh, to the local deputy of the pharaoh, and to Tai King Regent in Jerusalem. The pharaoh wrote to Adad-Adani, letter 294, "Hearken to thy deputy and protect the cities of the king, thy lord, which are in thy care." Adad-Adani replied with assurances of his loyalty, letter 292, "Thus saith Adad-Adani, thy servant. I have heard the words, which the long, my lord, has written to his servant, protect thy deputy and protect the cities of the king, thy lord. Behold, I protect, and, behold, I hearken day and night to the words of the king, my lord. And let the king, my lord, pay attention to his servant." After this introduction he reported on local affairs, on preparations to meet the archers of the king, on caravans, on conflicts between them and a deputy, on a garrison he had placed in Jaffa, and so on. The same words were written to the son of Zuru, "Protect the cities of the king which are in thy care." This order is repeated in the reply of the son of Zuru. The custom of repeating in epistles whole sentences from the letter being answered resulted in the preservation of valuable items out of lost tablets of the Elamarna period. The first name of the writer is not preserved, only his second name, of Zuru. 5. In the scriptural list of the 5 chiefs of Jehoshaphat, only one is called by the name of his father, Amaziah, son of Zachary. It is interesting to note that in the Elamarna letters also, only in the case of the son of Zuru is the name of his father attached. The scriptural text explains the distinction. Zachary sacrificed himself willingly to God. His descendants were honored by the name sons of Zachary. I Chronicles 17-16. 23-1. Zachary of the Masoretic Bible is Zuru of the Elamarna letters. Amaziah, the son of Zachary, is the son of Zuru, the captain who wrote to the pharaoh on matters relating to the security of his district. 6. Letter 334. Letter 335. 242 Ages in Chaos. La-Hosea Jehoshaphat of the second book of Chronicles is called La-Hosea in the letters he wrote to the pharaoh. These few short letters are acknowledgments of Pharaoh's orders. The place from which they were written is not indicated, but they were written from southern Palestine. In the second book of Chronicles 17:18 it is said that he was a chief in the land of Benjamin. La-Hosea is mentioned as the last among the 5 military chiefs of Jehoshaphat's kingdom. He does not enter into discussions with the Pharaoh, nor does he give advice like the first in rank among the captains, but as a good soldier he accepts and acknowledges the orders of the Pharaoh. Here is one of his stereotyped letters, Letter 275, to the king: My lord, my gods, my son, say, Thus saith La-Hosea, thy servant, the dust of thy feet, at the feet of the king, my lord, my gods, my son, 7 times and 7 times I fall down. The word which the king, my lord, my gods, my son, has spoken to me, verily, I will execute it for the king, my lord. The areas of administration of Judah and Benjamin, as they were divided among the chiefs and the sari of the cities, may be determined approximately by the combined information of the Elamarna letters and the Scriptures. In Nutzon's edition and also in Mercer's, the Elamarna letters are ordered according to the geographical location of their writers, the correspondence from the north preceding those from the south. It is to the credit of the industrious work of Nutzon that the letters of Adad-Adani, son of Zuru, and La-Hosea are placed next to the letters of the king of Jerusalem. Thus he correctly located these correspondents in the southern part of Palestine. Adaiah, the deputy. We have in chapter 23 of 2 Chronicles a list of the chiefs in the 16th year after Jehoshaphat. Instead of Amaziah, son of Zichri, Elishaphat, son of Zidri, served. Ishmael, son of Jehohanan, replaced his father as one of the chiefs of the army. As previously, the Elamarna letters 243 stated, the post of chief passed from father to son and from one brother to another, clearly marking it as a feudal institution. In that 16th year after Jehoshaphat there was a chief named Massa, son of Adaiah. Adaiah must have lived in the days of Jehoshaphat and must have been in the service of the king. The Elamarna letters give us a clue to his role. He was apparently the king's deputy in Edom, adjacent to Benjamin, and for some time also had charge over the gateway of Gaza through which traffic with Egypt was maintained. In the Scriptures it is said that in the time of Jehoshaphat there was then no king in Edom, a deputy was king. I Kings 22-47. This land was under the control of the king of Jerusalem and was a dependency of Judah. I Chronicles 21-8. 4 times Adaiah's name is mentioned in 3 passages in the letters of the king of Jerusalem. Letter 285, Adaiah, the deputy of the king Pharaoh. Letter 287. Adaiah has departed together with the garrison of the officers which the king had given. Let the king know that Adaiah has said to me, verily, let him depart. 1 Letter 89, the garrison which thou hast sent, Adaiah has taken and placed in his house in Hazadi. These letters inform us that Adaiah was a deputy of the Pharaoh, and that he was subordinate to the long regent in Jerusalem. 2 The deputy in Edom, a dependent land of Judah, was actually subordinate to the king of Jerusalem. City princes. The list of the 5 chiefs of Jehoshaphat, as given in 2 Chronicles, ended with the passage, these waited on the king. His transliteration, Nutzon gives these varying spellings of the name. In letter 254 it is said that Dumuya was entrusted to Adaiah. Does this name mean an individual, or could it stand for Duma in Ser, or Edom? Isaiah 21-11. 244 ages in chaos beside those whom the king put in the fenced cities throughout all Judah. Jehoshaphat sent Levites to these city princes to guide them spiritually. Chronicles 17-7. Also in the 3rd year of his reign he sent to his princes, even to Ben-Hail, and to Obadiah, and to Zechariah, to teach in the cities of Judah. A city prince whose name was Vidia wrote to the Pharaoh from Askelon in southern Palestine. 7 tablets in the Elamarna collection are signed with his name. His domain was confined to a single city. Accordingly, Vidia wrote, Letter 320, I protect the place of the king, which is in my care. Letter 326, I protect the city of the king, my lord. Vidia received a deputy from the Pharaoh and prepared a tribute for him. In Egypt the monarch was deified as the incarnation of the god, the son of the sun, and the sun itself. in accordance with Egyptian religious beliefs. The subordinate chiefs in the tributary lands addressed the pharaoh thus: "To the king, my lord, my God, my son, the sun in heaven." So wrote also Vidia from Askelon. The idolatry and pagan influence made the cities around Jerusalem halt between two opinions, to use Elijah's expression. It was therefore necessary to undertake the task of enlightening the people, and Jehoshaphat went out again through the people from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back unto the Lord God of their fathers. II Chronicles 19-4. These efforts met with only partial success, as the Scriptures acknowledge. Yet the people had not prepared their hearts unto the God of their fathers. II Chronicles 20-33. Amon, the governor of Samaria in the Syrian and Palestinian realms, the sovereign of Egypt, kept his deputies at the side of the regent Longs. The deputy in Sumer during the first part of Rib-Add's reign was, according to the Amarna letters 245 Amarna letters, Amenappa. In a letter from the king of Sumer to Amenappa it is says, Letter 73, "Thou knowest my attitude, whilst thou wast in Sumera, that I was thy faithful servant." We meet this governor in the second book of Chronicles. And Chronicles 18-25. Then the king of Israel said, "Take thou Micaiah the prophet, and carry him back to Amon the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son." Because of his position the name of Amon, the governor, was placed before that of the prince of royal blood. That he was an Egyptian is implied by his name, which is the holy name of an Egyptian deity. After his return to Egypt, Amon was regarded by the king of Sumer Samaria as a friend and as an advocate of his cause before the pharaoh, and was recommended as an expert in the military and political matters of Sumer. The king of Sumer wrote to the pharaoh, Letter 74, "Verily, Amenappa is with thee. Ask him. He knows that and has seen the distress which oppresses me." He asked Amenappa to come again to Sumer and to bring archers with him. Letter 77, "Hast thou not said to thy lord that he sends thee at the head of the archers?" The king of Sumer was very intimate with the deputy of the pharaoh. In another letter he wrote, Letter 93, "One come to thee, thou didst write to me. Hear me. Say to the king to give to thee 300 people." In all these matters the vassal king and the governor exchanged advice and expressed their common concern for Sumer Samaria. Amenappa, as the letters show, was opposed to the policy of supporting the king of Damascus. In the Scriptures, too, Amon, the one Amon was also the name Cf the son of Manasseh, king of Jerusalem, in the 7th century. II Chronicles 33, 20-25. Of Manasseh it is said that he made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to II Chronicles 33-9. 246 ages in chaos. Governor of Samaria, by imprisoning the prophet who warned against making war on the king of Damascus, too showed his endorsement of the policy of regaining the lost cities by arms. In the time of the Amarna correspondence, Amenappa was an aged man. He did not live until the end of that period. 3. The king of Sumer Samaria, who for some time had heard nothing from Amenappa in Egypt, wrote to him affectionately, "If thou art dead, I shall die, too." 4. To Amenappa, "My father, thus said Rib-Addi, thy son," wrote the king of Sumer Samaria. This expression of respect is preserved in dialogues of the same period, as recorded in the Scriptures. The king of Samaria spoke similarly to Elisha, "My father." II Kings 6-21. The title by which the governor, Amon, is known in the Scriptures, Sar, is often applied to dignitaries in the Amarna letters. In the Scriptures the name of the governor of Samaria is given as Amon. In the Amarna letters the governor of Sumer was Amenappa. They were the same person. The first siege of Samaria by the king of Damascus, the kings of Judah and Israel were loyal to the Egyptian crown. But the king of the Syrian kingdom used the balance of strength in the north and the south to increase his domain. 1 Kings 22, 26-27. Better 106, there is hostility against Sumer. And verily, its deputy is now dead. Letter 87. Early in the century until Tanakh, the biblical Tanakh, on the hills in the region of the Esdraelon Valley, a few tablets written in cuneiform were found. They are very similar to those of the Amarna collection. In one of them a governor by the name of Amon-Hazir exacted tribute from the local mayor Eselin, Teltarnik, Denkschrift der Akademie der Wissenschaften, Philosophische Bas, Volume 50 Vienna, 1904. The Waiting of Amen-Hazir was revised by Albright to Amen-Hat, Governor of Palestine, Zeitschrift für Ägyptische Sprache und Alteriumskund, LX1I 1927, 63f. His reading was accepted by A. Gustavs, Die Personennamen in den Tunnelfeld von Teltarnik, p. 26. Albright made a surmise that this governor was the future pharaoh Amenhotep II. The Elamarna letters 247. The letters of Abdi-Addu Ben-Hadad of Damascus were humbled despite or because of his treacherous intentions. The usual form of respectful address toward a potentate was, "I fall down 7 and 7 times to the feet of my lord." To this the king of Damascus usually added when writing to the pharaoh, "Thy servant and the mud of thy feet, thy dog." According to the scriptures, Ben-Hadad, the king of Damascus, was a descendant of Rezon, who fled from his lord and gathered men unto him, and became captain over a band. And they went to Damascus and reigned in Damascus. 1. The king of Sumer Samaria and other vassal kings called the king of Damascus the slave. Letter 71. What is Abdi-Addu, the servant, the dog, that he should take the land of the king to himself? What is his family? From the days of Rezon on, in consequence of Damascus politics, which encouraged a spirit of rivalry between Israel and Judah, these two countries continued to be hostile to each other. Baasha, king of Israel, built Ramah against Judah and threatened her. Asa, king of Judah, sent presents to Ben-Hadad, and Ben-Hadad turned against Baasha and smote Ijon, and Dan, and Abel-Beth-Maachah, and all Cinneroth, with all the land of Naphtali. Kings 15-20. Judah took Mount Ephraim. H. Chronicles 17-2. This happened 2 generations after Solomon and a few decades before the Elamarna period. The new dynasty of Omri at its beginning strengthened the kingdom of Israel. It was the time when the Egyptian hegemony over Palestine had been re-established by Thutmose IV, the father of Amenhotep III. In the time of Ahab, the son of Omri, Ben-Hadad II renewed hostilities and arranged a coalition of chieftains depending on him. IKDS-TGS 20-1. And Ben-Hadad the king of Syria gathered all his hosts together, and there were 32 kings with him, and horses and chariots. I Kings 11, 23-24. The opponent of Ahab is generally regarded as a son of Ben-Hadad I, the adversary of Baasha, and therefore is named Ben-Hadad I. 248 Ages in Chaos. In the letter of the king of Sumer Samaria we find a complaint, letter 90. All the major chieftains are one with Abdi-Addu. The king of Damascus laid siege to Samaria. I Kings 20-1. And he Ben-Hadad went up and besieged Samaria, and warred against it. This campaign opened a long series of sieges, battles, short truces, and renewed oppressions that occupied the period described in the last 6 chapters of the first book of Kings and the first 9 chapters of the second book. Hostility against Sumer has become very great is repeated in several letters from the king of Sumer Samaria. The time was opportune. The land of Israel was visited by drought. National feeling in the 10 tribes was dwindling. The worship of pagan images laid the northern kingdom open to the spiritual influences of the surrounding nations. Religious ties between Samaria, Adad, and Damascus melted away the frontiers. Even the prophets Elijah from Gilead and Elisha, his successor, intervened in the state affairs of Damascus, visited there and were visited by people from there. In the state of spiritual and material decline, the land of Samaria was a prey to the shrewd warrior and politician of Damascus. All the lands as far north as the Orontes flows were the lands of the king, the lord, the pharaoh of Egypt. But this circumstance did not prevent the Damascene from seeking to extend his domain. He was aware that the approach of the king of Assyria along the valley of the Orontes provided him with a chance to play a double game. He knew that the Egyptian king would not like to see him desert and openly go over to the war-minded Assyrians, the conquerors who pounded at the strongholds of northern Syria without declaring war on Egypt. The hazardous policy of the king of Damascus looked for a victim. Samaria was marked to be the first, and it was put under siege. King Ahab asked a prophet whence help would come. The young men of the governors of the provinces would put the Syrians to the Elamarna letters 249 flight, was the answer. I Kings 20-14. What did this mean? Why should the Syrian host be afraid of the governor's guard if they were not afraid of the king's army? In the battle at the wall of Samaria, 232 young men of the governors of the provinces, leading Samaria's small garrison, put the Syrians to flight. The answer may be found in the letters. The king of Sumer and Gubla Jezreel, in his letters to the Pharaoh and also to the governors, repeatedly asked that small detachments of archers be sent him. One such letter was quoted in the previous section. The governor was asked to send 300 people to relieve the city. The bearers of the emblem of the Egyptian state, the young men of the governors of the provinces, were a kind of gendarmerie attached to the governors of the Pharaoh. These small detachments numbered tens, seldom hundreds, of men. In executing their duty, they were rebacked by the regular troops of Egypt, and their appearance at the place of dispute between the vassals of the Egyptian crown heralded a definite decision on the part of the Pharaoh to support one of the rivals with arms. The impatience with which such a detachment for the relief of Samaria was awaited is reflected in the following passage from a letter of the king of Sumer to Hiah, a dignitary in Egypt, letter 71. Why hast thou held back and not said to time long that he should send archers that they may take Sumura? What is Abdi-Addu, the servant, the dog, that he should take the land of the long to himself? Send him 50 pairs of horses and 200 infantry. Tell the archers, go forth. Ben-Hadad boasted of his troops that the dust of Samaria would not suffice for handfuls for all the people that followed him. I Kings 20-10. The victory over this army was accomplished when the representatives of the suzerainty appeared at the head of the defenders of Samaria. I Kings 20-19. So these young men of the governors of the provinces came out of the city, and the army which followed them. 21. And the king of Israel went out, and smote the horses and chariots, and slew the Syrians with a great slaughter. 250 ages in chaos. The young men of the governors were the soldiers of the Pharaoh. Letter 129a. Who can stand against the soldiers of the king Pharaoh? Later on, when again pressed by the army of Damascus, the king of Sumer Samaria recalled this or a similar event. Letter 121. I have written to the palace, send archers. Have they not formerly regained the lands for the king? And similarly he wrote in another letter of that later period, letter 132, formerly Abdi-Addu opposed me, and I wrote to thy father, send royal archers. And the whole land will be taken in a few days. Once more he recalled this memorable event, and his words accord with the story in the scriptures. Letter 138, when Abdi-Addu conquered Sumer, I protected the city by my own hand. I had no garrison. But I wrote to the king, my lord, and soldiers came and they took Sumer. The capture and release of the king of Damascus by the king of Samaria. 1 year after the young men of the governors of the provinces freed Samaria from the siege, Ben-Hadad came once more against the king of Israel and was met by the defenders on the plain of Aphek. The children of Israel pitched before them like two little flocks of kids. But the Syrians filled the country. I Kings 20-27. The dreadous army inspired arose from its multitude. We read in the El-Amr letters that it was composed of wild and irregular troops. In the battle the Syrians were once more defeated, and Ben-Hadad fled to Aphek and hid. His servants said to him, the kings of the house of Israel are merciful kings. Go out to the king of Israel. Then they came to the king of Israel, and said, Thy servant Ben-Hadad saith, I pray thee, let him live. And he said, Is he yet alive? He is my brother. Now the men did diligently observe, and did hastily catch it, and they said, Thy brother Ben-Hadad. The El-Amr letters 251. Then he said, Go ye, bring him. Then Ben-Hadad came forth to him. And he caused him to come up into the chariot. And Ben-Hadad said unto him, The cities, which my father took from thy father, I will restore. And thou shalt make streets for thee in Damascus, as my father made in Samaria. Then said Ahab, I will send thee away with this covenant. So he made a covenant with him, and sent him away. I Kings 20:31-34. From this story you learn that Ben-Hadad was defeated and captured but released. A covenant was concluded with him. The Syrians had built a part of Samaria. There was a dispute between the Syrians and the Israelites about a number of cities. It appears that in the letters of the king of Sumer we have references to all these events, some of which happened only a few years before the date of the correspondence. In the times of distress and oppression that came later, the king of Sumer, remembering these better days, wrote to the Pharaoh, letter 127, when, formerly, Abdi-Addu marched up against me, I was mighty. But, behold, now my people are crushed. Looking for help from the Pharaoh against La-Hosea, the son of Abdi-Addu Ben-Hadad, when he recalled the capture of the king of Damascus, letter 117, if many words were regarded, then Ezra would truly be captured even as his father. Ben-Hadad was captured and released, letter 117, Abdi-Addu, with all that belongs to him, was not then taken, as I have said. The treaty, the covenant with Ben-Hadad, was made at a time when the Syrian was defeated. A prophet, distressed by the credulity of the king of Samaria, disguised himself as a wounded warrior, stopped the king on the road, and said to him, Thy life shall go for his Ben-Hadad's life, and thy people for his people. I Kings 20-42. This scriptural prophecy was fulfilled. We read the complaints of the king of Sumer that he is oppressed by the king of Damas, one that Hazael was a son of Ben-Hadad, see infra. 252 ages in chaos Cus, whom he once released. He even contemplates a new covenant with the king of Damascus, this time himself the humble partner, letter 83, Why hast thou held back, so that thy land is taken? I have written for a garrison and for horses, and they were not given. Send an answer to me. Otherwise I will make a treaty with Abdi-Addu. Then should I be rescued. He was in the position of the once wretched king of Damascus, who, when vanquished, asked for a treaty of peace. The covenant, concluded after the battle of Aphek, which was made in favor of Israel, endured for 3 years, and they continued 3 years without war between Syria and Israel. I Kings 22-1. Then hostilities between Samaria and Damascus were renewed. The war, which started with the siege of Samaria, was continued at Aphek, and after a truce of 3 years, broke out again at Ramoth-Gilead. Accordingly, the king of Sumer Samaria wrote, 3 times, these years, has he Abdi-Addu opposed me. 2 ships, chieftains, or legions? In the Elamarna letters a word recurs frequently which in some places fits in the text and in others does not. It is the word elip, translated a ship. This translation is appropriate in the letter of the king of Tyre, who wrote that the king of Beirut left in a ship, and in the letter of the king of Sumer Samaria, who asked that supplies be sent to him in ships. In the 9th century Palestine Trecl to maintain the maritime traditions of the preceding century. Jehoshaphat ventured to repeat Solomon's undertaking and build ships in Ezion-Geber on the Aqaba Gulf of the Red Sea in order to send them to Tarshish. I Chronicles 20-35 f. An enterprise that ended disastrously before it had scarcely begun when a storm, so sudden in this gulf, smashed the fleet. The Phoenician cities of Tyre, Sidon, and Beirut maintained letter 85. The Elamarna letters 253 their maritime traffic down to a much later age. To translate Elip as ship in the above examples is undoubtedly correct. The reading ships might even be correct in connection with an inland region of Palestine if there was at that time navigation on the Jordan, as Strabo XVI, 2, described it later, or on the Sea of Galilee. But in some cases one finds ships traveling on dry land, and performing other acts for which a vehicle of transportation on water is not suited. For example, the Elip are said to have penetrated into Amorru land and conspired with the killers of Abdi-Addu. In the Hebrew language there is a word il for aleph, lamed, fi, derived from the Syrian and meaning a ship. An old Hebrew word aleph, also aleph, lamed, fi, means a prince, lord of a clan, head of a family. It seems Tom that Elip in the Elamarna letters must sometimes signify chieftain or the head of a small tribe. One or another city mentioned in the Elamarna letters and presumed to be a harbor need not necessarily be a maritime city or a lake city just because Elip arrived there and did something. In these instances the word is misunderstood by modern scholars, but they can be comforted by the fact that a similar mistake was committed by the penman, who, in writing the annals of this period, used old chronicles. When Ben-Hadad with his captains fled from the battlefield of Aphek into that city, A part of the city wall collapsed and fell upon 20 and 7,000 men. I Kings 20-30. This sounds like sheer exaggeration. Aphek was not such a large city, and tens of thousands of persons would hardly be killed by a falling wall. Now Eleph again Aleph, lamed, Phi 1,003 and Aleph is, as I have mentioned, a chieftain. It will be remembered that in the description of the feudal domains of the 5 chiefs of Jehoshaphat it was said that one had under him 300,000 men of valor, a second, 280,000, and so on. Although at the time of David men available for conscription in Judah numbered 503, see Levi, Wurtebig Berdai Talmudim und Midrashim. 3 Abid. Fl Sarhar Aleph is a captain over 1,000. It might have been the progeny of Aleph, chieftain. 254 ages in chaos 1,000, and in Israel 800,000. 4 and 1 century later Asa commanded over 300,000 from Judah and 280,000 from Benjamin. Nevertheless, it seems that the passage about the chiefs of Jehoshaphat would better reflect the military might of the Palestine princes of that age if it were read as follows: Adnah the chief, and with him mighty men of valor 300 chieftains. And next to him was Jehohanan the captain, and with him 280 chieftains / and so on. There is contemporaneous evidence that feudal domains were reckoned by the number of chieftains or heads of communities. Mesha wrote on a stele, and the chiefs of Daban were 50, for all Daban was obedient to me. And I reigned over 100 chiefs in the cities which I added to the land / thousands in the biblical story of the disaster at Aphek, and probably also in the passage about the chiefs of Jehoshaphat, and ships in a number of the Elamarna letters, must be revised, and chieftains or heads of communities substituted, thus making the passages in the letters and the scriptures reasonable. The king of Samaria seeks an ally against the king of Damascus because of one of the cities in dispute. The truce was broken. I Kings 22-3. And the king of Israel said unto his servants, Know ye that Ramoth in Gilead is ours, and we be still, and take it not out of the hand of the long of Syria? The dispute over the cities of Israel, captured by the king of Damascus, is recorded scores of times in the Elamarna letters. According to the scriptures, in the beginning these cities were Ijon, and Dan, and Abel Beth-Maachah, and all Sinneroth, with all the land of Naphtali. I Kings 15-20, cities of Israel / which the king of Damascus smote in days gone by. Later, other territory was added to that gained by the king of Damascus. I Samuel 24-9. The Elamarna letters 255. Abdi-Addu, the dog, he seeks to take all cities, wrote the king of Sumer Samaria. Letter 81. Let the king, my lord, know that powerful is the hostility of Abdi-Addu, and that he has taken Almi's cities to himself. The king of Sumer Samaria looked for an ally to recover these lost cities. He thought that if one of the king regents would side with him he would be able to return blow for blow and expel the bands of Syrians. Letter 85. If one regent would make common cause with me, then I would drive Abdi-Addu out of Amuri. I Kings 22-4. And he said unto Jehoshaphat, Wilt thou go with him to battle to Ramoth Gilead? At that time Governor Amenappa was in Samaria. A prophet admonished the kings of Jerusalem and Samaria not to go to war against the king of Damascus. The prophet was turned over to the governor. I Kings 22-36. King Jehoshaphat, at the beginning of his reign, strengthened himself against Israel, and he placed forces in all the fenced cities of Judah and in the cities of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken. I Chronicles 17-2. Later he concluded peace with Israel and agreed to join Ahab in his campaign against the king of Damascus at Ramoth Gilead. He felt that the Syrian was growing too strong and that the day might come when he would threaten Jerusalem too. Possibly, also, he wished to make amends for the sin of his father Asa, who had called the king of Damascus to his assistance when defending his land against Baasha of Israel. The two kings joined forces and met their enemy at Ramoth Gilead. In the course of the battle a chance arrow struck King Ahab or Jehoram, two versions of the scriptures with the story of this first battle of Ramoth Gilead. We reached the period during which the Elamarna letters were written. The king who wrote more than 60 of the extant letters called himself if 256 ages in chaos. The reading is correct. Rib-Adi. Was their author the scriptural Ahab or Jehoram, Ahab's son? They were written in the latter part of Jehoshaphat's reign in Jerusalem, and their contents accord with the events of that time. According to the more expanded version of the story in the Scriptures, Ahab died from the wound he received in the battle at Ramoth-Gilead. Ahaziah, his son, followed him on the throne of Israel, reigning for 2 years. After the death of Ahaziah, Joram, his brother, reigned. The less amplified but probably older version in the Scriptures implies that Ahab was apparently only wounded at Ramoth-Gilead and reigned 9 years longer. The beginning of the reign of Joram in Israel is recorded in 2 contradictory statements, and Kings 1-17, and Joram reigned in his Ahaziah's stead in the 2nd year of Joram the son of Jehoshaphat king of Judah. And Kings 3-1. Now Joram the son of Ahab began to reign over Israel in Samaria in the 18th year of Jehoshaphat of Judah. 1 Jehoshaphat ruled for 25 years. 2 The difference in these 2 statements consists of 9 years, the last 7 years of Jehoshaphat and the first 2 years of his son's reign. 8 The inconsistent records of course presented difficulties to chronologists and exegetes. The question under discussion, which was only a chronological difficulty, becomes a problem of importance for the study of Palestinian history in the period of the Amarna letters, for it was during these 9 years that the major part of the letters was written. The problem, it should be made clear, does not result from a comparison of the Scriptures with the Amarna letters, but from the divergencies in the scriptural texts. The Amarna letters will have to help in clarifying the question at issue. If, during the last 7 years of the reign of King Jehoshaphat, Joram reigned in Israel, it would also be he who wrote the 65 letters preserved in the Amarna archives. But if the other A's, see also II Kings 8-16 and Chronicles 20-31. The same discrepancy of 9 years exists in the records of the reigns of Bosna and Asa. The Amarna letters 257 version of the 2nd book of Kings is correct, and during the last 7 years of King Jehoshaphat's reign King Ahab still reigned in Israel. Then he must have been the author of the letters, and the events of these 7 or 9 years must have occurred in his time. Ahab, dying 1 or 2 years after Jehoshaphat, would have met with the experiences ascribed to his son Joram. He would not have died at the hand of one of Ben-Hadad's archers, but would only have been wounded and would have survived Ben-Hadad. Similarly, the rebellion of Mesha, king of Moab, would not have taken place after the death of Ahab but after his defeat at Ramoth-Gilead. The description of the battle at Ramoth-Gilead gives one the feeling that the hand of a later scribe tried to mingle different sources. Having been wounded by an archer, Ahab said unto the driver of his chariot, "Turn thine hand, and carry me out of the host. For I am wounded." This indicates that the wounded Ahab abandoned the field of battle. But the next passage contradicts this, and the battle increased that day, and the king was stayed tip in his chariot against the Syrians, and died at even, and the blood ran out of the wound into the midst of the chariot. I Kings 22. This story closes a chapter of the drama known as the crime of Ahab, whose wife, Jezebel, gave him the vineyard of Naboth adjacent to his palace in Jezreel to build there a garden of herbs. When Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard to take possession of it, Elijah the Tishbite came to meet him there. And Ahab said to Elijah, "Hast thou found me, O mine enemy?" And the feared man answered, "I have found thee. Hast thou killed and also taken possession? In the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine. The dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel." I Kings 21. In accordance with this curse, after the battle of Ramoth-Gilead one washed the chariot in the pool of Samaria. And the dogs licked up his Ahab's blood. And they washed his armor, according unto the word of the Lord which he spake. I Kings 22. But the story of the meeting of the seer with the king had a sequel. When Ahab heard the words of the prophet, he rent his clothes and put sackcloth on his body, and fasted and went softly. 258 ages in chaos. And Elijah the Tishbite heard the word of the Lord, "Seest thou how Ahab humbleth himself before me? Because he humbleth himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house." And what about the pardon? Ahab humbled himself, and the misfortune fated for his lifetime was postponed to the next generation. But in spite of this, did the evil overtake him? The effort of the scribe to unify the diverse elements was unsuccessful, as there are inconsistencies in the text. This editor of the books of Kings was helpless in the face of two different versions, and while giving preference to the tradition that Joram was king in Israel during the last 7 years of Jehoshaphat, he did not suppress the other version, but in describing the history of the period, he evaded the issue by writing in a number of chapters the impersonal and indefinite king of Israel. Already in the story of the battle at Ramoth-Gilead, every time the king of Jerusalem is referred to, he is called by name, Jehoshaphat, but the king of Samaria is referred to 15 times as king of Israel, and the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, and the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat. In the body of the story the name of Ahab is not mentioned. Again, in the war against Moab, the king of Jerusalem is repeatedly called by name, but not the icing of Israel, so the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat. Only the introductory remark informs us that Joram is intended. In the story of Naaman's healing there is but the recurrent TDNG of Israel and no name. Neither does the story O attempts against the life of the king of Israel contain his name. In the long story of the second siege of Samaria, when the king met the mother who killed her child, and in the story of the rescue from this siege, not once does the name of the king accompany the phrase king of Israel. This is singular in the books of Kings and Chronicles. The annals, the books of Kings and Chronicles, were composed during and after the exile in Babylon, since the exile is narrated in Chronicles and the return from the exile in Kings. The editor of Kings indicated that his work was a compilation by referring to the book of the Chronicles of the Icings of Israel / which seems to have been a larger work than the canonical Chronicles. Also, the books of the prophets Nathan, Iddo, and others not extant at the time when the scriptures were revised and canonized are referred to in the annals. The Elamarna letters 259, a contemporaneous source, which may shed light on the matter, is the stele of King Mesha of Moab. On the stele it is engraved that Omri, king of Israel, oppressed Moab many days, and his son succeeded him. And he also said, One will afflict Moab. In my days said he thus. Then follows, Omri took possession of the land of Medeba, and Israel dwelt therein, during his days and half his son's days, 40 years. But Chemosh restored it in my days. 5. Here is an event of importance ascribed to the reign of Ahab, son of Omri, according to one source the stele of Mesha, and to the reign of Joram, son of Ahab, according to another source, one of the two scriptural versions. The second book of Kings opens with these words, Then Moab rebelled against Israel after the death of Ahab. This contradicts the stele of Mesha, which says that Mesha rebelled when Omri's son had reigned only half his years. If Ahab was not killed, but only wounded, at Ramoth-Gilead, the defeat having been a signal for the rebellion of Moab, the expulsion, and half the days of his Omri's son, would accord with the version that Ahab reigned during the time otherwise allotted to Joram. Besides the fact that the rebellion of Mesha took place not after the death of Ahab but in the middle of his reign, the figure of 40 years for the reign of Omri and half of the reign of his son conflicts with the scriptural account. 40 years of oppression of Moab may be taken as a rough figure, 40 being the measure of a generation, or a period of time, similar to our counting by centuries. But the account must correspond approximately to the time past. It would suggest a longer reign for Omri and Ahab, or for one of them. 6. It is recorded that Omri reigned 12 years over Israel, 6 of them in Tirzah I Kings 16-23, and that Ahab reigned 22 years in Samaria I Kings 16-29. Either the reign of Ahab started later than recorded or it lasted longer. Since it is said of his father, Omri, that 6 years reigned he in Tirzah but for 12 years he. Translation by S.R. Driver. Compare I Kings 16-23 and 16-29. 260 ages in chaos reigned over Israel. It is clear that the last 6 years he reigned in his new capital Samaria Shinar. Similarly, the 22 years of Ahab's reign in Samaria may refer to his reign in that capital alone, the years of his reign in his new capital Jezreel not being mentioned. In one of his last letters the king of Sumer Samaria wrote of himself to Pharaoh Akhenaten, letter 137, Behold, I cannot come to the lands of Egypt. I am old, and my body is afflicted with a severe disease. Ahab could have said that he was old. Not so a second son of his in the first part of his reign. The inscription of King Shalmaneser III of Assyria-Babylonia, like the Stele of Mesha, conflicts with the same version of the Scriptures. Shalmaneser wrote that in his 6th year he battled a coalition of Syrian and Palestinian princes at Karkar. Among the princes Ahab is mentioned. He delivered an army of 10,000 soldiers and 2,000 chariots to the allied hosts. 7 In the 18th year of his reign Shalmaneser wrote that he received a tribute of the men of Tyre, Sidon, and of Jehu, of the house of Omri. 8 During the 12 years between the 6th and the 18th year of Shalmaneser's reign, the reign of Ahab had to come to an end. Ahaziah had to reign 2 years, Joram 12 years, and Jehu had to reign for some undefined period. But even if Ahab had died right after the Battle of Karkar, and Jehu's tribute mentioned in the inscription were paid immediately after he seized the throne, there would still not be 12 years left for Joram's reign. The Mesha Stele thus requires the extension of Ahab's reign, and the inscription of Shalmaneser requires shortening of Joram's reign so as to bring Ahab closer to Jehu. Under the circumstances described, a hypothesis may be for Mutlaqanbil, Records of Assyria, I. Sec 610. 8 cf. Ibid, Sec 672. Jehu was a son of Jehoshaphat, son of Nimshi. Was he a son of a daughter of Omri? Within these 13 years, 854-842, must fall the death of Ahab, the reigns of Ahaziah and Joram, and the accession of Jehu. There appears to be no time left for Ahab after 854. The death of Ahab, however, cannot be assigned to so early a date as 854. K. Marty in Encyclopedia Biblica, I. New York, 1899, Chronology. The Elamarna letters 261 lated, and the very existence of Joram, king of Israel, may be questioned. 10 What could have misled the annalist into calling the son of Ahab by the name of Joram? Joram was a son of Jehoshaphat and the son-in-law of Ahab. II Chronicles 21-6. Obviously it was Jehoshaphat's policy to establish good relations with Israel through this alliance. He probably hoped to unite the kingdom under his son Joram and Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel. Jehoshaphat visited Samaria and allied himself with Ahab in his military undertakings. Ahab is said to have been killed at Ramoth-Gilead. Joram, his son, is said to have been wounded also at Ramoth-Gilead, under similar circumstances, with the king of Judah again an ally in the battle. II Kings 8-28. Many other details ascribed to the reigns of these two kings of Israel bear the mark of confusing similarity. The annalist placed an Ahaziah and a Joram in Israel and another Joram and another Ahaziah in Judah. The state of things as he found them in older chronicles was probably confusing. Possibly Joram, son of Jehoshaphat, acted as a regent, succeeding Ahab, his father-in-law, and Ahaziah, son of Ahab, who died after a short reign and a long illness. Of Joram it says, and he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, like as did the house of Ahab, for he had the daughter of Ahab to wife. 11 Thereafter the throne of Israel was seized by Jehu, and Joram was killed, together with Ahaziah of Judah. Ahab's daughter Athaliah, wife of Joram, seized the throne of Jerusalem when her husband and son were killed. Following the description of the assassination of Joram and Ahaziah by Jehu, the second book of Kings relates, and Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria. Jehu sent letters to the elders of Samaria with the challenge, "Look even out the best and meanest of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne." The king who is called here your master was Ahab, not Joram, son of Ahab. 10 It seems problematic that Ahab, who persecuted the cult of Yahweh, would have called his son Joram Jehu is exalted. This would be a forceful arguer and ent but for the fact that the scriptural names of Ahab's other children are Ahaziah, Joash, and Athaliah invite the same question. II Chronicles 21-6. Cf. II Kings 8:16-18. 262 ages in chaos and one of his Ahab's sons should have succeeded him, had it not been for the massacre in which all his sons perished. This also would explain Ahab's reign extending almost until the rebellion of Jehu. On subsequent pages it will be shown that rumors of Ahab's death were spread while he was still alive. A later annalist might well be misled if contemporaries were mistaken. Regardless of whether this hypothesis concerning Joram is correct or incorrect, the documents of Mesha, of Shalmaneser, and of Elamarna unanimously support the version of the Scriptures according to which Ahab was alive during the last 7 years of Jehoshaphat's reign. In the contest between the two versions of the Book of Kings, all three non-scriptural sources testify in favor of the minor version and against the prevailing text. The rendering of II Kings 1-17 must be looked upon as the correct one. This would mean that Ahab died not before but after Jehoshaphat, which would signify that the king author of more than 60 of the preserved clay tablets was Ahab and no one else. Chapter 7. The Elamarna letters continued. Famine. Tribes of the desert, driven by famine, came to Transjordan and crossed the river, only to find the land of Israel in even greater distress and misery than that from which they had fled. The fields in Israel yielded nothing. The meadows were scorched by the sun. Only thorns sprang from the barren land. The first forecast of the drought came from Elijah the Tishbite, who said to the king, I Kings 17:1. There shall not be dew nor rain these years. The heavens breathed heat, the trees in the field withered. The brook Cherith, where the prophet looked for a little water, dried up like other brooks. I Kings 17:7. And it came to pass after a while, that the brook dried up, because there had been no rain in the land. Eager eyes were turned skyward, looking to see whether a cloud would appear. The prophet said that his blessing on the poor widow should last until the day that the Lord sendeth rain upon the earth. I Kings 17:14. Unlike Egypt, which is dependent on a river, Palestine's harvest depends solely on rain. The drought brought the famine. I Kings 17:2. And there was a sore famine in Samaria. The Blue Nile is fed by tropical rains that fall in Ethiopia, and by melted snow from its mountains. 264 ages in chaos. It was a time of hunger and starvation unparalleled in the history of the period of the kings of Israel. The want lasted 7 years. And Kings 8:1. The Lord hath called for a famine. And it shall also come upon the land 7 years. This famine overshadowed all other events of that time. The mark of hunger was impressed on the entire period. A succession of chapters in the Scriptures describes the famine. During those years the Elamarna letters were written, and it would be inconceivable that they should not reflect these conditions. The fact is that the letters of Elamarna written by the king of Samaria are as eloquent as the Book of Kings. The famine was so great that children were sold for bread. Letter 74. Our sons and our daughters have come to an end, together with ourselves, because they are given in Laramuta for the saving of our lives. My field is a wife, who is without a husband, deficient in cultivation. After the sons and the daughters had been sold into slavery to save them and the remnants of the population from starvation, the implements of the households also went in exchange for food. Letter 75. The sons, the daughters, have come to an end, and the wooden implements of the houses, because they are given in Laramuta for the saving of our lives. The king repeated his comparison of a land without seed to a woman deserted by her husband. He was to repeat it in many letters. In more than 30 places in his letters the king of Samaria writes of the distress of the famine or pleads for provisions for the population or the army. Letter 79. Give me something to feed them, the archers, I have nothing. Letter 83. Give grain for me, provision. Letter 85. There is no grain for our support. What shall I say to me, peasants? Their sons, their daughters have come to an end. Send grain in ships and preserve the life of a servant in his city. The Elamarna letters continued. 265. May it seem good to the king, my lord, that grain be given, produce of the land of Laramuta. Letter 86. There is nothing to give for deliverance. And from the land of Laramuta should grain be given for our nourishment. Grain received from Laramuta in exchange for the freedom of a part of the people was rationed and divided in scanty portions among the peasants. As to the whereabouts of Laramuta, the reader will be instructed in a later section. We see the turn of the years. Letter 85. 2 years I measure my grain. Letter 86. I measure our grain 3 years already. Letter 90. My field is deficient in cultivation and I measure my grain. Letter 91. I measure my grain. The indication in the Scriptures that the famine endured for 7 years, II Kings 8:1, corresponds to the impression received from these letters. After the 3rd year of the drought, the famine still was constantly recalled, although on the basis of the letters alone we cannot calculate the time precisely. The clue of the 7 years helps to establish a timetable for some of the letters of Elamarna. The springs and wells dried up. A prince from the north, an ally of the king of Egypt, intended to come to the help of Sumer Samaria. Letter 85, but there was no water for him to drink, and so he has returned to his land. The lack of water is described in the story of the brook that dried up after rainless seasons, I Kings 17-7. The passage was quoted above. The king of Israel, who undertook an expedition against Mesha, was in a bad plight, because there was no water for the host, and for the cattle that followed them, II Kings 3-9. And there was a dearth in the land, II Kings 4-38. In the letter of the 266 ages in Chaos, king of Babylon, we read, "The road to Egypt is very long, the water supply cut off, and the weather hot." To this drought and the anxiety of the king of Israel are equally reflected in that part of the story where he said to Obadiah, the governor of his house, I Kings 18:5-6, "Go into the land, unto all fountains of water, and unto all brooks, peradventure we may find grass to save the horses and mules alive, that to lose not all the beasts." So they divided the land between them to pass throughout it. A quotation from a letter written to the Pharaoh by a man of Gula, but not by the king himself, may lead us to a conjecture about the author of the letter. After reporting on political affairs, the writer referred to his care of the asses, letter 94, finally in respect to the asses, the king has commanded that they be given to his faithful servant. But, verily, he has now nothing. The name of the author at the beginning of the letter is destroyed. It might have been Obadiah, who would have the prerogative to write to the Pharaoh, and who was charged with the care of the animals. The man who, together with Ahab, king of Samaria, was concerned that we lose not all the beasts, reported to the Egyptian sovereign that no asses survived the famine and the drought. The plague among the animals in Samaria is mentioned in a letter written from Egypt by a chief. He had heard that the people of Sumer were not allowed to enter Gula, since in Sumer there was a plague. Letter 96, what sort of a plague is among the asses? Outside of Samaria, as in the capital, the population was starving. The long brought the riches of the realm, together with the children sold into slavery for the saving of the life / to a place called Laramuta, in order to take grain from there. The list of the treasures exists in part. But the long did not get the grain, for the ruler of the region from which it was to be sent apparently allied himself with Damascus. Letter 7. The Elamarna letters continue 26. The dreadful 7 years famine left deep marks. 1,000 years later the rabbinical Haggadah related, in the first year everything stored in the houses was eaten up. In the second, the people supported themselves with what they could scrape together in the fields. The flesh of the clean animals sufficed for the 3rd year. In the 4th the sufferers resorted to the unclean animals. In the 5th, to the reptiles and insects. And in the 6th the monstrous thing happened that women, crazed by hunger, consumed their own children as food. In the 7th year, men sought to gnaw the flesh from their own bones. 3 The contemporaneous letters of the king of Sumer Samaria reflect the agony of those years. He wrote of his futile efforts to obtain grain for sustenance from Laramuta, that I die not. 4 Again he wrote, everything is consumed. 5 And again, everything is gone. 6 And the king had nothing to give to his people, no grain for bread and no seed to try for a crop the next year. The king wrote that he had no provisions for his peasants / that he was afraid of them. 8 That they would rebel. 9 That they intended to desert, my peasants intend to desert. 10 And that his land was waste and the peasants were departing for places where grain was to be found. Letter 125, and there is no grain for me provisions, and the peasants have departed for the cities where there is grain for their provisions. This emigration is reflected in II Kings 8:1, Arise, and go thou and thine household, and sojourn wheresoever thou canst sojourn, for the Lord hath called for a famine. It is significant that in the Scriptures and in the letters the years-long famine is localized in the land of Samaria Sumer. Ginsburg, Legends, IV, 190-91. Letter 105. Letter 112. Letter 117. Letter 118. Letter 117. Letter 130. Letter 114. 268 Ages in Chaos. The shortest record, short because only a few words remain of it on a mutilated tablet, speaks most eloquently. Dust. Yield, of the lands. Mesha's rebellion. Mesha, king of Moab, paid tribute to the king of Israel, and Mesha king of Moab was a sheep master, and rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs, and 100,000 rams, with the wool. Kings 3-4. After the defeat at Ramoth Gilead, Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. Kings 1-1 and 3-5. The allied armies of Israel, Judah, and Edom suffered greatly from lack of water on their march around the Dead Sea to bring the king of Moab to obedience. They reached Moab from the south and wrought destruction upon the land. The king of Moab tried to break through the siege but could not. Then he took his eldest son that should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. And there was great indignation against Israel, and they departed from him, and returned to their own land. Kings 3-27. It is evident that Israel was defeated and that its allies could not help. We are not given any details of that great indignation. In the 60s of the last century, Arabs of Dibon in Transjordan, the ancient Dibon, showed a traveler a black basalt stele on which were cut ancient Hebrew characters. After the stone had been sold to a museum, the Arabs regretted the transaction. They began to think that a treasure was hidden inside the stone and that the strange writing told of it, and so they decided to open the stone. Furthermore, they reasoned that by breaking it up they would have more objects for sale. And if the stone possessed a charm, they had to destroy it first. They heated it in fire and poured cold water over it, and it broke into many pieces. A young scholar, however, had previously succeeded in secretly having a cast of the stone made by an Arab. Later the broken basalt in a very defective condition was purchased for the Louvre. Plate 9, the Mesha Stele. The Elamarna letters continued 269 cm. The cast supplies the missing parts, but altogether it is only the upper part of the stele. The stone, which at the time of its discovery was estimated to be the oldest inscription in Hebrew characters in the hands of the archaeologists, established the fact that the Moabites used Hebrew. The text gives an account of Mesha's victory over Israel. It opens with these words: I am Mesha, son of Chemash, king of Moab, the Dibonite one. My father reigned over Moab for 30 years, and I reigned after me father. And I made this high place for Chemash and Krkhh, a high place of salvation, because he had saved me from all the assailants, and because he had let him see me desire upon all them that hated me. Omri, king of Israel, afflicted Moab for many days, because Chemash was angry with his land. And his son succeeded him. And he also said, I will afflict Moab. In my days said he thus. But I saw my desire upon him and upon his house, and Israel perished with an everlasting destruction. 2 Mesha recorded that he restored Medeba, built Baal-Meon and Kiriathan, fought against Etroth, the dwelling place of Gad from of old, fortified be the king of Israel, and slew all the people of that city. The oracle of Chemash told him, Go, take Nebo against Israel, and he took it and slew all that were in it, 7,000 men and boys and women and girls and maidservants. And the king of Israel had built Jahus, and abode in it, while he fought against me. But Chemash drave him out from before me. And I took it to add it unto Dabon. Then Mesha built and repaired the walls and palace in Karka with the slave labor of the prisoners of Israel, and it is recounted in more detail. He also built other places. He continued with the war and went against the Israelite city of Horonon, and here the record is interrupted. The lines are defaced, but it may be presumed that other war exploits against Israel were recorded. An F can be read a few more times. The Lower Dibon, cf. Numbers 21-30. Joshua 13-9. Translation by S.R. Driver, a modern translation by W. F. Albright differs in a few details. Palestine inscriptions in ancient Near Eastern texts, E. L. Pritchard. 270 Ages in Chaos. Part of the stele is missing altogether. The cities mentioned on the stele are in Transjordan, but Karka is not known. Every word and every letter and every obliterated portion were objects of careful examination. The stele of Mesha is regarded as the greatest single discovery in biblical archaeology, especially as it provides a parallel record to a scriptural narrative. The Book of Kings relates that there was great indignation against Israel at the attempt to subjugate Moab, which rebelled. On what form this indignation took, the record is silent. The Book of Chronicles discloses that the Moabites, together with the Ammonites, invaded Palestine with the help of the Syrians. From the Mesha Stele we know that Mesha, king of Moab, took his revenge by an everlasting destruction of Israel, and that Mehedeba, Ataroth, Nebo, and Yaus were retaken. The everlasting destruction is not to be seen merely in the recapture of 4 or 5 not very significant places in Transjordan. The cuneiform letters of Elamarna, found 20 years after the discovery of the Mesha Stele, are regarded as historical documents preceding the stele of Mesha by some 550 years, and relating to the Canaanite period. The present research shows that the documents are contemporaneous, having been written in the middle of the 9th century. In letters from Palestine, and especially in those written by the Long of Samaria, we should expect to find direct reference to the rebellion of Mesha. We should also expect to find mention of events, the record of which was carved on the lower, missing part of the stele of Mesha. And, in fact, the letters of Elamarna bear extensive witness to the history of that war, and also give us material with which to reconstruct roughly the missing part of the stele. Already in the earliest preserved letter of the king of Sumer Samaria he had written to the pharaoh Amenhotep III letter 68, "Let the king, my lord, know. The hostility of the Sagazmi Hong Kong dollar troops is very great against me. So let not the king, my lord, hold back from Sumer that it be not quite annexed to the Sagazmesh troops." In the translations of the Elamarna letters we find Sagazmesh rendered as Sogs people. Putting these words into English, the Elamarna letters continued 271 Sagaz, which ideographically can also be read Hubatu is translated plunderers or cutthroats or rebellious bandits. Mesh is understood as the suffix of the plural. It is met with in the letters scores of times, always in connection with the plundering rebels. Sometimes the intruding pillagers are called Amelid Sagazmesh, Amelid being the men or the people. Sometimes the text speaks of Gazmesh as of a single person, and the translators again neglect Mesh and translate robber. He takes thy cities the Amel Gazmesh, the dog, and the words are rendered the Gazman, Mesh being dropped. But the text speaks in these cases of a single person, and therefore Mesh cannot here be the suffix for the plural. I shall not translate Mesh either, because it is the personal name of King Mesha, but I shall not omit it from the text of the translation. Thus we shall read, "The hostility of the rebels pillagers of Mesh is very great against me." And in the other sentence, "He takes thy cities, the rebel Mesh, the dog." 3. According to the inscription on the stele of Mesha, the revolt took place in the middle of Ahab's reign. As the earlier letters of the king of Sumer mention this rebellion, we are already in the second part of the reign of Ahab. In another letter of the early years of the Elamarna correspondence, the king of Sumer Samaria wrote again, letter 69, "Behold, now they rise up day and night in rebellions against me." Ambi, a geographical name referred to in connection with the rebellion of Mesh, seems to be the name of the land of Moab or its capital, or its people. Possibly Ami, repeatedly mentioned in connection with Ambi, is Ammon. 5 Genesis 19-38 The Ammonites are called Ami. A city named Rubut also appears. This must be Rabbath Ammon, the capital. Letter 91. Letters 72, 102. 8 Ambi and Amia, not far from Sunmr, were placed by historians close to the coast and identified with near Tripolis. Both names, Ambi and Amia, were assumed to be two names for one place. See Mercer, Tel Elamarna Tablets, p. 269. Rabbath of the children of Ammon, Deuteronomy 3-11. 272 Ages in chaos. The king of Sumer Samaria wrote to a dignitary in Egypt, letter 73, when Abdi-Addu wrote to the people of Amia, "Kill your lord, and they joined the Amalek's pillagers. Then said the regents, "Thus will he do to us." And so all lands will join with the Amalek's pillagers. The Ammonites, their king having been killed, joined the herdsmen on the fields of Moab. There cometh a great multitude of the children of Moab, and the children of Ammon, and with them others, beside the Ammonites. Was reported to King Jehoshaphat. II Chronicles 20:1-2. The king of Sumer wrote, Let 79, know that since the arrival of Amenapetemi all Amalek-Gazmesh the people of the band of Mesh have directed their face against me, in accordance with the demand of Abdi-Addu. Let my lord listen to the words of his servant, and let him send me a garrison to defend the city of the king, and tell the march of the archers. And if there are no archers, then all lands will unite with Amalek-Gazmesh the people of the band of Mesh. What is generally surmised from the records of the books of Kings and Chronicles, the hidden hand of the king of Damascus in the rebellion of Moab 7 and in the turmoil among the tribes of the desert grows to certainty in face of these letters. The king of Sumer Samaria asked that horses and infantry be sent him so that he Abdi-Addu might not assemble all the bandits of Mesh. 8 letters are rare in which the king of Sumer Samaria does not mention the revolt of Mesha and the role which the ruler of Damascus played in it, whether openly or secretly. The role of Damascus in the war between Samaria and Moab may be read also in the second book of Chronicles 20:1-2. 7 CFR Dassaud, Les Monuments Ptistinines et Judaïques Musée du Louvre, Paris, 1912, p. 13. M6 Sani News dit pas, mais cela arsalt netman des renseignements bibliques, que le secret Australian dollar fortune tintd vabilit 6 avec lequel h profiler des revers que en prouva Israel aprds la mort acabet dans viagent le plus actif foot le roi de damas. 11 n'est pas d'auto que la region, au nord de Divan, footicup de nouveau par M6 en accord avec H, roi de damas, at putri sous la suzerainette $DCE dernier. 8 Letter 71. The Elamarna letters continued. 273 The great indignation or reconstruction of the obscure and missing portions of the stele of Mesha the city of the king, my lord, Sumer Samaria, was threatened by the bandits or cutthroats of Mesha. Already in the earliest extant letters of the king of Sumer the pharaoh was warned that the rebels were endangering the capital. Then he was warned that the land of the king and Sumer, your garrison town, would unite with the people of the rebel Amalek-Gazmesh, and thou held back. 1 The king of Sumer asked for archers, making it clear that he was unable to defend his land against the troops of the rebel Mesh. 2 The help did not come. So he wrote again, Letter 83, Listen to me. Why hast thou held back, so that thy land is taken? Let it not be said, in the days of the princes Amalek-Gazmesh the people of the rebel Mesh have taken all lands. Let not such things be said in future days. And thou wast not able to rescue it. If Sumer and Bit-Archa also are no lost. In the days when this letter was written Sumer Samaria was only threatened. Another stern warning came in a letter from the king of Sumer. If the pharaoh will not listen to the words he writes to him, then Letter 88, all the lands of the king, even as far as Egypt, will unite with Amalek-Gazmesh people of Di rebel Mesh. Finally it becomes clear that with the help of the king of Damascus the troops of Mesha entered Samaria's Sumer. Letter 91, Why dost thou sit and hold back, so that he takes thy cities Amalek-Gazmesh the rebel Mesh, the dog? When he had taken Sumura, the king of Sumer, his capital lost, looked desperately for help from Egypt and asked the pharaoh in the same letter, Letter 91, So mayest thou give 1,000 minas of silver and 100 minas of gold? Then will he the rebel Mesh depart from me. And he has taken Almi cities. Letter 76. Letter 79. 274 Ages in chaos. We know from the scriptures that the king of Samaria Sumer had negotiated to free his capital from a siege by the payment of silver and gold. It was during the first siege of Samaria described in I Kings 20. He was told then, Thou shalt deliver thy silver and thy gold. With all the information that the Elamarna letters provide now in hand and properly read, we are faced with the surprising fact that the rebel Mesha of Moab succeeded in entering Samaria. The first thought that presents itself is this: we have only the upper portion of the stele of Mesha. In the lower loss portion the everlasting destruction or the great indignation II Kings 3-27 were probably described. It is also possible that the Mesha Stele may have been but one part of a twin inscription on two monoliths, each of which carried half the story. That we have only the top portion of the stele is evident. That there were two steles is not impossible. In any event to have to re-examine the stele of Mesha, and in doing this, it may be that we shall see things to which we paid insufficient attention before. After the capture of the city of Yahuz the king of Moab, at war with Israel, turned to building activities in an unidentified place. I built Karka, the wall of Urim or of the four Ests, and the wall of Ophel. And I built its gates, and I built its towers. And I built the king's palace, and I made the two reservoirs for water in the midst of the city. And there was no cistern in the midst of the city, in Karka. And I said to all the people, make you every man a cistern in his house and I cut out the cuttings for Karka with the help of prisoners of Israel there is no city known by the name of Karka. Some scholars have thought that it was a portion of the city of Dibon. Another conjecture was that it represents the city of Kirha-Karshit. For some reason mention of this building activity in Karka is the central theme of the stele, and this, together with the reference to Karka in the introductory passage, lends emphasis to the importance of the activities there during the war against the Israelites. With the help of diagonal letters it may be assumed that Karkhh was the capital of the entire Egyptian domain in Palestine, or Sumer Samaria, which Mesha, the rebel, entered after his coup. The Elamarna letters continued 275 s in overcoming the resistance of the fortified cities to the east. Samaria on a straight line is about 20 miles from the Jordan, the border of Ammon. Karak or Karka is in Hebrew a very large city, encircled by a wall, to which foreigners come yearly for trade purposes /8 that is, a metropolis. For according to the inscription of Mesha, in Karka there was Ophel, the wall of which he built or repaired. In the scriptures a part of the city called Ophel is mentioned only with respect to Jerusalem and Samaria. Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the prophet that is in Samaria, returning to the house of his master with the presents from Naaman, parted from the servants of the Tsar when they reached Ophel in the city of Samaria II Kings 5-24. Reference to Ophel in Karka on the stele of Mesha is of unquestionable value. The king's palace Beth Melech, so often mentioned in the Elamarna letters as being in Sumer, and unearthed in the Samaria of Omri and Ahab Sebastian of today, is also spoken of as being in Karka or the metropolis of the Mesha Stele. The attitude of Mesha in conquering the capital, the city of the king Pharaoh was characteristic indeed. He repaired the city, its palace, and its walls. In his estimation it did not belong to the king of Israel. It belonged to the Pharaoh. Whoever built in it showed his peaceful attitude toward Egypt, and also acquired the right to be regarded as the senior among the vassal princes of Syria Palestine. In other letters, written from northern Syria, it is said that the following places, possibly outside the domain of Israel, were despoiled by the rebels of Mesha Mazibti, Gilati, Magdali, and Ust, also Tasi and Ubi 6. Like a turbulent wind, the Arabs attacked the land from Alderik Levi, Wurtabak Tiber Dit Mutam und Midrashim. This well-known word is written with two kaf letters. In the inscription of Mesha the letters are kaf and heth, the other characters for k and kh. But in the same inscription of Mesha the word city is kar, written also with kaf, and it is probable that the original writing of Karak and Karka with kaf is correct, being derived from kat, the city. Rat for city is of Carian origin. Similarly, today we write both Carians and Carians letters 185 and 189. 276 ages in Chaostians. The peasants on the plains of the coast, hungry and thirsty, joined the troops of rebellious tribes driving across the land. A ransom was probably paid to Mesha for releasing Sumer Samaria, and if so, it was apparently paid out of the Egyptian treasury, as the Egyptian king saw in Samaria a palace city of its own. The stele was prepared to be erected in Karka Samaria, but was left in Dibon. The vassal triumphed over his lord and the lord of his lord and probably received a ransom. The Swhat was meant by the great indignation of the biblical text and the everlasting destruction of the Mesha Stele. Or did the help dispatched by Governor Amenhotep arrive in time and the oppressors of Samaria depart without ransom, as in the story of I Kings 20? Arza, the courtier the king of Damascus, followed the troops of the rebel Mesha and marched once again toward the city of Samaria Sumer, left in ruins by wars and sieges and deserted by most of her inhabitants because of the famine, and entered it. He wrote to the Pharaoh, Letter 60, Behold, I am a servant of the king and a dog of his house, and the whole land of Amari I guard for the king, my lord. Behold, all kings of the long seek selected troops to snatch the lands from my hand. If my plenipotentiary brings life from the long, Tta son, then I shall reap the grain of Sumer, and I shall guard all lands for the king, my son, my lord. He had an excuse for entering Sumer, the excuse of one who insists on protecting a city that does not want his protection. He delivered it from the hands of the troops of Sela. There were no people in Sumer to protect it. If it had not been for him, the troops of Sela would now have burned with fire Sumer and her palace. That these troops were incited by him he did not say. He wrote to a chief in Egypt, Letter 62, But when I hurried up here and came to Sumer, the people were not there, who had dwelt in her palace. Then, the Elamarna letters continued 277 hold, the people, who dwelt in her palace, were Savialu, Bisatanu, Maya, and Arzariah. Behold, only 4 people there were, who dwelt in her palace, and they said to me, Deliver us out of the hand of the troops of Selo / and I delivered them out of the hand of the troops of Selo. What lies did the regents tell thee? And thou believest them. One of the 4 persons who remained in the palace in Samaria, when it was entered by the king of Damascus, was called Arzariah. Probably it was the same old courtier, the dweller in palaces, who is familiar to us from the first book of Kings. There he is called Arza. It was a few decades earlier that Ela, the son of Baasha, after a reign of 2 years, was killed by Zimri, a captain, when the young king was drinking himself drunk in the house of Arthas, steward of his house. I Kings 16-9. Since then 12 years of Omrf's reign and a number of years of Ahab's reign had passed. Arza, as always, enjoyed the air of palace life. From the scriptures we know only of 2 sieges of Samaria and nothing of her fall. But we read that when the king of Samaria had allowed the vanquished Ben-Hadad to go in peace with the covenant of brotherhood, a prophet told the king, Because thou hast let go out of thy hand a man appointed to utter destruction, therefore thy life shall go for his life, and thy people for his people. I Kings 20-42. In these words is disguised the story you read in the letters of the king of Sumer. Letter 74, Behold, now, the long the Pharaoh has let his faithful city go out of his hand. Mighty is the hostility of the Gaz people bandits against me. In passing, it may be noted that the turn of speech, let go out of the hand, used in the scriptural text, is repeated in this letter. Jerusalem in peril. From the hills surrounding Jerusalem the mountains of Moab are distinctly seen in the clear air over the Jordan and the Dead Sea. But 278 ages in chaos, no movement of troops can be discerned from that distance, unless by their multitude they color the slopes and the ravines. And Chronicles 20:1-3. It came to pass that the children of Moab, and the children of Ammon, and with them other beside the Ammonites, came against Jehoshaphat to battle. Then there came some that told Jehoshaphat, saying, There cometh a great multitude against thee from beyond the sea, from Syria. 1. And Jehoshaphat feared. His prayer before the congregation of Judah and Jerusalem is preserved in the book of Chronicles. It begins with these words, and Chronicles 20-6. O Lord God of our fathers, art not thou God in heaven? And rulest not thou over all the kingdoms of the heathen? And in thine hand is there not power and might, so that none is able to withstand thee? Then he reminded the Lord that the land had been given to the people of Israel forever, and Chronicles 20-7. Art not thou our God who gavest it to the seed of Abraham thy friend forever? He expressed his belief that the Lord would not abandon the place where a sanctuary was built to his name, and would come with help. And Chronicles 20:8-9. And they thy people Israel dwelt therein, and have built thee a sanctuary therein for thy name, saying, If, when evil cometh upon us and we cry unto thee in our affliction, then thou wilt hear and help. Then Jehoshaphat explained the distress of his people. And Chronicles 10-11 And now, behold, the children of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir come to cast us out of thy possession, which thou hast given us to inherit. Me'avraham gives no support to the King James Version. From beyond the sea on this side Syria/the Elamarna letters continued 279. He concluded with an invocation declaring his and his people's helplessness because of the great number of the invading hordes. Chronicles 20-12 We have no might against this great company that cometh against us. Neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee. The feelings of the king of Jerusalem at the sight of the immense hordes converging on his kingdom are expressed both in his prayer and in his letters. On earth his house was in vassalage to Egypt, and the Pharaoh was obliged to protect him. The king of Jerusalem wrote to the Pharaoh, letter 288, Let the king care for his land. The land of the king will be lost. All of it will be taken from me. There is hostility to me as far as the lands of Sin and even to Jintikermil. There is peace to all the regions, but to whom there is hostility. The same region Mount Seir Syria is distinctly named in both sources as the far land from which a part of the invaders came. The king expressed the belief that his Lord would not abandon the place on which he had set his name forever, letter 287, Verily, the Lord has set his name upon the land of Jerusalem forever. Therefore he cannot abandon the lands of Jerusalem. At the same time he voiced his fear that if no help arrived the invaders would cast them out of his Lord's possession. Letter 287, If there are no archers this year, then there will also remain to the king no lands and no regions. There exists a similarity between his appeal to his Lord in heaven and to his Lord on earth, but observing that help was not arriving from the latter, he wrote impatient words he would not have addressed to the first, letter 288, Although Ammon sees the facts, yet the two eyes of the king, my lord, do not see. The Hebrew are taking the cities of the king, in the translation of Nutzon, and likewise in that of Mercer, the period is placed differently, there is hostility to me. As far as the lands of Syria and even to Jintikermil there is peace to all regions, and to whom there is hostility. Comparing this text with the biblical text, we see that the new period precedes the words, there is peace. 288 In chaos the king of Jerusalem, unlike other vassal kings, omits expressions of respect for the gods of Egypt. He does not call the Pharaoh my son, my God, as all other vassal correspondents did. In distinction to other writers of the letters, he does not mention his God. He may be recognized as a servant of a Lord whose name he would not profane in his letters to his pagan protector. That the same type of appeal should issue from the mouth and from the hand of the same human being is natural. In this case the similarity casts light on the genuineness of this prayer in Chronicles. It implies also the religious purity of the Fci and G monotheist. The letters contain details about this invasion and the threat to Jerusalem. The shepherds of Moab and Seir took Rabbath of Ammon and Transjordan with the help of those chieftains who went over to the invaders, and the population of Ammon joined the nomads. Letter 289, After they have taken Rubuda, they seek now to take Jerusalem. Rubuda, written also Rubut, 8 we recognized as Rabbath of the children of Armon, a city still existing today. Separate bands crossed the borders of the kingdom of Judah simultaneously at a number of places. This is what is meant by the designation, from beyond the sea the Dead Sea, from Syria. That Syria offered a through way for them we learn from the letters of the king of Sumer Samaria. A letter from Palestine reports that the bands appeared even in the valley of Ajalon. For this explains the retreat of the population to the stronghold of Jerusalem. Chronicles 20-4 And Judah gathered themselves together, to ask help of the Lord, even out of all the cities of Judah they came to seek the Lord. And the king of Jerusalem wrote to the Pharaoh, letter 289, The whole land of the king has deserted. Letter 290, letter 273. The Elamarna letters continued 281 An unexpected turn of events spared Jerusalem from humiliation. The approach of the multitude of the children of Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir toward Jerusalem was interrupted by disagreement that flared up among the allies. Chronicles 20-23 For the children of Ammon and Moab stood up against the inhabitants of Mount Seir, utterly to slay and destroy them, and when they had made an end of the inhabitants of Seir, everyone helped to destroy another. Something of these happenings is reflected in a letter of the king of Sumer, letter 76. Behold, he Abdi-Addu has now mustered all Amelvt bandits against Sagada and Embi. These cities were in the area of Ammon and Moab respectively. Sagada appears to be Succoth on the river Jordan. The king of Jerusalem pointed to the roving tribes penetrating from the wastes of Transjordan, and called them Habiru. Habiru is derived from the Hebrew root haber, a member of a band, and Habiru means bandits, and is used for companions of thieves in Isaiah 1-23, troops of robbers in Hosea 6-9, and companion of a destroyer in Proverbs 28-24. This meaning of the word Habiru should have been suggested by the fact that $agaz, which is translated bandits, cutthroats, is interchanged with the term Habiru. 6. The various theories about Habiru of the Elamarna letters that it signifies Iverti Hebrew, or Irpinti minors, or Athanti from the Babylonian region of Ephira are thus found to be without foundation. The revolt of the Sodomites during the uneasy period through which Jerusalem passed, the king of Judah apparently reached the conviction that a small and Habiru is also written with an ideogram signifying cutthroats. C. J. Gadd, The Fall of Nineveh, London, 1923. 282 Ages in Chaos. Ancient colony on the road from the Jordan to Jerusalem was inclined to take the side of the enemies. Suardada, the prince of Kelti, changed his policy according to the way the wind blew. At one time he wrote that he followed the king of Jerusalem against the bandit Sagaz. At another time he opposed the king of Jerusalem and complained that the king had taken Kelt. In his turn he was accused by the king of Jerusalem of disloyalty to Egyptian interests. Kelti too may be identified as Wadi Kelt on the way from Jerusalem to Jericho. A campaign of Jehoshaphat is briefly recorded in the first book of Kings, Kings 22-46, and the remnants of the Sodomites, which remained in the days of his father Asa, he took out of the land. Wadi Kelt, where now a copious stream of water comes out of the ground and flows toward the Dead Sea and a few anchorites hide themselves among the rocks, was obviously the last abode of the remnants of the valley which became a dead lake. They proved to be disloyal at the time of the invasion of the desert tribes. The king of Jerusalem wrote to them then, "Follow me," but they did not. More details may be found in the letters of the king of Jerusalem and Suardada. The name of this prince of the Sodomites may cause the philologists to reflect on their racial origin. 8. When this letter of Suardada confirms what has been established on the basis of other considerations that Sagaz bandits/pillagers and Habiru were the same, or if a difference is to be drawn between these two denominations, the invaders themselves were not different, as the usual identification is with Kila, about 8 miles northwest of Hebron, but in the letter 289 it seems more closely associated with Bethshan and Shechem. Mercer, Tu Elamarna Tablets, pages 694. After the death of Jehoshaphat, Libnah revolted. Chronicles 21-10 from under the hand of his successor. It appears that the disturbing activities of a certain Libiah at the time this king or Jerusalem was still alive were a preliminary phase of that revolt. It is supposed that Libiah was not only the name of a chief but also of a group of the inhabitants. Weber and Newitson, Die Elamarna Tafhelm, pages 1558. Libnah, also called Labina Josephus, was situated between Makta and Lachish. Joshua 10-28 f. Libiah at one time approached Makta, letter 244, and another time attacked Gcz north of Lachish, letter 254. When Libiah sacked Gezer in the south, he wrote to the Beret that this was his only crime and that it was not true that he disobeyed the deputy or refused tribute. The Elamarna letters continued. 283 The second siege of Samaria. The king of Damascus again laid siege to Samaria. And Kings 6-24. King of Syria gathered all his host, and went up, and besieged Samaria. The king of Sumer Samaria wrote, letter 92, He Abdi-Addu has now come forth against me. Hostility against Sumer has become very great is repeated in many letters of the king of that city. In a number of letters he complains of the distress of that city plagued by siege and famine. This famine in the besieged city is described in the book of Kings, and Kings 6-23. And there was a great famine in Samaria, and, behold, they besieged it, until an ass's head was sold for 80 pieces of silver, and the fourth part of a cab of dove's dung for 5 pieces of silver. The population of the city and its garrison fainted from hunger, but the king of Samaria continued to defend the city and supervise the bastions. And Kings 6-26. The king of Israel was passing by upon the wall. This was a wall of a fortress. In one of the Elamarna letters the long wrote of the city, letter 81, formerly Sumer and its people were a fortress and garrison for us. When, during one of these inspections, the king learned that a case of cannibalism had occurred in the city and that hunger had overcome the mother instinct, he rent his clothes and the people saw him in sackcloth. II Kings 6-29. The king of Sumer Samaria dispatched the following message to Thepharai, letter 74, May the king hear the words of his servant, and give live provisions to his servant, that his servant may live. Then will I 284 ages in chaos defend his faithful city. Art thou kindly disposed towards me? What shall I do in my solitude? Behold, thus I asked day and night. So wrote the king who, in hours of despair, put sackcloth on himself. His only hope lay in the quick arrival of help from without, but time was passing and it seemed that no help would come to him. Let 74. If there is not a man to deliver him out of the hand of the enemy Abdi-Addu, and we the regents are put out of the lands, then all the lands will unite with the Meladgas pillagers. And if the king should then march forth, all lands would be hostile to him, and what could he do for us then? Thus have they formed a conspiracy with one another, and thus have I great fear that there is no man to wrest him out of their hand. Anxious to have help in time, he appealed to Amenappa. One Amenappa was the dignitary to whom the king of Samaria Sumer wrote, Thou knowest my attitude, whilst thou wast in Sumer, that I was thy faithful servant / to this plenipotentiary and ex-governor, Amana of Samaria. I Kings 22-26, the king put this question. Letter 73, Why hast thou held back and not spoken to the long, thy lord, in order that thou mayest march forth with the archers, and that thou mayest fall upon the land of Amori? If they perceive that the archers have gone forth, they will leave even their cities and depart. This quotation is of peculiar interest for comparison with the story of the end of the second siege of Samaria, according to the Book of Kings. And Kings 7:6-7 For the Lord had made the host of the Syrians to hear a noise of chariots, and a noise of horses, even the noise of a great host, and they said one to another, Lo, the king of Israel hath hired against us the kings of the Hittites, and the kings of the Egyptians, to come upon us. Wherefore they arose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents, and their horses, and their asses, even the camp as it was, and fled for their life. We know now that the fear of the Syrians at the walls of Samaria was not groundless. The king of Israel really negotiated for the Daex. He wrote also to another dignitary in Egypt, Hiah, explaining his plight and asking that horses and infantry be sent. Letter 71. The Elamarna letters continued 285 departure of archers from Egypt. He knew in advance that merely on hearing that the archers have gone forth the Syrians would leave their tents and be put to flight. The letters of Elamarna and the Book of Kings present two records which supplement each other. The city was oppressed but not conquered. How this happened is told in the second Book of Kings, in chapters 6-7. In accordance with that record, we find this statement by the king of Sumer Samaria, letter 106, They have been able to oppress its Sumer, but they have not been able to conquer it. When gathering his host for the campaign that ended in flight, the king of Damascus wrote to his warriors, Assemble yourselves in the house of Ninib. 2. This might mean, make an alliance with the king of Assyria. 3. Behind the rebellion of the Moabite Mesha was the intrigue of the king of Damascus, and he in his turn was incited by the king of Assyria. But when the king of Damascus fled from the walls of Samaria and returned home from his unsuccessful campaign, he wrote to the Pharaoh, letter 64, to the Hug, My lord, say. Thus saith Abdi-Addu, the servant of the king, at the feet of thy king, my lord, I have fallen 7 times and 7 times in addition, upon breast as well as back. May the king, my lord, learn that enmity is mighty against me. So may it seem good to the king, my lord, to send a powerful man to protect me. Naaman Sar of Syria, the commander of the army of the king of Damascus, bore the name of Naaman. Now Naaman, captain Sar of the host of the king of Syria Aram, was a great man with his master, and honorable, because by him the Lord had given deliverance unto Syria. He was also a mighty man in valor. Kings 5:1. Letter 74. 9 Beth Ninah was a town in Palestine. Letter 290. Letter 74 may refer to this town. However, see Weber, in Newton, p. 1160. 286 Ages in Chaos. The 5th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings narrates the story of the healing of this captain by Elisha the prophet. It informs us in passing that the Syrians were prowling about in bands, as often mentioned in the Elamarna letters, and carrying away captives out of the land of Israel, and that among these captives was an Israelite girl who became a handmaid in the household of the captain. The members of the household advised him to try the treatment of the prophet in Samaria. And the king of Syria said to Naaman, Go, and I will send a letter unto the king of Israel. When the king of Israel received the letter, he rent his clothes. Am I God, he asked, that this man doth send unto me to recover a man of his leprosy? Wherefore consider, I pray you, and see how he seeketh a quarrel against me. Elisha the seer intervened when he heard that the king had rent his clothes. The story of how Elisha healed Naaman the captain is well known. 1. In the quoted portion of the story, 2 facts are somewhat strange. First, inasmuch as Ben-Hadad himself was at the head of the 32 captains of his army. 2. Why, in the story of the wondrous healing, is the deliverance of Syria credited to a captain Naaman? Second, the king of Israel was a lifelong rival of the king of Damascus. Why, then, did this request to cure a sick captain inspire in the king of Israel such dread that he rent his clothes? For an explanation of the real role of this captain Naaman we shall look to the contemporaneous letters. A man by whom Syria received deliverance must be identifiable in the letters. We recognize him in the person of Lanhama, called also Lanhamu. Lanhama, the Pharaoh's deputy in Syria, was sent to the king of Damascus with prerogatives similar to those which Amenappa had when he was with the king of Samaria. Naaman's title in the Scriptura Sar is also used in the letters. He was a plenipotentiary of the king of Egypt, in charge of the army and walled cities in Amorru land Syria, later also the overseer of stores of grain. He ordered 7 baths in the Jordan. The Jordan is rich in sulfur, potassium, and magnesium, which enter the river from the springs at the Sea of Galilee and form the deposits of the Dead Sea, where the water evaporates and the salts remain. Or 32 kings that helped him. Kings 22:16. The Elamarna letters continued 287 influence in all matters of Syrian administration. Judged by his name, he was of Syrian origin, as were some other dignitaries at the court of Thebes. 8. Lanhama is a Semitic name. Lanhama was a powerful Egyptian agent in Syria, where he was respected as a good and wise man, and where he proved himself to be the most faithful of the Pharaoh's servants. The servant of Elisha said, Behold, my master hath spared Naaman this Syrian Arami, in not receiving at his hand that which he brought. When healed, Naaman asked Elisha to give him 2 mules' burden of earth, for thy servant will henceforth offer neither burnt offering nor sacrifice unto other gods, but unto the Lord. In this thing the Lord pardon thy servant, that when my master goes into the house of Rimmon to worship there, and he leaneth on my hand, and I bow myself in the house of Rimmon. The Lord pardon thy servant in this thing. Here the god Rimmon was probably the god Ramon, the chief god of the Egyptians. Lanhama's master was Amenhotep III, and later Akhenaten. Lanhama, as may be seen from the context of the letters, protected the king of Damascus and helped him in his rise to power. At various times he is reported to have been in Syria and in Egypt, favoring a policy of balanced relations in Syria in view of the necessity to secure the position of Damascus in the Syrian bloc against the king of Hatti. Accordingly it is said in the 2nd book of Kings that through Naaman, a great man with his master, and honorable, the Lord had given deliverance unto Syria. In the early letters of the king of Samaria his fear of the mighty deputy of the Pharaoh is plainly expressed. In one letter he wrote to the Pharaoh, Thou must rescue me out of the hand of Lanhamu. 5. He asked the Pharaoh to inform his deputy that he, Lanhama, would be responsible if anything should happen to the person of the king of Samaria. Say to Lanhamu, Rib-Adi is even in thy hands, and all that will be done to him rests upon thee/6s, for example, Dudu, referred to later in this chapter. Mercer, Tel El-Amarna Tables, p. 297. See also Weber, in Nutzon, Die El-Amarn for Tafhelm, p. 1068. 5 Letter 83. Letter 83. 288 Ages in chaos. Later on, when Amenhotep left Samaria and died in Egypt, 7 The king of Samaria wrote to the Pharaoh asking him to appoint Lanhama governor in Samaria. He asked the Pharaoh, "May it seem right to me, Lord, to send Lanhama as his deputy? I hear from the mouth of the people that he is a wise man and all people love him." 8 We recall the scriptural words about Naaman, that he was an honorable man. What happened that the king of Samaria, who once feared Lanhama and asked to be rescued from his hand, should now himself recommend that very man for the governorship of Samaria? In another letter he again asks the Pharaoh to send Lanhama, and in the next one he praises him in these words, "There is no servant like Lanhama, a faithful servant to the king." 9 Lanhama wrote from Egypt to the king of Samaria, "Go and occupy Sumer until I come. Enter, fear not." 10 And the king of Sumer Samaria wrote him, in the hope that the Pharaoh would appoint Lanhama, "Hasten very quickly thy arrival" and explained that because of the hostility of the people of Ambi he was unable to enter Samaria. The letters do not show why the fear of the king of Samaria changed into confidence with respect to the Syrian deputy. The scriptures provide the explanation in the story of the healing of Naaman by the prophet of Samaria. Naaman was very grateful to the prophet, and also to the king of Samaria, to whom he came with a letter from the king of Damascus. "Behold, now I know that there is no God in all earth, but in Israel." I Kings 5-15. Elisha even declared that he would heal Naaman in order to help the king of Israel politically. So he became a friend. When the king of Damascus was killed, as will be narrated on a subsequent page, Naaman was apparently in Egypt. He did not support the next Syrian king. He corresponded with the king of Samaria and favored him. Certain other features of the role and character of Lanhama, Ray Letter 106. Letter 106. Letter 118. Letter 102. The El-Amarna letters continued. 289 Fleeted in the letters, are shown also in the scriptures. He was a generous man. This appears in the story of the healing. He gave to the servant of the prophet 2 talents of silver and 2 changes of garments, more than the servant had asked for. When the prophet refused to take 10 talents of silver, 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of raiment. It is of interest to find that, according to the letters, Lanhama was in charge of the Pharaoh's treasury in Syria, being over money and clothing. 11 Paying with a combination of money and clothing is a true custom of that time. In one letter the king of Sumer wrote that he paid 13 silvers and 1 pair of garments for someone to go on an errand. 12 According to the scriptures, the Syrian governor had in his house an Israelite girl, a captive carried off by a Syrian band, who waited on his wife. 18 Inches in early letter of the king of Sumer Samaria to the Pharaoh, there is a complaint that 2 people from his domain are detained in the private home of Lanhama. 14 The El-Amarna letters also speak of him as the generous patron of a Palestinian youth, who was educated in Egypt at his expense. 15 The man by whom the Lord had given deliverance unto Syria and who was feared by the king of Samaria was Lanhama. 16 How this captain changed his attitude and became a supporter of the Long of Samaria is recorded in the letters and is explained by the scriptures. The letters of the great woman of Shunem, informative letters, were sent to the Pharaoh by a woman correspondent called Balatnise. 2 of them are preserved. Who might this female person be who was at that time in Palestine? In Letter 85. Letter 112. I Kings 5-2. Letter 83. 18 Letter 296. The biblical Naaman could be a cognomen. It means truthful. 290 Ages in chaos of high enough rank to write to the sovereign in Egypt. She is the only lady correspondent from Palestine in the El-Amarna collection. In her first letter, when she informed the Pharaoh that the pillagers Sagas people had sent bands to Ajalun Ajalan, She wrote about 2 sons of Melchili in connection with a raid that apparently threatened her native town. The menace was not averted because she wrote again, letter 274, "Thus said Balatnes, thy handmaid, the dust of thy feet. Let the king, my lord, deliver his land out of the hands of the Melitsagazmesh people of the bandit Mesh, that it may not be destroyed." And she advised the Pharaoh that the invaders were coming nearer and that another town had fallen. Verily, this is for the information of the king, my lord. In letter 250 from the hand of another correspondent we read that Melchili took stand against Shunama and Berkuna. If we put this statement together with the fact that the lady correspondent complained to the Pharaoh of the bands of Melchili that threatened her domicile, it becomes quite apparent that her home was either at Shunama or Berkuna. If this very simple deduction is not fallacious, then not only would the lady of Shunama or Berkuna be one of the Elamarna correspondents, but she would also have a page in the Old Testament. And in fact she has. It begins with the verse, and Kings 4-8, "And it fell on a day, that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman." Shunem is doubtless Shunama. To suppose that there was another great woman at the same time in the same town or in the neighboring town of Berkuna would be a forced conjecture. The name of the great woman, Balatnes, might be understood as a woman to whom occurred a wonder. Balat and cs. To the story of Elisha breathing life into the son of the lady of Shunem, 1 letter 273. This translation should be substituted for Mistress of Lions Sec Mercer, Tet Elamarna Tablets, note to letter 273. The ideogram for lion is neat, but this ideogram could have been used to represent the phonetically similar word in Hebrew which means sign or miracle. The Elamarna letters continued. 291 would have been a matter of talk in the palaces of that time. It was the subject of the royal audience granted by the king of Israel to the servant of Elisha, II Kings 8-4. The woman could also have been known in the palace of Egypt as a woman till whom was a wonder. Her high position was enhanced by the wide circulation of the story about the revival of her child. The very existence of a great lady by the name of Balatnes in the city or district of Shunama at the time of a famine and of the revolt of Mesha seems to throw a sidelight on the coming and going of a healer and holy man venerated in folk traditions, Elisha. The king of Damascus conspires against the life of the king of Samaria. Famine, lack of a consistent policy in dealing with the Syrian vassals, and frequent and prolonged absences of the Egyptian governors contributed to the reduction of the area to a state of anarchy. The king of Samaria warned the Pharaoh, letter 75, "Aduna king of Urkata, mercenaries have killed him, and there is no one who has said anything to Abdi-Addu, although thou didst know it. The people of Ami have killed its lord, so I am afraid." He was afraid, and not without reason, for he himself was chosen to be a victim and to be killed from ambush. And Kings 6-8. Then the king of Syria warred against Israel, and took counsel with his servants, saying, "In such and such a place shall be my camp." 10. And the king of Israel sent to the place which the man of God told him and warned him of, and saved himself there, not once nor twice. The corresponding passage in the Elamarna tablets is found in the letters of the king of Sumer to the Pharaoh and also to his former governor, Amenappa, letter 81, "A stranger stood with drawn dagger against me, but I killed him." Abdi-Addu, at his command was committed this 292 ages in chaos deed against me. Behold, thus I remain shut up in the midst of my city. I cannot go out of the gate. I have been wounded 9 times, and so I have feared for me life. The letters describe the terror which the king of Damascus inspired in the king of Samaria's Sumer, then at his residence in Jezreel Gubla, by setting an ambush at the places where the hunted rival was supposed to pass. The king of Sumer wrote, letter 88, "He Abdi-Addu, long of Damascus slings around about every gate of Gubla. We cannot go out of the gates." Josephus Flavius, who related the story following the scriptures, wrote of secret attempts on the life of the Israelite king. 1. There were some Syrians lying in wait to kill him too, and the king did not dare to go out of the city. But Adados Ben-Hadad was unsuccessful in this plot and decided to fight openly. The grove of Jezebel Gubla provided the bands of the king of Damascus with hiding places. Their grove is mentioned in the Scriptures, and Ahab made a grove. I Kings 16-33. The garden of herbs and the vineyard of Naboth was part of the grove, Probably because of the scarcity of water during a number of years, their grove had withered. The king decided to cut it down for reasons of safety, being afraid for his life. He wrote to the pharaoh, letter 91, He Abdi-Addu sought to take Gubla, and I myself have felled me groves. It may be that to have here an explanation why the vineyard of Naboth, planted by Ahab and Jezebel to serve as a garden, is called only the field in the fatal epilogue to the drama of Naboth H. Kings 9, s. 7. The king of Damascus is killed while lying 111 after years of sieges and battles. The day came when the adversary of the king of Samaria was afflicted with a grave disease. Jewish Antiquities, D.C., 60 trans. R. Marcus. Ibid, 9th, 51. The Elamarna letters continued 293 and Kings 8, 7-9 And Elisha came to Damascus. And Ben-Hadad the long of Syria was sick. And it was told him, saying, The man of God is come hither. And the king said unto Hosea, Go, inquire of the Lord by him, saying, Shall I recover this disease? So Hosea went to meet him and stood before him, and said, Thy son Ben-Hadad king of Syria hath sent him to thee, saying, Shall I recover this disease? The question of whether the king of Damascus would recover from his sickness or die is repeated in the letter of the king of Sumer Samaria to a chief in Egypt, letter 95, Abdi-Addu is very sick, who knows but that he will die? He died on his sickbed, but not from his disease. He was killed. 1 Aman and Gubla reported to the Pharaoh, letter 101, They have indeed killed Abdi-Addu, whom the king Pharaoh had placed over them. A more detailed record is preserved in the Hebrew sources, where Hosea is named as the assassin. And Kings 8, 15 And it come to pass on the morrow, that he took a thick cloth, and dipped it in water and spread it on his face, so that he died, and Hosea reigned in his stead. Both records agree that Ben-Hadad Abdi-Addu was gravely ill, but he did not die from his disease. He met a violent death. The Elamarna letters provide us with additional information. Hosea Ezru was a son of Ben-Hadad. Ezru, a son of Abdi-Addu, is with his brothers in Damascus. To this information Abdi-Addu ist aber nicht eins naturlichen Todes and follows dieser Erkrankung gestorben, sondern ermordet worden, unsere Offender von Amaruluten selbst. Die waren umstanden leider and follows der Leichenhaftigkeit des Texts nicht deftig zu erkennen. Weber, in Nutzon, die Elamarna p. 1132. Aus 105 f. Ist wohl zu entnehmen, dass die Sohn des Abdi-Addu bei seinem Guldzimen und kaum ganz unbeteiligt. Sein Canaanite, p. 1198. Letter 107. 94 Ages in Chaos is not entirely new. Nicholas of Damascus, an author of the 1st century before the present era, wrote, After the death of Adad-Adad, his descendants reigned for 10 generations, each of whom inherited from his father the name and the crown. 3 It was suggested that Nicholas of Damascus had been mistaken, for now we have authentic documents proving that he was correct in declaring Hosea to be a son of Ben-Hadad. It is told in the scriptures that Hosea returned to his lord in Damascus after greeting Elisha. Calling his father, the king, Lord is entirely in keeping with the customs and the language. Hosea was not the lawful heir to the throne. Like Ahab, who had 1 queen but many wives and 70 sons by them in Samaria, Ben-Hadad probably had many sons. From an inscription of Shalmaneser it may be inferred that Hosea was born of a concubine. Hosea, son of nobody, seized the throne. 6 In the Elamarna letters he is persistently called slave, but if Menander's story about Abdi-Addu, grandson of Hiram, is the story of Abdi-Addu, also called Abdi-Addu, 7 The scriptural Ben-Hadad, then the king of Damascus was killed by the sons of his nurse. Sons of the royal nurse were held in honor, and occasionally could even lay claim to the throne. 8 Ezru, also called Ezru 9 Hosea or Azaelos of Josephus, was anxious to secure the consent of the pharaoh to his seizure of the throne of the murdered Abdi-Addu Ben-Hadad. The assassination had not been accomplished in public, so Hosea could try to exculpate himself, pleading that he was wrongly accused of the crime. He wrote, One have not sinned. Not the least have I done. S. Josephus Jewish Antiquities, 7th, 102, who cited Nicholas of Damascus. Gentile Cos, Il Parati difficile fedmeter Q law dynastic DCS Iladad AITDW Dix generations, Car, N 845, Hosea l'Assassina ben Hadad H. Et Fonda un dynasty nouvelle. Th. Reinach, Texels, p. 80. It was also an Egyptian usage. C. Ehrman, A., and Blakeman, are multiplied by meter, The Literature of the Ancient Egyptians, London, 1927, p. 42, Lucan B. H. Ancient Record cf. Assyria, I, Sec 681, Tedder 64. See section The Five Kings, above. 8 cf. W. Helk, der Einfluss der Militarvölker in der 18. Ägyptischen Dynasty / Untersuchungen zur Geschichte unaltertem Scum Ägyptens, 14 1939, 66-70. In Egypt this role of the Milk Brothers is noticeable only during the 18th dynasty. Letter 117. IJTLTJLJLHVLNJ, JTL11GJTV and UUIN1JLJMULJJY against the king, my lord. The king, my lord, knows the people who have committed crime. 10. These words imply that the accusation had reached the Egyptian capital. Hazael, the dog / burns the strongholds of Israel. The reign of Hazael-Azaru proved to be even more disastrous for the realm of Israel than the reign of the slain king of Damascus. The famine still plagued the people of Samaria in the days of King Hazael as in the days of his father. Samaria was in a state of almost constant siege and changed hands over a period of more than 5 years. 1. The king of Sumer Samaria wrote, Letter 125, Aziru has again oppressed me. My cities belong to Aziru, and he seeks after me. What are the dogs, the sons of Abdi-Addu, that they act according to their heart's wish, and cause the cities of the king to go up in smoke? This is almost exactly what Elisha said when, before the gates of Damascus, he announced to Hazael that he would be king over Syria, and Kings 8:11-13. And the man of God wept, and Hazael said, Why weepeth my lord? And he answered, Because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel, their strongholds wilt thou set on fire. And Hazael said, But what, is thy servant a dog, that he should do this great thing? His expression, Is thy servant a dog, which accidentally escaped oblivion, was a typical figure of speech at the time of the Elamarna letters. Many chieftains and governors concluded their letters with this sentence, Lest he servant a dog that he shall not hear the words of the king, the Lord. In referring to Aziru Hazael, Immanuel letter the king of Sumer Samaria and other dispatchers of messages also used the word. Letter 157. Letter 106. 296 Ages in Chaos Dog. Sometimes the name of Aziru is not mentioned at all, only the word dog. For example, in letter 108 it is written, Because of the dog, and the Pharaoh knew who was meant. Another figure of speech out of the mouth of Hazael in the Scriptures is repeated in his letters. When Hazael went to meet the prophet Elisha, he said, I Kings 8-9 Thy son Ben-Hadad king of Syria hath sent him to thee. In his letters to Dudu in Egypt Aziru wrote, Letter 158, to Dudu, My lord, my father. Thus saith Aziri, thy son, thy servant. He employed the expressions, thy son / thy servant, in letters and in conversation to show respect. In the only dialogue preserved in the Scriptures in which Hazael participates, there are 3 turns of speech that also appear in his letters. The context of the dialogue, the question of whether the king of Damascus would survive, and the statement that he, Hazael, the new king, would cause the cities of Israel to go up in smoke is also preserved in the Elamarna letters. It is therefore a precious example of the authenticity of the scriptural orations and dialogues. At this point it is appropriate to quote one of the letters of Aziru Hazael to this mighty man in Egypt who is called Dudu. It will give us an idea. OFWHO was the secret force in the colonial office of Egypt which supported Abdi-Addu and his son in their adventurous campaigns in Syria and Palestine. Letter 158, to Dudu, My lord, my father, thus saith Aziri, thy son, thy servant, at the feet of me father I will fall down, may my father be well. Behold, thou art there, my father, and whatever is the wish of Adad-Addu, my father, write, and I will indeed perform it. Behold, thou art my father and my lord, and I am thy son. The lands of Amori are thy lands, and my house is thy house, and all thy wish write. And, behold, I will perform thy wish. And, behold, thou sittest before the long, my lord, enemies have spoken words of slander to me father before the king, my lord, but do thou not admit them. And behold, mayst thou sit before the king, my lord, when I arise. The Elamarna letters continued 297 and words of slander against me not admit. But if the king, my lord, does not love me but hates me, what shall I then say? Who knows whether out letters of the king of Samaria reached the eyes of Akhenaten? The king of Samaria complained that many of his messages went unanswered and did not receive due attention. This Adad-Addu, whose splendid sepulchre is preserved among the tombs of the courtiers of Akhenaten in Akhenaton Tel El-Amarna, is thought to have been of Semitic origin. His reward at the hand of the pharaoh was celebrated by some Asiatics, as the murals in the tomb witness to these Asiatics were Syrians. The name Adad-Addu is a Semitic name of the king's period in Palestine. It appears in the scriptures as Dodoi Samuel 23-9, 24. It is conceivable that this Adad-Addu was a descendant of Hadad the Edomite, who was an adversary of Solomon and who married into the royal house of Egypt. I Kings 11-19. Adad-Addu, the chamberlain and the chief mouthpiece of all the foreign lands / as he described himself in an inscription in his sepulchral hall, made matters easier for La-Hosea, and some of the tablets of the king of Samaria waited 27 centuries before receiving attention. Their author, desperate at the thought that his messages might not have been reported to the Pharaoh, and fearing that he was carrying on a soliloquy, closed a letter with a bitter plea. Letter 122. I am his solitude, protect me right. What should I do? Hear. I beg, refuse not. There are people in the presence of the long, or there are not? Hear me. Behold, so have I written to the palace. But thou hast not hearkened. The words of Elisha announcing to Hazael his accession to the throne and his wars against Israel were fulfilled. Hazael oppressed Israel even more than did Ben-Hadad Abdi-Addu. A tablet was sent to Pharaoh from Gubla Jezreel letter 127, when, formerly, Abdi-Addu to Abdi-Addu marched up against me, I was mighty. But, behold, now my people are crushed. Ethel and Dagaris Davies, the rock tombs of Elamarna, Volvi, the tomb of Tutu. J.D.S. Pendlebury, Tel El-Amama, p. 51. 298 Ages in chaos. In a series of raids Hazael depopulated the land. Letter 109, but, verily, the sons of Abdi-Addu, the slave, the dog, have taken the cities of the king and the cities of his regents, according to their pleasure. Under such circumstances my heart burned. And they strive for crime, outrage. The outrages of Hazael are described in the scriptures. Not only did he kill the men, but crushed their children and ripped open their women with child. I Kings 8-12. Another tablet was sent to the pharaoh from Gubla, letter 124. Hazael has taken Almi cities, Gubla in her solitude is left to me. Behold, soldiers have gone up against Gubla. And I Hexit, where shall I stand? This oppression by Hazael lasted many years. The last letters of Elamarna still tell of it. It endured as long as he lived and reigned. A parallel account is in the following passage of the scriptures, Re Kings 10-32 inches. Those days the Lord began to cut Israel short, and Hazael smote them in all the coasts of Israel. The last letters of Eliab the people of Gubla. And my house and my wife said to me, attach yourself to the son of Abdi-Addu and let us make peace between us / but I refused. One so wrote the king, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up. I Kings 21-25. The protests of the population he met with reprisals. And they said, how long wilt thou kill us? Where wilt thou get people to HVE in the city? He himself reported, when I was discouraged I wrenched from my heart a decision / 2 and he went to Beirut to 1 letter 136, Abdi-Addu letters continue. 29 Make friendsfls with the king of that city and prepare a refuge in case Hazael drove him out of his city. The king of Samaria was a son-in-law of the Long of Sidon I Kings 16-31, and the king Oibartans probably a relative of this family. When he departed, his city closed its gates behind him. From his refuge he complained to the Pharaoh. He reported that he had massacred his opponents, which was not the first time he had done so. One such instance is also recorded in the Scriptures in the story of the condemning to death of all the members of the opposing party of Yahweh's I Kings 18-3 ff. He feared an insurrection of his people, and this he had already expressed repeatedly in his early and later letters. I am afraid that the peasants will slay me, fear my peasants will rebel. 8 He wrote as though he feared the curse of Elijah pronounced in the field of Naboth, in the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth shall dogs lick thy blood. Even 9/letter 138, and behold, the people of Gubla have now written to me. Behold their hostile words, give it, his flowing blood. This detail of his refuge in Beirut and later in Sidon, apparently in the house of Jezebel's relatives for more than 1 year, is not recorded in the Scriptures, but it was this absence that gave rise to the rumors faith was dead. They said, our Lord is indeed dead? They had said, Tub-Adi is dead, and we are out of his power. 5 This episode in the belief that the king had died may have contributed to the confusion of a later chronicler and may have been one reason for the many chronological and dynastic contradictions between the different versions of the Scriptures. Here the letters of Rib-Adi, the scriptural Ahab, cease. He, an old man, asked, with very little hope of gaining the attention of the Egyptian suzerain, whether the Pharaoh would assign Jerusalem to him as a residence. Did he mean Jerusalem, and did his scribe merely show his ignorance, as in many other letters of the Elamarna collection where the names of cities and persons are spelled? Are letters 77,117, 130. Letter 162, by the Pharaoh Jezebel was from Sidon. Letter 138. Letter 137 *300 Ages in chaos arbitrarily? Or is it that the Hebrew preposition in be in Hebrew remained attached to the name of the city written in cuneiform? Jehoshaphat had died only shortly before. Apparently the Pharaoh gave the kingdom of Israel to Joram, son of Jehoshaphat and son-in-law of Ahab. It seems that Joram took it upon himself to restore order in the northern kingdom, leaving his young son Ahaziah in Jerusalem. 7 The KST letter of Rib-Adi ends with the admonition, when I die, my sons, the servants of the king, will still live, and they will write to the king, O bring us back into our city. The feared revolt was led by the long-suppressed Yahwist party. The conspiracy in the army, which opposed Hazael, broke out, and the revolt struck Jezreel. Jehu drove furiously to Jezreel and killed Joram, previously wounded in a battle with the Syrians, and Ahaziah, who had come from Jerusalem to visit him. Jezebel was thrown out of the window, and Jehu's horses trod upon her, and her flesh was torn by dogs in the field of Naboth, leaving for burial only the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands. The 70 sons of Ahab who dwelt in Samaria were also put to death, and their heads were carried in baskets to Jezreel. I Kings 10-7. The prince of Beirut informed the Pharaoh that the children of the king of Gubla and Sumer letter 142 were given by his brother into the hands of offenders. From the Scriptures we know that Jehu killed the king of Ahab in Samaria and Jezreel. So Jehu slew all the remainder of the house of Ahab in Jezreel. I Kings 10-11. The 65 letters of Rib-Adi, king of Sumer and Gubla Samaria and Jezebel Jezreel, written to the Pharaoh Amenhotep III, the Pharaoh Akhenaten, and the governor Amenappa, disclose the human nature of their author. He was Amen with a heavy heart, sad and worried. There is not one cheerful line in his letters. It is true that the events of his time in his land justified this state of mind. No one else among all the correspondents of the Elamarna period wrote such distressed letters. What shall I do in my solitude? Behold, this I asked day and night. He impressed his people, too, by his melancholy. 7 See section Ahab or Joram, above. The Elamarna letters continued 301 And Ahab came into his house heavy and displeased. And he laid him down upon his bed, and turned away his face, and would eat no bread. So when Naboth refused him the vineyard, Kings 21-4, he rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his flesh, and fasted, and lay in sackcloth, and went softly. So when Elijah cursed him and Jezebel for what had been done to Naboth, who was sentenced to death by stoning on the testimony of false witnesses, Kings 21-27. And the king of Israel went to his house heavy and displeased, and came to Samaria. So when he heard that he had failed by letting Ben-Hadad go away with the covenant, Kings 20-43. The scriptures condemned this idolater who was possessed by religious zeal, and Ahab the son of Omri did evil in the sight of the Lord above all that were before him. Kings 16-30. The rabbinical tradition condemned Ahab for his idolatry and the persecution of the prophets of Yahweh, but could not close its eyes to his patriotism and the deep emotions of his perturbed soul. In the heavenly court of justice, at Ahab's trial, the accusing witnesses and his defenders exactly balanced each other in number and statements, until the spirit of Naboth appeared and turned the scale against Ahab. A minute study of this period might create the false impression that Ben-Hadad and Hazael were the principal adversaries in the long Jewish history, and not just two villains who might be found in any generation. However, they became the national heroes of the Syrian history. It is a fact that in Syria, in the time of Josephus Flavius, 900 years after the time I describe, these two kings were honored as great builders and great conquerors and great characters, and the people of Damascus cherished the memory of these national heroes and saints. Josephus, after describing the act of murder, wrote, Adadus and Hazaelos who ruled after him are to this day honored as gods because of their benefactions and the building of temples with which they adorned the city of Damascus. And they, the Syrians and the people of Damascus, have processions every day in honor of these kings and glory in their Ginsburg, Legends, IV, 187. 302 Ages in Chaos Antiquity. 9. The Arabs of Damascus feasted in memory of Ben-Hadad and his murderous son. Their rival, Ahab, went down in the memory of his people as a great sinner in Israel. The attention given to the historical events and even to some minor happenings of the period with which this chapter deals is due mainly to the fact that the priceless Amarna letters were written at that time, and they provide rich material for parallels. From the standpoint of the biblical narrative, the importance lent to the period is enhanced, for the letters deal with the mist-shrouded time of Elijah and Elisha, the seers. Josephus, Jewish Antiquities, 9th, 92-94. Chapter 8. The Amarna letters concluded. Laramuda also reading the letters of the king of Sumer Samaria, we are impressed by the frequent mention of a place called Laramuda, also Ramuda, one, and by the role it played in the aspirations of the king. This place is referred to only in his letters, 18 times in 13 letters. From there his people obtained grain in the years of the famine in return for heavy payments, trading of household implements, and even giving children into slavery. In previous times grain from Laramuda had belonged by right to Sumer Samaria. The king wrote to the Pharaoh asking his command, "May it seem good to the king, my lord, that grain be given, produce of the land Laramuda/2 inches like manner." He wrote to the governor Amenappa, "Say to thy lord that there should be given to his servant the produce of the land of Laramuda, as was formerly given to Sumerus/8." The king of Sumer Samaria had a claim on this place, and he submitted the claim to 3 Egyptian deputies, 2 of them being Amenappa and Lanhama. And they have recognized my right. The dispute was with the king of Damascus over Laramuda. Letter 105, because of that which belongs to whom he has become hostile to me. He oppressed and he has taken. He has become hostile to whom on account of to take grain for nourishment from Laramuda, that I die not. For a time Laramuda was held by the king of Sumer and Gubla, and his army was stationed there, because he wrote to the Pharaoh, "Say to Lanhamu that he take money and clothing for the people of Gubla in Laramuda." Letter 85. Letter 85. Letter 86. 304 Ages in Chaos. The conflict over Laramuda outlived Abdi-Addu Ben-Hadad and was still acute in the days of Hazael. The king of Sumer Samaria required of the Pharaoh military assistance to compel the local chief, who had aligned himself with the king of Damascus, to give provisions to the peasants and soldiers. Letter 114. Formerly, my peasants have provided provisions from the land of Laramuda. But, behold, La-Addu did not permit them to go for provisions for the garrison. So, then, let the king send thy archers. Care for me. Who would be a friend if I should die? Is not La-Addu with Aziru? During his entire reign he insisted that Laramuta's grain, as in former times, must belong to him and his people. Letter 125, formerly, a royal garrison was with me, and the king gave grain from Laramuta for their provisions. But, behold, now Aziru has again oppressed me. There have been various conjectures about this place, that it was in Goshen in Egypt, for this according with the theory that Lanhama was the scriptural Joseph. That Laramuta was the ancient name for Philistia and Sharon. 5. That it was in the plain of Antioch. 6. Laramuta's location is uncertain. 7. If this place interested the king of Sumer Samaria so much that he involved himself in a prolonged conflict over it, claiming its produce, we may expect that the scriptures will give the answer to the question, what place was it? I Kings 22-3. And the king of Israel said unto his servants, Know ye that Ramoth in Gilead is ours, and we be still, and take it not out of the hand of the king of Syria? Compare C. Niebuhr in Metalling and der Vorderasiatus Claregyptus Chengesit Chaft, I 1896, 208 and W. M. Mealer, Ibid, I 1897, 274 f. I. Rink, Retine Schriftliches Materials Egyptischen Vokdessation Berlin, 1910, p. 22 and Note 1. Albright, Journal of the Palestine Oriental Society, 2nd Jerusalem, 1922, 112, Note 2. Ibid, IV 1924, 140. Meisler, Untersuchungen zur Aliengeschichte und Ethnographik Syrians und Palestinas, pp. 7 ff. 7. Mercer, Tel El-Amarna Tablets, Note to Letter 68. The El-Amarna letters concluded 305 Ramoth in Gilead played a most important role in the wars of the king of Israel. He conferred with his prophets, shall I go against Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? His governor, Amon, supported him in this undertaking. I Kings 22-26. Jehoshaphat accompanied him to battle in Ramoth, as already narrated. There, according to one version, Ahab was killed, according to another he was only wounded. At a later date the king of Israel had kept Ramoth Gilead, he and all Israel, because of Hazael king of Syria. I Kings 9-14. 8. On this front Jehu was anointed by the messenger of Elisha. I Kings 9-4. Josephus Flavius gave the name of the place for which Ahab battled with the Syrians as Aramatha in Galilee. 9. Ramoth of the Bible and Aramatha of Josephus is Laramtita or Ramuta of the El-Amarna letters. The battles and wars waged for this PKCE in the years when Samaria suffered from famine are well explained by the letters. The highland of Gilead was the breadbasket of the entire region, and famine had not touched it. Ramoth in Gilead is prominently mentioned in the scriptures during the time of Ahab, Joram and Jehoshaphat, and only during this time. 10. Samaria Syria under the oligarchs during the period of the El-Amarna letters. Sumer Samaria, though the center of Egyptian administration, was almost constantly beleaguered by the kings of Damascus. The two sieges of Samaria and its liberation from the first be the young men of the governors of the provinces, and from a long second siege is the result of a rumor of the arrival of an Egyptian army, with the parallels from the 8th. See also I Kings 8-28. Jewish Antiquities, 8th, 398. Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Makkad 9b, Sichem in the Mountains, opposite to Ramoth in Gilead. Ca. Neubauer, L'autographe du Talmud, Paris, 1868, p. 10. 306 Ages in Chaos. Scriptures and the El-Amarna letters have been recorded in earlier pages. Besides the king and the governor, the elders also exercised authority in the city. To their decision the king submitted the fate of the city when he received the ultimatum of the king of Damascus during the first siege. I Kings 20-7. For the larger part of the period of the El-Amarna letters the HNG of Surmir lived in his second residence, and from there wrote most of his letters pleading for aid for his capital. At the beginning of that period the governor Amenappa, the biblical governor Amon, relinquished his permanent post in Sumer, and for the greater part of the time was in Egypt. Lanhamasid was in Damascus. because of the anarchical conditions that prevailed as a result of the many vicissitudes and frequent sieges, the elders of Sumer became more influential, and for some time were the only authority in the city. Hazael, when his attempt to enter Sumer failed, wrote in a letter, letter 157, "But the chief men of Sumer have not admitted Mo." To these chief men or rulers and elders of Samaria Jehu wrote, challenging them to choose one of the sons of Ahab to be king or yield to him. II Kings 10. This time the oligarchs became frightened and admitted Jehu into the city. The king's city, Sumer, the city of Samaria, was a long city, a residence built as a center of Egyptian administration of the Asiatic provinces. Pharaoh used to send silver to Samaria in the days of Omri, who built it. Letter 126, formerly, however, there was sent away farther from the great palace silver. Egypt received meager, if any, tribute in return. The Pharaoh also provided Samaria with chariots. In the city was a palace, and the king's house of Sunmr is often the Elamarna letters concluded J 307 mentioned in the Elamarna letters. Nominally it was the residence of the Pharaoh, but actually it was the residence of his regent, the vassal king, and probably also of the Egyptian deputy attached to the vassal. The king's house is referred to also in the Stele of Mesha, who repaired it. The palace built by Ahab in Samaria is mentioned in the scriptures. It was overlaid with ivory. The words of Mesha, "I have cut its cuttings," might refer to the ivory carvings on the palace. The ivory of the Sumerian palace of Omri and Ahab was found in abundance during the excavations, when more will be said about it in a later section of this chapter. The city of Samaria was surrounded by a wall. This wall is mentioned both in the scriptures and in the letters of Elamarna. It is also referred to in the Mesha Stele. The place before the gate was the scene of the two-king conference with the prophets. The thrones were placed at the entering in of the gate of Samaria. Chronicles 18-9. The gate was also the station of the officer appointed to have the charge of the gate. Kings 7-17. He had to collect silver in payment for the barley and flour abandoned by the Syrians who had fled from beneath the walls of Samaria. The officer was trodden to death. The custom of taking money at the gate is also mentioned in a letter by the king of Sumer. Almi gates have taken copper. To the gate of Samaria, which was an important placia kind of form for the people, is referred to in the Mesha inscription, as well as in the scriptures and the Elamarna letters. In the city was a mound or acropolis called Ophel. It is mentioned in the scriptures. II Kings 5-24 and in the Stele of Mesha. The excavations at Samaria disclosed two portions of the ancient wall. The place of the gate, the city wall, had only one gate, and buildings of a palatial type. 8 Since Mesha occupied Samaria in partnership with the king of Damascus, and as Stele he ascribed the building activity in the city to himself, the work being done by the Israelite captives. W. Crowfoot and 0. M. Crowfoot, Early Ivories from Samaria, London, 1938. Letter 69 G. A. Reisner, C. S. Fisher, and D. G. Lyon, Harvard Excavations at Samaria, 190-1910 Cambridge, Moss 1924, 308 Ages in Chaos. The king of Damascus wrote similarly to a dignitary in Egypt, "After all the devastation that the city had suffered in wars and sieges, I built Sumer." For meaning that he, with the work of the Israelite captives, repaired the walls of the palace and of other buildings. This privilege to build in Samaria was highly esteemed, and is mentioned in the treaty between Ben-Hadad and Ahab. After the defeat of the Syrians at Aphek, Ben-Hadad told the king of Samaria, I Kings 20-34, "Thou shalt make streets for thee in Damascus, as my father made in Samaria." When, for a time, the city fell into his hands, he resumed together with the rebel King Mesha the building activity there. The next king of Damascus, Hazael, the scriptural Hazael, during the time he held Sumer Samaria, promised, "I will build it up Sumer now. My lord, I will no build Sumer in haste." 5 And again, "One have not built Sumer, but in 1 year I will build Sumer." Shalmaneser III expels King Nalon. According to the reconstruction of history presented here, the Elamarna letters were written, not at the beginning of the 14th century, but during the 3 decades 870 to 840. In about the year 858, Shalmaneser became king of Assyria. Later he became king of Babylonia, too, and made offerings in Babylon, Borsippa, and Cuth. He undertook a number of devastating raids on the Phoenician shore and on northern Syria, placing the Elamarna-Lectors in the time of Jehoshaphat, king of Jerusalem, and Ahab, king of Samaria, and Shalmaneser, their contemporary, challenges me to demonstrate agreement not only between the letters in the books of Kings and Chronicles, but also between the letters and the Assyrian inscriptions. In its annals Shalmaneser gave an Act Letter 62, Letter 159, Tetter 160. Lucanbull, Records of Assyria, I, Sec 566. The Elamarna letters concluded 309 count of his wars, the larger part of which were carried on in Syria. In a letter written by Abi-Meleki, king of Tyre, and found in Tel Elamarna, it is reported, and fire has consumed Ugarit, the city of the king. Half of it is consumed, and its other half is not. And the people of the army of Hadi are not there any more. In the section End of Ugarit, in chapter 5, we asked, who is the invader? We quoted also a proclamation found in Ras Shamra Ugarit in which the invading king decreed that the Jamalonians, the people of Didim, the Carians, the Cypriotes, all foreigners, together with the king Nichmd, should be expelled from Ugarit. The opening portion of the proclamation, which might have revealed the name of the king who expelled Nichmd, is missing. Some intimation has been found that Nichmd was expelled by the Babylonians, too, who are called here Hadi. This suggestion is not far from the truth, since Babylon was incorporated by Shalmaneser into his empire. We are curious to know whether Shalmaneser left any written record of his conquest of Ugarit. And in fact to find the following entry twice repeated in his annals, year 4. To the cities of Nichtim and Nictera it drew near. They became frightened at my mighty, awe-inspiring weapons and my grim warfare, and cast themselves upon the sea in wicker boats. I followed after them in boats fought a great battle on the sea, defeated them, and with their blood I dyed the sea like wool. 8. The city of Nichtim appears Tob, the city of Nichmd. Cities were named in honor of their kings, and in this case it is put clearly, of Nichtim. The translator of this record also explained the words city of Nichtim by a gloss, personal name. The inversion of two consonants, especially in personal names of foreign origin, is very common among Oriental peoples. Thus, not far from Ras Shamra is Iskenderun, a city named for Alexander. The city of Nichtim, like the city of Nichmd, was situated close to the sea. It may be that even Shalmaneser's simile of the sea looking like dyed wool was inspired by the trade of Ugarit. Ras Shamia. Factories for dyeing wool had been established in Ugarit, and stores of crushed shells prepared for Hrozn, Leslonians and Rashanua, Archive Orientale, 4th 1932, p. 178. Lucanbull, Records of Assyria, I, Sec 009. 310 Ages in Chaos. The extraction of dye were found there. A written order to tint 3 loads of wool also came to light. Some time before his expulsion Nichmd, together with Sapilileuma, a contemporary city king, contributed to the goddess of the city of Arn. We shall come across these names in the annals of Shalmaneser, too. Shalmaneser III is opposed by a Syrian coalition under Baridri-Baridia, the commandant of Megiddo. Shalmaneser relates that in his 6th year, 2 years after he drove King Nichtim into the sea, a prince named Baridri, helped by a coalition of 12 princes, opposed him at Karkar. One among Baridri's allies were Ahab, the prince of Israel with 2,000 chariots and 10,000 warriors. The city of Yerkata no prince is named, the prince of Arvad, Machinabali, the prince of Usa, not named, and the prince of Siana, Abinubali. The inscription of Shalmaneser does not say that the allied princes, Ahab among them, participated personally in the Battle of Karkar. It merely states, these 12 kings he Baridri brought to his support. We meet some of the same princes in the Elamarna letters. They wrote to the pharaoh that they were holding the garrisons in readiness to take a stand against the invading king of Hadi, and some of them from northern Syria, which was more immediately threatened than Palestine, might have taken part personally in the battle. The city of Yerkata wrote to the pharaoh, letter 100, thus saith Yerkata and the people of its inheritance. Let the heart of the Lord, know that to protect Irkata for him. Let the breath of the king not depart from us. We have closed the gate until the breath of the king comes to us. Powerful is the hostility against us, very powerful indeed. In a letter from Rib-Addu it is reported, Iduna of Irkata, mercenaries have killed. In the same letter he wrote about the wars of the king of Hatti in the northeast. Northern Syria. Letter 75. The Elamarna letters concluded 311 Prince Iduna of Siena of Shalmaneser's inscriptions was probably Iduna of and of Irkata of the Elamarna letters. But if Iduna of Shalmaneser's war annals was not the Prince of Irkata, then the failure of Shalmaneser to name the Prince of Irkata is explained by the Elamarna letter. The Prince of Irkata was killed, and the city defended itself without choosing a new prince. 2 letters of Mutballu are preserved. He wrote to the pharaoh, letter 255, "Let the king, my lord, send caravans to Karduniash. I will bring them in so that they be completely safe." Since Karduniash is Babylon 3 and the city of Mutballu is on the way to Babylon, we may guess that Mutballu of the Elamarna letters was Machinabali, the king of Arvad, mentioned in the Assyrian inscription of Shalmaneser. Mutballu did not say from where he wrote his letter. The Assyrian inscription, by calling Machinabali the king of Arvad, connects Mutballu of the letters with that city. From Josephus, who quoted Menander, for we have the information that Metanbal was a grandson of Ethobal Ethbal and a nephew of Jezebel. Azusa was near Tyre. Tyre was on an island near the shore. It did not have enough drinking water to withstand a siege. In those rainless years the king of Tyre asked the pharaoh to transfer the city of Azu to the domain of Tyre. Lkttkhiso, let the king direct his attention towards his servant and give him Azu in order that he may live, and in order that he may drink water. In both sources, in the inscription of Shalmaneser and in the letters, we have met Irkata, Arvada, and Azu as small principalities opposing the invader coming from the north. Megiddo was the strong military base behind these outposts. It had been fortified by Thutmose III, whose campaign and victory at Megiddo were emphasized in his annals. The city was a barrier in the path of the armies coming from the north. Its garrison also guarded the plain of Esdrael on Jezreel. At the time of the Elamarna letters a captain by the name of Knatin, di Elamarna Talfahelm, pp. 1013f. Against Apian, I. 312 ages in Chaos Beridia was in command of Megiddo. It is obvious that a great responsibility was placed on him at this time of uneasiness. 8 of his letters had been found. Judged by them, he was a daring and faithful soldier. Letter 243, and behold, I protect Makeda, the city of the king, my lord, day and night. By day I guard from the fields. With chariots and soldiers I protect the walls of the long, my lord. It was to Megiddo that Ahaziah, the grandson of Jehoshaphat, tried to escape when the rebellion of Jehu struck him unawares in Jezreel. Megiddo, as the letters reveal, was a fortress, which Jehu would not have dared to enter in his pursuit of Ahaziah. But Ahaziah did not succeed in escaping, he was trapped and killed in his flight to Megiddo. I Kings 9-27. The walls of Megiddo, once a formidable structure, when excavated were found to be very similar in construction and workmanship to the walls of Ahab's palace at Samaria, dating from the 9th century. 5 Beridia, as commander of the most important fortress, was the man to lead the coalition of the vassal kings against the king of Hatti. 6 The rank and position of Beridia of the Elamarna letters correspond to those of Beridia of the Shalmaneser inscription. The slightly different spelling of the names is due to the fact that not only personal but even geographical names were spelled in the letters in different ways. The same Beridia, in one instance he wrote his name Beridia, announced to the pharaoh that he was defending Makeda. Another time he wrote that he was defending Megiddo. There are many similar examples in the letters. Beridia, on watch at the stronghold of Megiddo, met the king of Assyria, the enemy of the pharaoh, and it was the chariots under his command that Shalmaneser took captive. C.C.S. Fisher, The Excavation of Armageddon, Chicago, 1929, p. 16. Since the Elamarna letters were not considered as belonging to the time of Shalmaneser, the chief of the coalition, Iridri, was supposed to have been Ben-Hadad, the most powerful among the kings of Syria. Sekmire, Gastic des Ultratums, 2nd, pt 2, pages 274. The identification of Ben-Hadad and Baridri gave rise to the question: why did Ahab come to the help of Ben-Hadad, his enemy, at Karkar? It was conjectured that Ben-Hadad conducted his war against Ahab to compel him to participate in the war against Shalmaneser. The Elamarna letters concluded 313 there were 1,000 Musri soldiers in the army under Baridri, who joined battle with the army of Shalmaneser at Karkar. According to the record of Shalmaneser, Musri is the Assyrian name for Egypt, Mizraim in Hebrew. As it seemed unreasonable that the Egyptian king should have sent only 1/10 the soldiers that Ahab sent, Musri was supposed to denote some realm other than Egypt. One theory 7 put it on the Sinai Peninsula. Another 8 located it in northern Syria or in eastern Anatolia. The letters of Elamarna, when assigned to their proper time, make these theories superfluous. The presence of a small contingent of Egyptian soldiers in the allied army under Baridia is in accord with the contents of the Elamarna letters. Baridia also sent regular reports to the pharaoh about his preparations to meet the king of Hatti on the battlefield. In a number of letters the king of Sumer reported to the pharaoh the danger impending from the king of Hatti. In an early letter he wrote, "Let the king, my lord, know that the king of Hatti has overcome all lands, which belonged to the king of Middah or the king of Nama, the land of the great kings. Abdi-Addu, the slave, the dog, has gone with him." The successes of the king of Hatti and Mitanni Middah were only temporary, for King Tushratta of Mitanni, the father-in-law of the pharaoh, was able to send, among other numerous and rich presents, some of the booty of the land of Hatti, and by this he let his son-in-law know that he was not defeated. The records of Shalmaneser, aside from his conquest of Babylon at the time of a dynastic war between two Babylonian princes, do not chronicle any decisive victory or permanent territorial acquisition in the east. Almost every year during the first 2 decades of his reign Shalmaneser renewed his southern campaigns into Syria. In the Elamarna correspondence the vassals of Egypt in northern Syria reported to the pharaoh the raids of the king of Hatti. By C. Beek. Sek's Mount Sinai Volcano, p. 8. 8 by H. Winkler, The Encyclopaedia Biblica, ed. L. Chain and Black. By giving credence to this theory and all its consequences relating to all contacts of the Israelites with Egypt, became worthless with respect to many important subjects. Letter 75. 314 Ages in Chaos. These raids were accompanied by holocausts. In one of his later letters Rib-Adi wrote, "I have heard from about the Hatti people that they burn the lands with fire. I have repeatedly written, all lands of the king, my lord, are conquered. They bring soldiers from the Hatti lands to conquer Gubla." 10 Rib-Adi in this letter expressed his fear that the attack would be directed against him. His information that the king of Hatti burned cities to the ground was true. Shalmaneser himself wrote, "I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire," a statement he often repeated. After his 16th march into Syria he perpetuated his deeds with these words, "Countless cities I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire." The same was reported in many letters of Syrian city princes to the pharaoh. Rib-Adi in a still later letter 11 wrote about the exploits of the king of Hatti, but these lines are destroyed, and we can read among the defaced characters only the words "king of the Hatti lands." Shalmaneser, the Assyrian king of the 9th century, was, according to this reconstruction of history, the king of Hatti of the Elamarna letters. After he secured the domain he inherited from his father, Ashurnazirpal, and increased it by the conquest of Babylon and of other areas, he wrote, "The land of Hatti to its farthest border I brought under my sway. From the source of the Tigris to the source of the Euphrates my hands conquered." 12 Hatti is here apparently a broad geographical designation, not an ethnographical name. When the Syrians tindered the walls of Samaria thought they heard an army approaching to relieve the city, they imagined that it was either the army of Egypt or of Hatti. I Kings 7-6. The latter means, apparently, the army of Shalmaneser. He put all other countries in a state of defense, and the pharaoh was regarded as his only real rival. Their rivalry in matters of Syria is perfectly reflected in the Elamarna letters. Letter 126. Letter 129. Uckanville, Records of Assyria, I. Sec 641. The Elamarna letters concluded 315 Shalmaneser III invades Amurru land and is opposed by the king of Damascus. In the 10th year of his reign Shalmaneser fought against another coalition, again under Baridri. When Baridri died, Hazael, exploiting the absence of an Egyptian governor, killed his own father. In Egypt, Hazael was suspected of being on the side of the king of Hatti, as his father at one time had been one, for he received messengers from the king of Hatti. At the same time he begged the pharaoh to confirm his status as king of Damascus, the throne of which he had usurped. He was summoned to Egypt, but he repeatedly delayed his departure with the excuse that the movements of the king of Hatti had to be watched. If the king of Hatti comes for hostility against me, then, O king, my lord, give me soldiers and chariots for me assistance. But he was questioned, why hast thou taken care of the messengers of the king of Hatti? But thou hast not taken care of me messengers? A long and interesting letter from the pharaoh to him is preserved. The royal axe would cut off his head and the heads of high-dollar brothers too if he took the side of the enemies of the pharaoh. But he would be in favor if faithful. Letter 162. Hazael was exceedingly glad with the pleasing and good words of the pharaoh, but he could not comply with the invitation to come to Egypt. His double-dealing angered the king of Hatti too. Hazael wrote to his protector, Adad-Addu, but, O my lord, the king of Hatti is come to Nuhas. Therefore I cannot come. May the king of Hatti depart. In a letter to the pharaoh he conceded that he had arrived formerly to the kingdom of Hatti. 3 But now Ho looks only in the face of the son, his lord Akhenaten. And the king of Hatti comes to Amurru, the land of. Letter 75. A similar punishment was meted out to the brothers of Ahab's heir by Jehu's order. Letter 165. 316 Ages in chaos. The king, my lord, for know he dwells in Nuhas, to 1 day's journey to Tunip, and I am afraid that he will oppress Tunip. Let him depart. 5*1 I am afraid of him. I watch lest he come up to Amurru. So I fear him. 6 We must now look into the annals of Shalmaneser to see whether he really came to Amurru, and whether he threatened Hazael. In the letters of the kings of the Syrian Hittites we read about the awe Shalmaneser inspired in that country. It is also mentioned in his own annals. The kings of the land of Amurru, all of them, became terrified at the approach of my mighty, awe-inspiring weapon. 7 He calls the land of Syria by the name applied to it in the Elamarna letters Amurru. The annals of Shalmaneser also verify what was said in the Elamarna letters concerning Hazael in the 18th year of reign. I crossed the Euphrates for the 16th time. Hazael of Aram Amurru came forth to battle. He wrote that Hazael made his stand at Mount Senir anti-Lebanon, Mount Seniru, a mountain peak which is in front of Mount Lebanon. The strategic position of Hazael protected Tunip Baalbek. In the battle Shalmaneser captured 1121 chariots. As far as Damascus, his royal city, I advanced. His orchards I cut down. 4 years later Shalmaneser, according to his annals, went against the cities of Hazael of Aram Amurru and captured 4 of his cities. The Phoenicians leave for a new home. From the annals of Shalmaneser we know that he subjugated the seacoast of Syria as far as Tyre. The Assyrian terror and the heavy tribute forced the Phoenicians to look for a new home, and a name for identified as Baalbek by Halevi and Winkler. Cf. Weber, in Nudfxen, pp. 112 SCI. Letter 165. Letter 166. Twickenville, Records of Assyria, I. Seg 601. The Elamarna letters concluded 317 of them left Tyre and other cities, went to the North African shore halfway along the Mediterranean, and founded there the colony of Carthage. 1. As we look for further mention of the military activities of Shalmaneser in the letters of Elamarna, it is only reasonable that we should direct our attention to the letters written from Tyre. Abi-Meleki, king of Tyre, wrote several tablets to the pharaoh, reassuring him. Letter 147, Behold, I protect Tyre, the great city, for the king, my lord. And again, Letter 149, The king, my lord, has appointed me to protect Tyre, the handmaid of the king. The pharaoh requested Abi-Meleki to give him information about the cities of Syria. Abi-Meleki wrote that Hazael had conquered Sumer Samaria. that the city of Donuna in Syria was quiet. Shalmaneser passed through the city in his second year. He called it Dununu. Abi-Meleki also wrote that half the city of Ugarit was destroyed by fire, that the other half of the city was despoiled, and that the soldiers of the Hatti army had left there. Shalmaneser captured Ugarit, the city of Nikdem, in the 4th year of his reign. With the fall of Donuna and Ugarit to Shalmaneser, the position of Tyre was very much endangered, especially because of the feud between that city and Sidon as reflected in the Elamarna letters, and also because of the pillaging tribes that approached Tyre from across the Jordan. Tyre on the rock was dependent on the coast not only for water supply but also for the wood necessary in shipbuilding. In his plight Abi-Meleki wrote that Lai was a surf of tears and pleaded for help. And when finally he received word that the fleet of the Pharaoh would arrive at Tyre, he sent out his mariners to meet the Egyptian navy. He was encouraged for a while and wrote again that he would defend the city. But the help was insufficient and too late, if it come at all. In the second part of the 9th century, 318 ages in chaos, in the 18th year of his reign, Shalmaneser wrote that he had received the tribute of them and of Tyre, Sidon, and of Jehu, of the house of Omri. In his last letter to the Pharaoh, Abi-Meleki changed the manner he had used in writing his previous letters. He used to tell the Pharaoh that he, the august overlord, vandereth in the heavens like Adad. It should be noted here that this was the same attribute that Shalmaneser in his inscriptions applied to himself: I thundered like Adad, the storm god. Shalmaneser also wrote, Shalmaneser, the mighty king, the son of all peoples. Akhenaten and Shalmaneser both claimed to be the son, and before long Abi-Meleki knew that there were two sons, a violent one in the two-stream land and an inactive one in Egypt. Abi-Meleki still paid respect to the Pharaoh and called him the eternal son / but in his long last letter he no longer wrote to the Pharaoh as to the sole sovereign, and it was clearly made known to the Pharaoh that Abi-Meleki also bowed before another lord. Letter 155, the king is son forever. The king has commanded that there be given to his servant and to thy servant of Shamati breath, and that there be given water for him to drink. But they have not done what the king, my lord, commanded. They have not given it. So, then, let the king care for the servant of Shalmajadi that water be given for the sake of his life. Further, let me lord, the king, as there is no wood, no water, no straw, no earth, no place for the dead, let the long, my lord, care for the servant of Shalmajadi that life be given to him. Bizarre conjectures were published to explain the meaning of that perplexing name Shamati. Without taking into consideration the contemporaneous account of Shalmaneser, who in his 18th year received tribute from Tyre and Sidon, the change in the overlordship of Tyre is easily misunderstood. Shamati could not be another name of the Pharaoh, because Abi-Meleki called himself Pharaoh's servant and the servant of Shamati. It was also proposed too that the word be read Myaati and to identify it with Maritime, a daughter of Akhenaten. It has been admitted that the by W. F. Albright, Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, 23 1937, 191 f. Journal of Biblical Literature, 61 1942, 314. The Elamarna letters concluded 319 evidence for this and similar explanations is defective. 3 Then it was said that Shamati was a god, and a hypothesis was constructed according to which ancient Jerusalem and Tyre both worshipped a deity Salem, and this deity was called Shamati by Abi-Meleki. It was observed, however, that a sign which usually accompanied the name of a deity was missing every time Shamati was named in the letter. Who, then, could he have been? And yet, in disregard of both facts that Shamati and the Pharaoh could not be the same person, and that Shamati could not be a deity, it was supposed that Shamati was the name of a god, equivalent to the son or Aton of Akhenaten, but that here this god is invoked as an alter ego of Akhenaten, which makes the sign of divinity unnecessary, and yet is an indication of a second personality. For Abi-Melek's last letter is not yet ended. What should we like to read in it? Of course, about the departure of the people of Tyre and other Phoenician cities on their ships from the grievous yoke of Shalmaneser and from the recurrent drought, to look for a new haven along the shores of the Mediterranean. We know that it was in the days of Shalmaneser and in fear of him that the refugees from Tyre and other Phoenician cities fled and laid the foundations of Carthage. This last letter of Abi-Meleki closes with the words, Letter 155, let the king set his face towards his servant and tire the city of Shamash. Behold, the man of Beirut has gone in a ship, and the man of Zidon goes away with 2 ships, and I go away with all thy ships and my whole city. The dramatic meaning of this letter becomes evident. Abimelech wrote that he would desert his rocky island and evacuate the population of Tyre. He begged the pharaoh to take care of what would remain in the deserted city, which was bound by tribute to a king invader. Nor is it clear what the etymology of the word is. Mercer, Tet Elamarna Tablets, pp. 504-5. Weber, in Kimson, Dialanamer. Tafel, pp. 12,541-320 in Chaos. Who was the dreaded king of Hatti of the Elamarna correspondence? The king of Hatti, always feared and often mentioned in the letters of the Syrian princes, might well have been one of the correspondents of the Elamarna collection. Although in continued conflict with Egypt, he never made open war against the pharaoh. At least the pharaoh never sent a strong army to the assistance of his Syrian vassals. It is probable, therefore, that they exchanged letters. It is generally accepted that Suppiluliuma, Ofwhom, only one very amiable letter is preserved, was the feared king of Hatti. A number of generations later another Suppiluliuma was a king of Hatti, and therefore it appeared reasonable that Suppiluliuma of the Elamarna period also had been a great king of Hatti. Actually, in the time of Shalmaneser III in the 9th century there lived a prince called Suppiluliuma Suppilulium, to whom Shalmaneser referred in his annals. He could have been the author of the letter in the Elamarna collection signed with his name 2 inches, a short and broken text from Ugarit referring to donations made to the goddess of the city of Arn. Prince Nikmt of Ugarit Ras Shamra as well as Suppiluliuma are mentioned. 3 apparently Nikmt and Suppiluliuma, 2, donated to the goddess of Arn. Arn was not far from Ugarit and was captured by Shalmaneser III in one of his campaigns. Against the cities of Aram personal name I drew near. Arn his royal city I captured. 4 Besides establishing the identity of Shalmaneser III and the king of Hatti, the invader from the north at the time of the Elamarna correspondence, there is a basis for suggesting an identification of the king of Hatti as one of the Elamarna correspondents. We have already shown that he is mentioned in the letters of the king of Uckanbil, Records of Assyria, I, Sec 599. Letter 41. G. Viralode, Suppiluliuma et Nigmadsi Ugarit. Review Hittite et Kshnik, v. 1940, 173-74. C. H. Gordon, Ugarit Book Rome, 1948, Uckanbil I, Records of Assyria, I, Sec 563. The Elamarna letters concluded 321 Tyre by the name of Shamash. But no letter is signed with this name. Inasmuch as Shalmaneser III was king of Assyria, who also became king of Babylon by intrigue and conquest, and Bernaburish is the name of the king who wrote from Babylon and who referred in his letters to the Assyrians as his subjects. 5 Most probably Bernaburish is the alter ego of Shalmaneser the Assyrian. It is well known from many instances that in Nineveh and in Babylon the king used various names. 6 Shalmaneser wrote of himself, Shalmaneser, the mighty king, king of the universe, the king without a rival, the autocrat who shatters the might of the princes of the whole world, who has smashed all of his foes like pots, the mighty hero, the unsparing. It also seems that Shalmaneser alone in his time would have written in the manner of Bernaburish. Bernaburish was very hearty and wrote letters often bordering on insult. Under the pretext of an indisposition he refused to grant an audience to the messenger of the pharaoh. His messenger has never eaten food nor drunk date wine in my presence. Then, although the pharaoh was the injured party, Bernaburish said that he was angry. I poured forth my wrath toward my brother because he had not received the message of solicitude to which an indisposed sovereign was entitled. But when he was informed, through the close questioning of the unknown messenger, that the road was long and that in the short period of time Pharaoh could not have responded to the news of his indisposition, he added to the same letter, I no longer poured forth to thee my wrath. Then he found fault with the Pharaoh's gifts. The 40 minas of gold which they brought when I set them in the furnace, did not come out full weight. He called on him to make good his loss of a caravan plundered in Syria. Kinshi is thy land and its kings are thy servants, therefore bind them, and the money which they have stolen, make good. He also wrote, "Do not retain me, messenger, let them come quickly." He ordered various art objects to be made and sent to him as presents. "Let experts, who are with thee, make animals, either of letter 9, Assyrians, my subjects." See article Babylonia and Encyclopedia Biblica, ed. Chain and Black, 322 ages in chaos, land or of river, as if they were alive. The skin, may it made as if it were alive. He also sent presents, but remarked, "For the mistress of thy house I have sent only 20 seal rings of beautiful lapis lazuli, because she has not done anything for me." This manner of writing to the pharaoh is unique in the Elamarna collection. All clues point to the identification of Beruburish with Shalmaneser of the Assyrian inscriptions, with Shamash of the letter of the king of Tyre, and with the icing of Hatti. There exists a very long register of gifts sent by Akhenaten to Beruburish 7 after an extensive enumeration of objects of gold, silver, precious stones, and ivory. The list mentions animals, but this part is defaced, and only ibex dura is discernible. The list gives the impression of being tribute rather than a gift, and the letters of Beruburish indicate that gifts delivered in excessive quantities were not made on an entirely voluntary basis. Treasures found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, the son-in-law of Akhenaten, are unequaled by any other archaeological discovery in Egypt or elsewhere, but they are trifles compared with the presents Akhenaten sent to Beruburish. The list opens with the words, "Letter 14, these are the objects which Neferuria, the great king, king of Egypt's armies, sent to his brother Beruburish the great king, king of Karduniash Babylon." Shalmaneser pictured on an obelisk the presentation of a tribute from various lands. One of these lands was Musri, Egypt, tribute of the land of Musri. In addition to gold, and more appreciated than this metal, there were rare animals described as camels with 2 humps, a river ox, and other land and water creatures, some of which are depicted. It is conceivable that these were figures of animals of land and river in compliance with the demand expressed in the quoted letter. Briefly summarizing the parallels between the annals of Shalmaneser and the Elamarna letters concerning the king of Hatti, we find the following: the record of the 4th-year campaign of Shalmaneser against letter 14. The Elamarna Letics concluded 323 Niktem as its counterpart in a letter of the king of Tyre and in a proclamation found in Ugarit Ras Shamra. Shalmaneser's repeated campaigns in Syria. He himself mentioned 16 marches during the first 18 years of his reign are told in many of the Elamarna letters, especially in those written from the cities in northern Syria. Shalmaneser wrote that the land of Hatti to its farthest border I brought under my sway. He wrote also, "I received gifts from all the kings of Hatti." 8 In the letters of Elamarna the invading king is called the king of Hatti. His destruction of numerous cities by fire is mentioned in his inscriptions and also in the letters of Elamarna. Vestiges of the conflagration are visible in the ruins of Ugarit. The chilling terror of his arms, which, according to his annals, filled the kings of the land of Amurru, finds expression in many letters. Cities and princes who wrote to the pharaoh about the approach of the invader are also mentioned in the annals of Shalmaneser as those who, with the assistance of Egypt Musri, fought against him in the 6th year of his reign. They fought again in his 11th year, and once more in his 14th year. From the commander of this coalition, Ugarit of the Assyrian annals, or Baridi of the letters written also Baridi, there are military reports to the pharaoh about his preparations for defense against the aggressor. The tributary status to which Shalmaneser, in his 18th year, reduced the cities of Tyre and Sidon, and the departure of their population on ships for a new haven, are described in the last letter of the king of Tyre. Shalmaneser's march against Hazael in the same year is related in the former's annals and is reported in the letters of Hazael Arzini. Hazael's stand at Talabban and Senir is also recorded both in the annals and in the Elamarna letters. The letters likewise mention the king of Hatti Shalmaneser's wars in the region of Mesopotamia. The Elamarna letters describe, and the obelisk of Shalmaneser exhibits, the presence of gold and rare animals sent from Egypt. Lakebal, Records of Assyria, I. Sec 563. 324 Ages in Chaos. Idioms of the Elamarna letters. The Elamarna letters were written in cuneiform characters in Babylonian Akkadian with many Syrian idioms. Having been written in the days of Jehoshaphat, king of Jerusalem, Their manner of expression, a characteristic of every land and every age, should be expected to resemble the manner of expression in the earlier books of the prophets, for only 100 years separate Jehoshaphat from Amos, the prophet. The similarity of expression in the Elamarna letters from Palestine and in the prophets and psalmists did not pass unnoticed, and identical turns of speech were detected and stressed. Here are some examples. 1. Loyalty is expressed by the metaphor, to lay the neck to the yoke and bear it, in the letters of Yaktari Latari and Balmir 2 and similarly in Jeremiah 27, LLF. The submission of the enemy is described in the words, to eat dust, in the letter of the men of Yerkata as well as in Isaiah 49-23. The king's face is against a man, or the king casts down a man's face, or he throws them in out of his handfus, in letters of Abdi-Ahab and in Genesis 19-21 and I Samuel 25-29. Abdi's face is friendly toward the king. He has directed his face towards the glory of the king, and would see his gracious face. Biblical ideas of face and presence will be at once recalled. Just as Akhenaten's Akhenaten reminds us of Psalm 104, so Psalm 139-7f is suggested by the words of Tagi letter 264, as for us, consider. My two eyes are upon thee. If we go up into heaven Shemema, or if we descend into the earth, yet is our head rushing in thine hands / the footstool of his feet is an expression found in a letter and in Psalm 110. Achai writes, a brother art thou and love is in thy bowels and in thy heart, similar to Jeremiah 4-19. The city. The following examples and quotations are from S. A. Cook, Style and Ideas, in Cambridge Ancient History, Vol. Letters 296, 257. The Elamarna letters concluded 325 weeps and its tears run down, and there is none taking hold of our hand that is, helper. These words, written by the men of Dunip, remind us of Lamentations 1-2 and Isaiah 42-6. Abdi's appeals to the Pharaoh's good name contain turns of speech used also in Deuteronomy 9-27f and in Joshua 7-9. When he wishes to say that he confessed his sins, he uses the words, opened his sins, 3, an expression also found in Proverbs 28-13. When he writes that he will die if there is not another heart in the king, he uses an expression also found in I Samuel 10-9 and Ezekiel 11-19. The king of Jerusalem wrote to Pharaoh that because he has his name upon Jerusalem forever, the city cannot be neglected / words that remind us of a passage in Jeremiah 14-9. Again, he wrote, see. The king, my lord, has set his name at the rising of the sun and at the setting of the sun, a parallel to which may be found in Malachil. These and similar parallels moved the scholar who brought them together to write. The repeated lyrical utterances of Rib-Adi and Abdi-Kiba are early examples of the unrestrained laments of the later Israelites who appeal, not to a divine king of Egypt, their overlord, but to Yahweh. 1. By establishing this, the author hit on only half the truth. He emphasized the similarity of the expressions and he was right. But, compelled by the conventional chronology, he regarded this fact as proof that the Canaanites, 700 or 800 years before the Israelite prophets and scribes, had used the same peculiar expressions and he was wrong. The assumed heritage of the Canaanite culture in art and literature was actually an Israelite creation. The proofs of the continuity of culture in Palestine before and after conquest by the Israelites are vanishing. To this list of comparisons, taken from the research of another, may be added all those expressions that to have found to be identical in the letters and in the dialogues and monologues of the books of Kings and Chronicles in the chapters dealing with the period of Ahab and Jehoshaphat, and which we compared earlier in these letter 137. S. A. Cook, in Cambridge Ancient History, 11, 338*326 ages in chaos pages. We compared even the forms of speech of Jehoshaphat with similar constructions in the letters of the king of Jerusalem. Expressions of the scriptural Ahab with expressions in the letters of the king of Sumurah. And we found every sentence of the biblical dialogue of Hosea preserved in the letters of Azero and in letters about him. It is easy to expand this collection, for there is not a monologue or dialogue in the pertinent chapters of Kings and Chronicles that does not have turns of speech which are also in the Elamarna letters. The conventional form of respectful address, such as the king, my lord, my father, thy son, thy brother. Peculiar expressions, such as, but what, is thy servant a dog, that he should do this? 5. Or our eyes are upon thee. Vid. Common idioms, such as let go out of thine hand. 7. Are found in the Elamarna letters and in the chapters of Kings and Chronicles dealing with the period of Ahab and Jehoshaphat. The art of writing on day was developed and exchange of letters was common in the days of Jehoshaphat and Ahab. Jezebel sent letters to the elders of Jezreel inviting them to bring false witness against Naboth. Ben-Hadad sent a letter to the king of Israel asking him to heal Naaman. Jehu, after the success of the conspiracy in Jezreel, twice sent letters to the elders of Samaria. The Elamarna letters provide us with ample evidence that employment of scribes and the writing of letters was rather common in the Palestine of that time. They prove also that in the Palestine of Ahab and Jehoshaphat scribes read and wrote cuneiform and added to Hebrew. This confirms the theory advanced at the beginning of the century 8 that cuneiform was being written in Palestine. That the dog means also a male prostitute. Cf. Deuteronomy 23-18. The expression, is thy servant a dog that he shall not, is also found in letters of Lachish, the Modem Tel Adar, in southern Palatine. These letters were written shortly before the destruction of the First Temple. Chronicles 20-2 Words of Jehoshaphat. 1 Kings 20-42. 8h. Winkler, Der Gebrauch der Kielschrift bei den Judicien, Autorientisch Forschungen, 3rd 1902, Part I, 165. E. Neville, Archaeology of the Old Testament, London, 1913. Benzinger, Hebräische Archäologie 2nd ed., 1907, p. 176. Jeremias, Das Alttestament im Licgt des Alien Orients, p. 263. The Elamarna letters concluded 327, the time when the annals, later used by the editor of the biblical texts, were composed. The excavations in Samaria brought to light 2 tablets in cuneiform. One of them contains these words, Say Abdi-Addu to the governor of the cities to deliver 6 oxen, 12 sheep 7. The other tablet is almost obliterated. They have a Hebrew seal. 9. A Hebrew scribe must have written them. The exact date of these tablets from the palace at Samaria is not known. The palace was built early in the 9th century and destroyed late in the 8th century. The Age of Ivory, the period of the Elamarna correspondence, might quite properly be called the Ivory Age. Next to gold, the desideratum of all ages, objects of ivory were the most coveted, and with lapis lazuli they are the most frequently mentioned royal presents. Lapis lazuli was sent by the kings of Asia to the pharaohs Amenhotep III and Akhenaten. Objects, and especially furniture, of ivory or inlaid with ivory were requested of the pharaohs by these kings. Amenhotep III wrote to the king of Arzawa and Asia Minor, 10 chairs of ebony, inlaid with ivory and lapis lazuli. I have dispatched /1 and Tushrada, the king of Mitanni, wrote to Amenhotep III, and let me brother give 3 statues of ivory /Buraburish, writing from Babylon, asked for objects of ivory. Letter 11, lot trees be made of ivory and colored. Lot field plants be made of ivory and colored, and let them be brought. The list of presents sent by Amenhotep IV Akhenaten to Buraburish displays the Ivory Age before the eyes of the reader. Here are a few passages from this list. Letter 14, 8 Mninu of ebony inlaid with ivory, 2 Tttnf of ebony inked with ivory. Of ebony, inlaid with ivory. 6 beast paws of ivory, 9 plants of ivory, Relsner, Fitchcr, and lion, Harun Zierchkstens Tt Samaria, I, 247. Letter 8 L 328 Ages in Chaos 10 which are of ivory, 29 Gherkin oil vessels of ivory, 44 oil vessels of ivory, 375 oil vessels of ivory, 19 Gosu, of ivory, 19 breast ornaments, of ivory, 13 Andino of ivory, 3 for the head, of ivory, 3 bowls of ivory, 3 oil containing oxen, of ivory, 3 oil dishahu, of ivory, of ivory, of ivory, of ivory. The present research has established the fact that King Ahab was a contemporary of Amenhotep III and Akhenaten, and that Samaria was built with the help of the king of Egypt. In Samaria a house of ivory was built, I Kings 22:39. Now the rest of the acts of Ahab, and all that he did, and the ivory house which he made, and all the cities that he built, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? A few generations after Ahab, Amos, the prophet, prophesied about Israel and about Samaria, the capital, and the buildings therein, Amos 3:15. And I will smite the winter house with the summer house, and the houses of ivory shall perish. And again he returned to prophesy evil to them that are at ease in Zion, and trust in the mountain of Samaria. Amos 6:4-5. That he upon beds of ivory, and stretch themselves upon their couches, that chant low the sound of the viol. The house of ivory and beds of ivory were supposed by earlier excavators to have been poetic inventions of the authors of the Scriptures. 2. But KT-era excavations made on the site of ancient Samaria brought to light hundreds of fragments of ivory. 3. They were identified as objects of jewelry, pieces of furniture, and ornamental work. It can be established with exactitude that the time FLCF. Reisner, Fisher, and Lyon, Harvard Excavations at Samaria, p. 61. Crowfoot and Crowfoot, Early Ivories, p. 2. Ibid, p. 55. The Elamarna letters concluded 329 inches which these objects originated was that of Ahab. Ivory fragments inscribed with Hebrew letters bear witness to this conclusion. A comparison of these letters with the characters of the Mesha inscription showed that they originated at one and the same time. 5. The excavators felt justified in writing, no other finds have told us so much about the art of the Israelite monarchy. On some of those objects there are Egyptian designs, and the Egyptian double crown, clearly cut, was found on several of the plates. 7. A student of the Bible would expect to find Assyrian motifs because of Assyrian domination in the north of Syria in the 9th century before this era, not a predominance of Egyptian influence in art at a time when, according to his table of chronology, arts were not cherished in the Egypt of the ignoble successors of Shashank of the 22nd dynasty, long after the brilliant 18th dynasty. The excavators of Samaria were surprised. It is significant that in our ivories there is no sign of Assyrian influence, and the influence of Egypt on the other hand is all-pervasive. 8. There are arcade plaques which represent Egyptian gods. The subjects on furniture are all Egyptian. 8. By synchronizing the time of Akhenaten with that of Ahab, we realize that the part Egypt played in Samaria in the days of the El-Amama letters makes the presence of Egyptian motifs and furniture styles in the ivory of Samaria very understandable. We are even in a position to compare the ivory finds in Samaria with those in Egypt at the time of Akhenaten. Winged figures in human form were found in Samaria. The forms of winged figures on the ivories are derived from Egyptian models. Tutelary goddesses of this type stand at the four corners of the shrine of Tutankhamun. 10. Three-winged sphinxes with human heads were also found in Samaria, ELSWKFTUK. Ibid. The result of this examination leads us to a conclusion that the funerary ivories are, like those of Arslan Tash, of the 9th century and earlier than the Sanuaria Oslu. Crowfoot and Crowfoot, Carly Ivories, p. 49. 7. Crowfoot and Crowfoot, Early LVLRTE dollar, p. 23. Bidel, p. 49. Ibid, p. 9. Ibid, p. 18. 330 ages in Chaos and A, 2, were recognized as similar to the human-headed lion from the tomb of Tutankhamun. 11. Tutankhamun was a son-in-law of Akhenaten. The presence of similar figures on his sarcophagus and in the Samaria of Ahab is, from our point of view, not unexpected. The excavators of Samaria's ivories, observing the style of the ornaments, recognize the influence of Egyptian art but think that in the days of Ahab a restoration of ancient forms in art took place, the Egypt of yesterday having been revived in Samaria after 600 years. In the same ornaments of Samarian ivory could be recognized motifs of the type described in the Scriptures, such as palm trees between the cherub and the cherub Ezekiel 41-18. Some of the figures of the ivories of Samaria were like those which were carved on the house of the Lord in Jerusalem. 12 The conclusion arrived at was that the style of the ornaments in the temple at Jerusalem represented an intermediate stage in the succession of influences. The type goes back to the Egyptian art of the 18th dynasty. 18 The place of origin of the style Egypt or Palestine can be disputed. Probably a reciprocal influence was the inspiration for the motifs on the ornaments. One fact, however, reverses all conclusions in the study of the comparative art of Egypt-Palestine. The 18th dynasty ruled from the days of Saul until Jehu, and the great temples of Luxor and Karnak, creations of Thutmose III and Amenhotep II, were built not before but after the temple in Jerusalem was erected. In the time of Solomon, ivory was imported from distant countries, along with silver, apes, and peacocks. From Palestine it was exported to Egypt, and Hatshepsut brought ivory with her, as the bas-reliefs of the Punt expedition show and the texts accompanying the bas-reliefs tell. Pharaoh Thutmose III, on plundering Masjid-O in his campaign of conquest, took, according to his annals, 6 large W.H. Carter, the tomb of Tvt Ankheim, London, 192 and -33, Bo-Lii, plate XDC. Crowfoot and Crowfoot, early ivories, p. 53. Ibid, p. 34. The Elamarna letters concluded 331 tables of ivory and 6 chairs of ivory besides other spoils. The pharaoh brought from Jerusalem the great throne of ivory, overlaid with pure gold, this according to the Hebrew sources II Chronicles 9-17. 12-9. In the 8th campaign Thutmose III took tribute, including vessels laden with ivory. In the records of the tribute he received in Punt, God's land, or Resinu Palestine, there is frequent mention of ivory and tusks, thus, 18 tusks from the chiefs of Resinu in the 16th collection of tribute, and in furniture tables of ivory in the 13th collection of tribute. After enlarging his fleet with the fleet of the Phoenicians, he sent his ships to collect tribute and, like Hatshepsut before him, used the maritime route for transport of ivory from Palestine to Egypt. The art of working in ivory was transferred at that time to Egypt. In the tomb of Rechtmeyer, a vizier of Thutmose III, workers from Palestine are portrayed making chests of ivory. These were imported craftsmen. Samaria, built a few decades later, became a manufacturing center of ivory, working mainly for Egypt. Among the ivories excavated in Samaria there are many unfinished pieces with Egyptian patterns. Color effects were produced by staining the ivory with pigments. 14 colored ivory was also found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. In an Elamarna letter of Berbiuriash you read about colored ivory. The tablets of Elamarna mention furniture and various objects of ivory delivered to Asia Minor, Cyprus, Assyria, and other countries of Western Asia. Objects similar to those found in Samaria were discovered in these lands. In the last century inlaid plaques with Egyptian subjects were found in Mesopotamia. When the ivories of Samaria were unearthed they were acclaimed as closely related to those found previously in the palace of Nimrud and in other places. Ivories which may have come from the same workshop as the Samaria ivories, were found by Layard in the northwest palace of Nimrud. A few stray examples come from other sites. 15 Homer, in the Iliad, 4th, 141-42, mentions the carven woman who stains ivory red. As Crowfoot and Crowfoot, early ivories, p. 9. 332 ages in chaos ivories similar to those of Samaria have been found in a number of different places, sometimes together with Egyptian objects of the 18th dynasty. One of these places is Megiddo. Though the ivories of Samaria and Megiddo show the same patterns and the same workmanship, they were ascribed to 2 different periods. 10 Similarly, other discoveries of ivory were attributed by their finders either to the period of the 18th dynasty, the 15th and 14th centuries, or to the period of the kings of Samaria, the 9th and 8th centuries. 17 The second period is thought to have been the age of imitation of old Egyptian styles and of the renaissance of the old craft. They were but one and the same period, and the ivories of the Samaria of Ahab and of the Thebes of Tutankhamun are products of one and the same golden age of ivory art. Conclusions: if one is determined to keep to the traditional construction of history and insist that the letters of Elamarna were written to and from archaic Canaanite princes, He is also bound to maintain that in Canaan events occurred which occurred half a millennium later in the time of Jehoshaphat and Ahab. This makes it necessary to hold that there already was a city of Sumer, of which not a relic remained. That this city, with a royal palace and fortified walls, was repeatedly besieged by a king of Damascus, who had a prolonged dispute and recurrent wars with the king of Sumer over a number of cities, in a conflict that endured for a number of decades. That on one occasion the king of Sumer captured the king of Damascus but released him. That on the occasion of a siege of Sumer by 6e king of Damascus the guard attached to the governor succeeded in driving away the Syrian host from the walls of Sumer. That on the occasion of another siege of Sumer the Syrian host, hearing rumors of the arrival of the Egyptian archers, left their camp and fled. Every detail C.G. Aloud, The Megiddo Ivories, Chicago, 1939. 1 Tiabid. The Elamarna letters concluded 333 an exact image of what happened again half a millennium later at the walls of Samaria. The traditional construction of history implies also that the king of Damascus, who was at the head of a coalition of many Arabian chieftains, succeeded in fomenting a revolt by a Transjordan king named Mesha against the king of Sumer, whose vassal he was, and this rebellious vassal king captured cities of the king of Sumer and humiliated his people, as in the days of Mesha's rebellion against the king of Samaria. That Remuda was the place in dispute between the king of Damascus and the king of Sumer, as Ramoth was in the second epoch. That the king of Sumer had a second residence where a deity was worshipped whose name, Baalith, was the same as that of the deity introduced by Jezebel, and the king of Sumer planted groves in his second residence, like Ahab in the field of Naboth. That the king of Damascus organized a number of ambuscades against the king of Sumer, and the king of Sumer each time managed to escape death, like the king of Samaria of the second period. That the king of Damascus became gravely ill, yet did not die from the illness but was put to a violent death on his sickbed, like the king of Damascus of the second period. This hypothetical scholar would also be bound to admit that all these coincidences happened at a time when the land of Sumer was visited by a drought, and the springs dried up and a severe famine followed. That the drought lasted several years and caused starvation of the people and epidemics among the domestic animals. And that the inhabitants departed from the realm of the two residences, everything just as it happened in the second period. I would have to maintain that the two periods do not differ in any respect whatsoever, and that each event of one period has its twin in the other. The land of Edom was ruled by a deputy of the king of Jerusalem in both cases. Tribes from as far away as Mount Seir invaded Transjordan in both cases in the first period as in the second. The invaders threatened Jerusalem and caused the population of the kingdom to flee from their homes. The king of Jerusalem, like Jehoshaphat centuries later, was afraid of being driven with his people from their inheritance and expressed his fear in 334 ages in chaos similar terms, but everything turned out well when the tribes of Mount Seir and Transjordan rose up one against the other, as they did 500 to 600 years later. This scholar would also have to admit that the military chiefs of the Canaanite king of Jerusalem signed their letters with the same names as the military chiefs of Jehoshaphat, king of Jerusalem, and that the names were as peculiar and unusual as, for example, Lazibada Jehozabad and son of Zuru son of Zichrt, or Adad-Adani, or Adad-Adani, Adna, who was again the first among the chiefs. That the governor of Sumer had the same name as the governor of Samaria of the later period Almon, and that the keeper of the palace in Sumer was named Arzael like the chief steward, Arza, of the king of Israel. Again, in the city of Shunama lived a great lady and already in the first period some miracle had happened to her so that she was called Balatnese. And again, the king of Damascus had a military governor Naaman, Lanhama, by whose hand deliverance was given to Syria, and who at first was feared by the king of Sumer but later on became the latter's friend, like his reincarnation 600 years later. Further, the successor of the murdered king of Damascus, by the name of Aziru or Azaru, acted like Hazael of the second period. He oppressed the land of Sumer. He conquered almost all the land of the realm. He burned with fire the strongholds and villages of the king of Sumer. He even spoke with the same peculiar expressions as Hazael did later on. This scholar would also be faced with the fact that in the second period the city of Urkata again lost her king, and that King Machinabali and King Adunubali, under the leadership of Baridri, defied the mighty invader from the north, just as happened in the first period when Baridi assumed the task of leading the Kinglcss city of Yerkata and King Mudbalu and King Aduna against the invader from the north. In both cases this invader was the king of Assyria and the lord of Hatti. In both cases he was victorious over the coalition of Syrian and Palestinian princes helped by Egyptian battalions. In both cases he received placating presents from Musri. The Elamarna letters concluded 335 Egypt in the form of rare animals or figures of such animals. Again, the king of Damascus, Hazael, battled with him between Lebanon and Hermon as did Ezra of the first period. Again, the kings of Tyre and Sidon, harassed by this invader, left their cities and departed in ships, as they did 600 years earlier. In both periods the art of ivory work flourished, and identical patterns were produced. Designs and execution, characteristic of the earlier period, were repeated in the second period, and have been found to be so similar that they have been taken for copies of the art objects of the first period. In both periods the same architecture and stone workmanship Megiddo, Samaria found expression. In both periods the same idiomatic Hebrew was spoken. Can one accept such a series of coincidences? And if it is accepted, is it only to have the old difficulties present themselves again? If the Haberdie were the Israelites, why, then, in the book of Joshua, which records the conquest of Canaan, and in the letters of Elamarna are no common name and no common event preserved. A halfway mark at the beginning of this work I placed before the reader the unsolved problem of the correlation of Israelite and Egyptian histories. Of these two ancient nations, one professes to have had close ticks with the other. Actually the biblical story moves in the light and shadow of the great kingdom on the Nile. Egyptian history, on the other hand, in all its numerous inscriptions, on stone and on papyrus, denies any real contact with the neighboring kingdom on the Jordan. Even the glorious age of King Solomon, so exalted in the Old Testament, appears to have passed entirely unnoticed by the Egyptian kings and their scribes. And more than that, the great events of the Israelite past, their long bondage in Egypt and their departure from that land under unusual circumstances, appear to have been entirely unknown to the conventional history of Egypt. For that reason the time of the Exodus is debated and placed at almost every conceivable time point of the Egyptian past, 336 ages in chaos from the beginning of the New Kingdom presumably in 1580 down many centuries. The uncertainty as to the time of the sojourn in Egypt and the departure is the direct result of the absence of references to the children of Israel in Egypt and to their leaving the country, and of the sterility of information concerning the relations as neighbors of these two peoples during the period covered by the Scriptures. We have attempted to solve the problem of the synchronization of the histories of these two peoples of antiquity, both of whom occupy major places in the history of the ancient world. We made this attempt after we recognized that the biblical story of the Exodus contains frequently repeated references to some natural catastrophes. Logic thus required us to look in extant Egyptian sources for references to some disturbance in nature. The search proved not to be fruitless. The Leiden Papyrus Epure is a record of some natural catastrophe followed by a social upheaval. In the description of the catastrophe we recognize many details of the disturbances that accompanied the Exodus as narrated in the Scriptures. The inscription on the shrine from El Arish contains another version of the cataclysm accompanied by a htjrik and 9 days darkness. And there we found also a description of the march of the Pharaoh and his army toward the eastern frontier of his kingdom, where he was engulfed in a whirlpool. The name of the Pharaoh is given in a royal cartouche, which proves that the text was not regarded by its writer as mythical. If we have in these documents the same story as found in the book of Exodus, then a synchronical point between the histories of these two ancient nations is established. But here, where we expected to reach the solution of the problem of the date of the Exodus in Egyptian history, we were confronted with a problem that made the question of the date of the Exodus shrink into insignificance. Whatever theories have been offered concerning the time of the Exodus, not once has the thought occurred that the Israelites left Egypt on the eve of the arrival of the Hyksos. Consequently we found ourselves faced with a problem of very different magnitude. Either Egyptian history is too long or biblical history is too short. Must Egyptian history be shortened by some ghosts? And the Amarna letters concluded 337 turies, or biblical history lengthened by the same number of lost centuries? We could not know the answer to this problem until we traveled a long distance through the centuries of ancient history. We noticed a path on which to start this journey. If the Israelites left Egypt on the eve of its invasion by the Hyksos, who arrived from Asia, we might, perchance, find in the scriptures a reference to a meeting outside the borders of Egypt of the children of Israel and the invaders. Actually, even before they reached Mount Sinai, the Israelites encountered the hordes of Amalekites. We turned to the older Arabian writers and found that the tradition of the Amalekites as the dominant tribe among the Arabs, who invaded Egypt and ruled it for 400 or 500 years, is alive in the Arabian literary heritage from their early past. As we compared point after point in the Egyptian hieroglyphic, Hebrew biblical and post-biblical sources, and Arab autochthonous traditions found in the medieval writings, we were forced to conclude that the time of the Hyksos domination of Egypt was the time of the judges in scriptural history. The equation of Hyksos and Amalekites gave additional support to the synchronization of the fall of the Middle Kingdom and the Exodus. We then had to examine the historical moment of the collapse of Hyksos rule in Egypt and the end of Amalekite domination in the Near East. In the siege of Aras, the Alexis fortress, by a mosque, some foreign troops played a decisive role. From parallels in the book of Samuel it could be determined that it was King Saul, the first Jewish king, who was victorious over the Amalekites at El Arish. And with the help of many proofs we could establish that El Arish occupies the position of the ancient Aras. David was a contemporary of Ahmose, founder of the 18th dynasty, and of Amenhotep I. Solomon was a contemporary of Dutnaskai and Elachpsut, and we found that the celebrated journey to God's land in Pund was the voyage to Palestine and Phoenicia described in the scriptures as the visit of the Queen of Sheba. We compared many details and always found that they coincided. But this drove us to the next station on the road. 5 years after 338 ages in chaos Solomon's death, the Temple of Jerusalem and its palace were sacked by a pharaoh. Thutmose III succeeded Hatshepsut. If we were traveling on the right road, again we had to find a correspondence here. Thutmose III must have sacked Jerusalem of the treasures of its palace and temple. This he actually did, and the pictures of his booty correspond very closely, in shape and number, with the description of the loot taken by a pharaoh in the 5th year after Solomon's death. Under the next pharaoh Palestine was invaded again, according to scriptural and Egyptian sources. This time, however, the expedition was far from being victorious. For 3 generations biblical scholars proved to the full satisfaction of all that many parts of the scriptures were products of much later centuries than the scriptures would indicate. Then, during the 1930s, with the discovery of the Ras Shamra texts, the estimate was revised in the diametrically opposite direction. The same biblical texts were now regarded as a heritage of Canaanite culture, 6 centuries older than the biblical texts. However, the collation of material from Hebrew literary sources, from Ras Shamra, and from Egypt convinced us that not only the earlier reduction of the age of biblical prose and verse but also its present increase is erroneous. In saying these are actually ahead of what we may legitimately assert, we still don't know now which of the 2 histories, Egyptian or Israelite, must be readjusted. At the same time you observe how the histories of other ancient countries and peoples accord with either the Israelite or the Egyptian chronology. And how the histories of Cyprus, Mycenae, and Crete, in correlating with one side or the other, create confusion in archaeology and chronology. In 3 consecutive chapters we collated the historical evidence of 3 successive generations in Egypt: Hatshepsut, Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, and in Palestine Solomon, Rehoboam, Asa, and found unfailing correspondence. It is possible that by sheer accident one age in Egypt bears a close resemblance to another ago, and thus offers ground for a spurious causality. But it is quite impossible that 3 consecutive generations in Egypt and in the neighboring Palestine of 2 different ages could produce consistent correspondence in so many details. What is even more, the Amarna letters concluded 339 striking. These 3 consecutive generations in Egypt as well as in Palestine were not selected at random, but were forced upon us by the deliberations and parallels of the earlier chapters, in which we scrutinized the time of the Exodus in the following centuries until Saul, and in Egypt the last days of the Middle Kingdom and the following centuries of Hyksos rule until the rise of the new kingdom. It would be a miracle, indeed, if all these coincidences were purely accidental. Anyone familiar with the theory of probabilities knows that with every additional coincidence the chances for another grow smaller, not in arithmetical or in geometric progression, but in a progression of a higher order. Therefore the chance would be a trillion or quadrillion against one that all the parallels offered on previous pages are merely coincidences. Following the direct consecutive generations in Egypt and Palestine, there were Amenhotep III and Akhenaten in Egypt and Jehoshaphat in Judea and Ahab in Israel. It could not be by mere chance that the fourth generation again presented a picture in which the details fit together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. The histories of lowlands and the vicissitudes in the lives of their rulers and their peoples could not be in complete correspondence were there not exact synchronism. And so it happened that in this fourth generation the rulers and prominent personages in one country actually wrote letters to the rulers and prominent personages in the other country and received written answers from them. To what extent details and events correspond during those years of famine, sieges, invasion from Transjordan, and military pressure from the north has been recounted at length. And this sequence of invariable correlation and conformity gives us a feeling of security that we are not on the wrong path. However, we are not yet at the end of the journey. Notwithstanding all that has been said up to now concerning the numerous parallels, collations, coincidences, and conformities, as well as the theory of probabilities, we cannot regard the problem of ancient history as solved until we'll have covered the full distance to the point where the histories of the peoples of the ancient East no longer present a problem of synchronization. 340 ages in chaos we have before us the 8th and the following centuries, according to Israelite history. Where, then, shall we find room for the so-called 19th dynasty, that of Ramses II and other famous kings? And what about the Hittite king with whom Ramses II signed a treaty? And where is there room for the 20th and 21st dynasties, the Libyan and Ethiopian dominion in Egypt, and all the others up to and including the 30th dynasty, that which expired shortly before Alexander reached Egypt? The identifications we have made will be of no avail if we are unable to reach safely this point in history, the end of the last native dynasty in Egypt. We must be able to disentangle the archaeological, historical, and chronological problems that shall meet in the following centuries and, with the thread of Ariadne we took from the hands of Epicure, to proceed along the path to the point where the histories of the various nations of antiquity appear in harmony with one another. If we should not be able to do so, the coincidences presented will necessarily be regarded as miraculous. For they are too many and too striking to be ascribed to accident. It is safer to assume, therefore, that by working diligently you shall arrive at our goal of a complete revision of ancient history. End of Volume I.